due to knee surgery. We have special guest star assembly chairs every single day. So our special guest star chair doing double duty as the chair of transportation, and today the acting chair of Ways and Means for today's hearing is, of course, Assembly Member. Oh my goodness!
Bill Magnarelli.
I know Magnarelli. I decided to call you McGee for a second. So sorry.
Okay.
I know Assembly Member Magnarelli, and my brain isn't working yet. And it's actually technically the Assembly's day to run the hearing. So my Assembly Member colleague will be starting us out. And also for all the senators and Assembly members, you will have many questions. We know that. If you're in the Senate, let me know that you want to ask a question. If you're a Senate Republican, ask Tom O'Mara, our ranker on finance. Let I made you a senator, Assembly Member Magnarelli know, or Assembly Member Ra know, and we start lists and we try to balance between S and A, both parties. So with that, I've officially finished. Oh, one more thing. 10 minutes for questions if you are a chair of a relevant committee. So today we have Transportation, Corps, and Finance, Ways and Means. 5 minutes if you're a ranker. 3 minutes for everyone else for questions of the government panel. That includes, this is the important part, because you'll watch the clocks and you'll see the time. That's your questions plus their answers. Some people like to do extensively long questions. Some people just like to make a speech. We are in politics. If you spend all the time asking your question or making a speech, you won't get an answer because they won't have any time to answer. So we will then ask everyone to please put their answers in writing and share them with both committee leads, and then we'll make them available to everyone. But again, every day I get people going, you didn't let them answer. And so I just want to reemphasize that 3 minute clock is amazingly quick, and that's for you asking and getting answers. So think of it all as lightning rounds. And then, of course, you can do follow up with anyone who's testifying. Also, we only print out the testimony of the government representatives. All the other testimony, and there's a lot of it, gets put up on the Senate Finance site and the Assembly Ways and Means site. So people can read it while they're here or can read it at their convenience from wherever they are in the state of New York. That's the small business side. It's yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She took half of my opening remarks, but that's good.
That's good.
Very good.
No.
Oh,
Anyway, good morning, everyone. I am William Magnarelli, Chair of the New York State Assembly's Transportation Committee and co-chair of today's hearing, along with Senator Liz Krueger, as she has already stated. I'm filling in for Helene Weinstein, as she already mentioned, and I can't tell you how much I miss Helene, being here. Today, we begin the second in a series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25. The hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly, Ways and Means Committee, and the Senate Finance Committee, as well as the corresponding committee members in each house relevant to transportation, will hear testimony concerning the governor's budget proposal for transportation. I will now introduce participating members from the Assembly, and after that, Senator Krueger will introduce members from the Senate. In addition, Ranking Ways and Means member Ra, next to me, will introduce members from his conference. So far today, and I'm sure we'll get more as the morning goes on, we have members Simone, Boris, Darling, Otis, Fall, Gallagher, Zabrowski, Burgos, Montañez, Dillon, Salidi, Delos Santos, Carroll, and Simsky. And if I've missed anybody, I'm sure we'll fill that in as we go along. Liz?
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Senator Hoylman Siegel, Senator Liu, Senator Comrie, who's the chair of corporations, Senator Kennedy, the chair of transportation, Senator Purcell, Senator Salazar, Senator Harcum, Senator Fernandez, Senator Hinchy, Senator Gonzalez, and I will now turn it over to Tom O'Mara, the ranker of finance, to introduce his members.
Thank you, Senator. At this point, I'm joined by Senator Bill Weber and expecting others to come.
Mr. Roth?
Thank you, Chair. We are joined by Assemblyman Lamondes, who is our ranking member on the Corporations Committee, as well as members Slater and Brian Miller.
I have three more members that have joined us, members Alvarez, Simon, and Tapia. With that, I would just like to remind everybody of what Senator Krueger has already said in terms of the time limits. Simply to say that they will be enforced according to the clock. I should note that all written testimony has been submitted to the legislators in advance, so we ask that all witnesses please do not read from your written testimony to us. Instead, please summarize. Everyone, witnesses and legislators, should locate the time clock and keep an eye on it. Please note that when the clock is down to 0, you will be alerted that your time is up. Please be considerate and respect the Zoom clock so that everyone has a chance to be heard. Please note that these time frames for questioning include both questions and answers, as Liz has already said. So members are respectfully requested not to commence a new question with insufficient time on the clock to permit a witness to answer. Due to the length of our hearings, we have no alternative but to strictly enforce these time limits. I will now call the first witness, Mr. Jono Lieber, Chairman and Chief Executive of the Metropolitan Transit Authority.
Good morning, and thank you for hosting us, especially thanks to the committee chairs Krueger, Zebrowski, Kennedy, Magnarelli, and Comrie. I also want to acknowledge the rankers president, Senator O'Mara, and Assemblymember Ra as well. I am joined today by MTA Chief Financial Officer Kevin Willens, his deputy, Jay Patel, acting Chief Customer Officer Shanifa Riera for customer-specific questions, and New York City Transit President Rich Davey, who can answer any questions about the recent safety incidents as well as other New York City Transit-specific issues. Now, listen, this is a budget hearing, so I'm going to start with an update on the MTA's financial position. What a difference a year makes. This time last year, in 2023, when I was with you in this very room, we were facing an estimated $2.8 billion annual deficit that was on track to grow to $3 billion by 2026. Today, ladies and gentlemen, that number is 0. And we are projecting a balanced operating budget at the MTA through 2027, thanks to Governor Hochul, an amazingly transit-friendly governor who, since she took office, has been a great friend to MTA riders. But also because of all of you, the New York State Legislature. On behalf of the MTA and our millions of daily customers, $1 billion plus a year, I want to thank all of you for setting the bar nationally on what it means to prioritize mass transit. I know people got tired of hearing me talk about how for New Yorkers, transit is like air and water, that we need it to survive. But it is true. The lifeline that you provided in 2023 has allowed us not only to keep running service at a high level, but to expand it significantly while also continuing to invest in the MTA network. Look at what we accomplished with your support in the past year. Top priority for MTA riders, frequency and reliability of service. And we've made huge strides on both fronts. Subway service, ladies and gentlemen, is the best that it's been in a decade. And we are raising the bar for even higher performance, on-time performance in 2024. And last year, we actually improved frequencies on 8 subway lines, cutting the headways, the time between trains, by 20 to 25%. And we're on track to do that with several more lines this summer. Long Island Railroad and Metro North finished the year with a combined 96% on-time performance track record. Amazing. And since the opening of Grand Central Madison almost exactly a year ago, Long Island Railroad has been running an additional 300 trains per weekday. It's a 40% increase in service on the Long Island Railroad. And it includes robust reverse commuting service for the first time ever, which is really a huge positive jolt for Long Island's economy. To give you context, that 300 daily additional trains on the Long Island Railroad is almost the same number of trains that New Jersey Transit runs total into New York City every day. And we've done this while implementing City Ticket, which dramatically slashes prices on in-city travel for on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, while also keeping the cost of monthly passes for our Long Island Railroad and Metro North commuters below pre-COVID levels. Real value. Customer satisfaction with paratransit, the accessorized service, which over the years has struggled, has soared in the past year. And we are actually tightening our on-time performance goals because we are exceeding the federal standard for on-time performance in paratransit. We've been making huge progress implementing the historic 2020 to 24 capital program. Over the last 3 years, we averaged $9 billion per year in contract awards. That's what you need to do if you're going to run a $50 billion 5-year program. And equally important, we are knocking out our capital projects faster, better, and cheaper than ever before, including 25 ADA station completions since 2020. That's 4 times the pace of ADA projects in prior MTA eras. And notably, subway crime, something we're keeping a close eye on, all of us, is down 10% versus before the pandemic. Not widely understood because of the way it's covered in the news, but we are actually well below pre-COVID levels. All of this has helped us to bring riders back to transit. Paid ridership on the subways is now roughly 70% of pre-COVID levels, and it's about 75% on the commuter railroads. But these numbers don't count customers who don't pay the fare, and there are many. Indeed, if you include the non-paying riders, we're actually closer to 82% of pre-COVID ridership. So fare and toll evasion do represent one of the principal threats to our fiscal health going forward. The ridership rebound has been amazing, even improbable. Who would have thunk it? Given the advent of hybrid work and other changes wrought by the pandemic. For a while, it seemed like people would never want to be in crowded spaces again. Traffic on the MTA bridges and tunnels, the driving is higher than it was pre-COVID. Yet here we are. The Biden administration has made infrastructure once again a national priority, and New York is leading the way. We are determined at the MTA to keep the positive momentum going by becoming a more efficient, this is a budget hearing, so I'm going to emphasize it, more efficient and more cost-effective agency. Part of the 2023 budget deal with the governor called for $400 million per year in cost savings without cutting service or layoffs. We've actually exceeded that goal, and we are now planning to have that efficiency level raised to $500 million next year, and all without layoffs or cutting service. And we're doing it while, as I said, providing significantly more subway and commuter rail service and operating a new major terminal at Grand Central Station, and while also implementing increases to bus service as we implement our borough-by-borough bus redesign, which is actually going to grow frequency of bus service. But here's the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. Even with all that extra subway, bus, and commuter rail service, all of which is accounted for in the 5-year plan, in real inflation-adjusted dollars, the MTA budget has actually gone down by 3% since 2019. Let me say it again. The MTA is providing a ton more service, but spending 3% less than pre-COVID. That is good government in action. This is a new MTA. We're making good on our commitment to change the way we do business, growing ridership, improving and increasing service, reducing costs, pursuing transit equity. These are our priorities. Now, the commitment to efficiency and equity is also reflected in our work on the capital side. There, we're executing projects on budget and on schedule more than ever. Folks, it is time to stop talking about the budget problems of East Side Access and other projects begun 3 or 4 governors ago. Please start judging the MTA by what we've done in recent years, especially during the hard times of COVID. For example, the $2.5 billion third track project on Long Island Road, $100 million under budget. The L train redo, so controversial, 3 months early and $100 million under budget. The ADA projects, those 25 projects we opened since 2020, $250 million in savings versus estimates. The Long Island Railroad Penn Station Concourse, a $700 million project on time and on budget. And just this week, we awarded the first contract for Second Avenue Subway Phase 2, and we've already squeezed $1.3 billion, and we're still looking for more savings. We're always looking for more savings. Even our approach to how we expand the system reflects this intense focus on cost containment. Wherever we can, we look for ways to expand the system, not only by building new tunnels and systems from scratch, but by squeezing more transit out of our existing infrastructure. That's the strategy underlying Governor Hochul's IBX, the Interborough Express, which would repurpose an existing right-of-way, which is mostly moribund, but to connect Queens and Brooklyn riders, which is a huge path of travel that's largely undealt with. It's also the logic behind Penn Access, which is going to retrofit Amtrak's underutilized Hellgate line to serve the East Bronx. And we're paying for these projects to a great extent with the revenues from congestion pricing, which you, back in 2019, made the law of the state of New York. MTA is doing what's necessary to prepare for implementation of congestion pricing, including increasing service, installing the tolling infrastructure. As you all know, we did a 4,000-page, 4-year-long environmental process, which earned us federal approval and put us in a position to turn on the system, barring further interventions from pro-traffic litigants in New Jersey or elsewhere. But let me be clear, if there are delays to congestion pricing, it will push back schedules of major projects, ADA accessibility, zero emissions buses, signaling projects, serving middle class and working class people on the A train may not get a signaling project because of the New Jersey lawsuit. So we're hoping for a quick resolution. Listen, just in conclusion, with your support, the MTA has made huge strides in recent years, but there's always going to be new and big issues facing our agency. Under Governor Hochul's pro-transit leadership and with your support, we're going to keep tackling them. And with that, I am thrilled to take your questions.
Thank you, sir.
Close.
Thank you. Close. That's right. I'm going to save my questions for later. I'm going to call the first assembly member for questions. Chair Zabrowski, please.
Right, we usually do. We have the State Department of Transportation because it's a panel. And so we let the whole panel go and we do the questions.
So the state DOT is here. Here.
Yeah.
Now.
No, they're not here.
They're in the back. I thought we were going to do them one at a time.
Okay.
You want to do them together?
They were called as they preferred DOT to also join you. Are they here? Well, if they're not here, clearly we can't have them join us.
Right.
But in general, if you please look at your chart list, it's a panel is whoever is on the panel together that comes up together. So we will have to make an exception now.
Yeah, we should start calling everybody else too.
Usually everyone knows that.
I know.
Okay, so I guess
Okay. So can we call
Yes.
Chairman Zabrowski?
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, to your team. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for our collaboration and work and the things you've done for the MTA and for New Yorkers. Let me start with a few questions regarding just some of the things we achieved last year in the budget and what we've seen. First, the $35 million for service improvements, midday, weekday, weeknight service. Do you have a sense of how that money's been spent, if it's been spent, and whether we've seen any results from that yet?
Well, as I said, we have implemented the service increases on 8 of the 11 lines that were targeted for those service increases, and we're able to provide much more frequent service. And the key is it's in the off hours, on the shoulders, off peak. Um, the system has very frequent service in the peak hours. What you did last year enables us to provide a little more nights, weekends, and so on, and we were able to do that. Rich, anything to add?
Just specifically, the GJ&M service, CNR 1 and 6, and then weekend and nights, as the chair mentioned. This spring, we're adding some more service. It'll be BDJM, middays and evenings, and on the weekends, the 3 and the 5. But as the chair said, we're shrinking the headways from 12 minutes, 10 minutes down to 8 minutes, meaning the average, New Yorker is going to wait around 4 minutes now for these services, which, they continue to tell us that's what they want, more service.
Great. The $35 million for safety investments. How has that been spent, and what have we seen from that money, if anything?
Yeah, so on the safety initiative, we focused on a few areas, but specifically, I'll talk about 2. One is our gate guard initiative, which is, I think folks know, those emergency gates that can be legitimately used by folks who are, have a stroller, for example, or luggage, or maybe in a wheelchair, for example. But then others use that for nefarious purposes. They'll skip paying the fare. What we've done is deployed unarmed gate guards at those 35 stations to not only be eyes and ears in the system to report things to the police if they see a crime, but also to deter folks from going through the gate. What we have seen there is a 2-to-1 payment back. So for every $1 we spend in that on our unarmed guard program, we see about $2 back in fares at those stations, which is good. Another piece that we've very much been focused on is cameras in our system. I've often made the joke that we have more cameras in a Las Vegas casino at New York City Transit, and we're solving crimes and giving photos to police. And so now we are rolling that out on our trains. And so we will, for the first time ever, have cameras in all of our trains. We hope by the end of the year. I've challenged the team, but our commitment to the public and to you is by mid next year. About 15% of the fleet now has cameras inside the trains. So these are the tangible things we're working on to improve not only fare evasion, as the chair talked about, but also safety.
So you mentioned the cameras, so just to stick on that for a second. So what have you seen recently or over a longer period of time in terms of crime statistics in the system?
Well, as I said, crime is down 10% versus pre-COVID. And even as important to your question about cameras, because we have 10,000 cameras throughout the system, both at the ferry, on the platform, spread throughout the stations, and now we're putting cameras inside. What we're seeing is with violent crime, almost every instance, the NYPD is using those images to collar the person within a matter of 48 or at most 72 hours. They're very infrequently crimes in the subway system that are not resulting in arrests in short order. So that's been a good investment.
All right, the $15 million for the free fare bus pilot program, has it been rolled out? How has it been going? Do you have any lessons learned thus far from the program?
Well, we've implemented. We did 5 free buses. We did it analytically. Rich's team in operations planning really bore down using the criteria that the legislature put in the law. Selected one route in each borough, and that has been in effect for 3-4 months now. It's premature for us to give a report. I think we want to follow what the legislation said and give you a report after a 6 to 12 month period, when we've been able to evaluate not only ridership, but where's the ridership coming from, what are the consequences through the whole system and the benefits. So we're going to give an IOU, if that's okay, on that issue until we've completed the work and the analysis.
Sure. Have you seen any preliminary data regarding fare evasion with that pilot program, or is that also something you'll subsequently be able to report?
It probably just wouldn't be responsible for me to say it's too early, but there's ridership is up. People like free, newsflash, but it's not clear where the ridership is coming from. And again, the goal is to sort of improve connectivity and mobility, and whether we're getting new riders and new connections and people having more access to jobs and education and so on. So we want to study that and give you a full report.
Yeah, I know there was some fear of perhaps, obviously you can't, evade a free fare, but perhaps by having some free, that might be more fare evasion on other bus lines, and perhaps that would be part of the subsequent report.
Yeah, I think other places have definitely seen that the confusion about free and not free does have some consequences. I don't want to draw conclusions at this point about that. But the bigger picture is we're really having a serious problem with fare evasion in the system, and we're trying to deal with it in a responsible way that addresses equity as well as making sure people understand they have to pay the fare.
The automated bus lane enforcement that was instituted, the additional cameras, how's that been going? How many? Have there been an impact on speeds? Tickets? How many tickets? Recidivism? Anything broadly on that we can report?
Well, not yet, but I'll let the man who's going out and getting some of those tickets talk about it. Rich, David.
Thank you, Chair. So, as you know, the legislation kicks in May. So we've been preparing for that moment, and what we've been calling this is a transition from ABLE, which is automated bus lane enforcement, to the powers that you gave us, which is to not only ticket cars that are parked in bus lanes inappropriately. There are instances when it is appropriate to be in a bus lane, but a lot of people don't follow that. Parked in bus stops, which is frankly an equity issue. A lot of our customers who are disabled or elderly need to get to that curb, and we have cars in the way. And then also double parked cars and cars parked in bike lanes. All of that we will be prepared to roll out in May. We'll be on 14 routes, about 600 buses as we grow the program. On the recidivism rate, the good news is that behavior changes. So the ABLE enforcement we've had the last few years, 80% of folks who get a ticket do not get a second ticket, and an additional 9% who get a second ticket don't get a third. So by the time you get 2 tickets, 90% of New Yorkers or visitors say, I get it, I need to stay out of the bus lane. So we're excited about that. And then to your point, where we see both bus lanes and enforcement, on average, it's about a 33% improvement for speed. And that is real time for New Yorkers, the 2+ million who use our service. So we're appreciative and excited about these tools you've given us, and we look forward to reporting out on what we expect will be success.
Thank you. 33% is significant. Fare evasion, I know you mentioned it in your testimony. Perhaps I missed it, but a couple questions related to that. Do you have global estimates for how much you lose a year in fare evasion? And specifically to this budget and the executive budget proposal, I know there's some provisions related to combating fare evasion. And so do you also have any estimates for how these proposals would reduce those the current numbers?
Okay. Well, fare evasion has grown significantly since pre-COVID. And there are many areas which you as a legislative body are wrestling with where, we've lost a little bit of rule compliance in many parts of our system, right? So fare evasion has significantly increased. We are assuming that we, with your support, will be able to drive fare evasion back to roughly the level it was, which is about, below half of what it is right now. So our last report was that it's like $700 million a year. We need to move that if we're able, in order to maintain progress on the financial plan that we've laid out with you. So we've done a ton. Part of it is physical. We are, as of now, starting a pilot to delay that exit gate that is so much the super highway of fare evasion in our system. Realistically, the Department of State has okayed, the fire code authorities have okayed us putting a delay on that. People aren't supposed to use that for exiting. When they do, it opens up. People come in improperly. So we're dealing with that. We have the gate guards program that Rich has talked about. We have actually reconfigured the turnstiles. It's a little technical, so people can't backcock, an old-fashioned New York way of fare evading. And there are a lot of other physical improvements. We have rekeyed all of the exit gates in the whole system. So we have done a ton. But those proposals that are in front of you are part of our strategy to push back on fare evasion, but also to make sure we're doing it in an equitable way. A first or second time fare evader should be turned into an MTA customer rather than, we don't want to criminalize kids who do it once.
Okay.
We want a strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Our first questioner will be Senator Comrie, the chair of Corporations and Authorities.
Good morning. I'll go right into questions and just give everyone acknowledgments and thank you all for being here, my colleagues in the MTA. Um, I'm concerned about making sure that there's a higher level of transparency with the MTA to ensure that we can increase ridership, that we can have safety, and that folks can understand the projects that need to be done before we start congestion pricing that we were talking about. So, but my first question, oh, here we go. The mics are working now. My first question is, what has been the return on the investment of the $9.4 million of the Eagle team, which has been dedicated to fare evasion?
Do you want to take that?
Thank you, Senator. I mean, we believe the return has been significant. The Eagle team, as folks I think know, are our unarmed civil enforcement agents that we have within New York City Transit that do that, also do graffiti, and also work with the police in some special investigations. But we have Eagle team members out on our select buses. So those are the buses that you have a receipt when you pay, and you can show the Eagle team member that you in fact have paid. And recently, what we've done to improve the fare evasion challenges we have on local bus is to have Eagle teams in what we call clusters, so places around the city where there are multiple bus stops who observe fare payment, or then if someone perhaps doesn't want to pay, they're encouraged to pay, and if there is a discussion about that, the Eagle team will then ask them for identification and produce them a summons.
Do they make arrests?
The Eagle team is not. They are not. They do not carry weapons. They do not. They cannot arrest. No, they don't.
And then, also, I got to keep going because I got a lot of questions in a little bit of time. The new turnstiles there's a video out on YouTube showing how people can easily bypass it. When is that correction going to get made?
Well, there already been physical improvements to that that are designed to prevent people activating the gate from the wrong side. And we're seeing that there have been deterrents. The numbers are going down. Interestingly, because there's no gate there, that super highway of fare evasion, as I always say, we're actually collecting more fares on a percentage basis at that, even though there is the problem that you described that we have addressed and we are in the process of addressing. But so that is part of our strategy is to change the turnstiles, but also to experiment. It's been a long time since New York really invested in changing the turnstiles to deal with modern conditions. So that's one that we're experimenting with. We're making some changes to make it better, but we're going to experiment with some others as well as we go forward before we do a final procurement and selection of a new turnstile for the whole system. You'll see a lot in the system.
But that particular problem has been fixed, or
it has been, and there's additional changes coming to that fare array in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. What is the can you give us a detailed follow-up on the projects that have been negotiated as part of the budget last year that need to be in place before we start congestion pricing, the ones that we've agreed on? The capital projects primarily.
Capital projects. So I think I'm looking at you and your colleague, Senator Kennedy, that when congestion pricing was enacted by the legislature and the executive back in 2019, there was a list of projects that we would get done. I'm happy to go into it in more length at the conference, but I have the list. It's like 6 pages long. And I can say with confidence that they're done.
Where can members access that list? So.
Okay, I think Mr. Schwartz telling me we conveyed that to the Senate and to the various offices. So we're happy to get into it in more detail.
All the members have reached it. I have gotten it. I know I've gotten it. I just want the public to see that
we sent it to the central staff, I'm told.
Right. I want the public to see that these projects are being done also. So if there's a way to, make sure that people understand what is being done, how it's being done. You talked earlier about projects being done on time and under budget.
Yes.
Including the Elmira train station, which I'm particularly proud of, that this first train station in 40 years. But in order to make sure that the public has faith in the system or reestablish faith in the system, people need to know that these projects are being done. And we're getting feedback from people that, folks are upset about the 2nd Avenue subway being expanded now as opposed to some other projects can be done. So can you speak about why that's being done now, the 2nd Avenue subway project?
Well, the 2nd Avenue subway project is People in East Harlem were promised a subway in the 1940s when they started knocking down the Second and Third Avenue elevated trains, and there have been a series of groundbreakings with governors as far back as Rockefeller and so on. So we don't feel bad about actually making good on that commitment. We are gonna do it. We have the largest federal grant. We got from the Biden infrastructure program a huge federal grant to make sure we could finally make good on our promise to East and
So
Central Harlem.
that's federal money outside of the MTA's.
As you all put in the capital budget, this capital budget and the last one, there's a substantial state and local, piece that's coming from the state, but it is the biggest federal grant that's ever gone for a mass transit project.
Can you give us an update on the MWBE participation for workforce development and the procurement participation in major contracts?
Yeah, the MTA is by far the largest MWBE agency in the state of New York, and I think it is, if not the, or maybe the second largest nationally. We do over $1 billion a year in payments to minority, women, and disadvantaged business enterprises. So we remain at that level, and we're committed to it.
And you can send us those specific numbers?
Absolutely.
All right. And also the outer borough transit account, can you give us an update on how that's working?
Yeah, the outer borough account that you established a couple of years ago finally hit the levels where it was able to make investments in discounts for some of the additional toll facilities that were identified in the original legislation, the Henry Hudson Bridge and the Cross Bay Bridge. And we continue to look and I'll let Mr. Williams talk about it, as the capital account grows, we can make additional investments from that fund. Kevin?
Yes, the Attleboro account had roughly 37 million in it that has been deployed for the bridge rebates, and in the last year we've collected close to 50 million. So now the for hire vehicle fees are at a high enough level where we're more comfortable that there'll be an annual flow of money into the outer borough account that can support the initiatives.
Okay. Well, there's still a debate, and I have a concern about the outer borough account now being used for the bridge fees, which used to be covered out of general MTA budget from the governor. The outer borough account was supposedly designed to make sure that we have new capital projects in the outer boroughs, not to redivert money.
I think the legislature has to approve the project, so we're all ears, and we'll work with you on that.
Yeah, and none of the outer borough account money has been used to balance the MTA budget.
No, not to balance, but we used to be able to get the money for the Verrazano and the Brooklyn and the Bronx and Queens bridges. They used to come out of the general account. So I'm hoping that we can get back to that so we can expand opportunities to improve service with the outer borough account, which was the original plan for it. I'm running up on time. Just one last question for this round. What can you tell us about the G train? We had a concern from Senator Gonzalez about the need to, with the G train work that's being done. They have a concern about the timing, and there's also asking to expand the number of cars on the G train because the areas over there are expanding, and housing and the population is going to expand by threefold. So they wanted to ask about, Senator Gonzalez asked me to talk about the possibility of expanding from more than 8 cars. 6 cars now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're constantly monitoring ridership and always looking at if you have a capacity issue, we will add cars, absolutely. But the G train issue that you raised has to do, I think, that's on people's minds today, has to do with the shutdown, the work that, to do the signals on the G train are from Franklin Roosevelt's era. They are really old, and it inhibits reliability dramatically. We want to bring that train into the 21st century. So we want to get the signaling done. When it's the choice is between a 6-week shutdown during the summer and 80 weekends, which will really inhibit all the growth and development and vitality, the team felt strongly that a 6-week shutdown was much more efficient, better for the community. We have a proven track record of being able to do effective shuttle bus service in that community along Manhattan Avenue. That's what we're
Thank,
going to do, but we'll keep working with people.
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
That is a hell
Assembly.
of a noise, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough. This is
Okay.
I'm a slow
It
talker,
is.
so this
Can
is
I
rough.
just announce an additional number of senators, and there may be more assembly members by now.
Yeah.
We have Senator Matera, Senator Ramos, Senator Harkam, Senator Mayer, and Senator Goodnardis at
Jacobson.
Assembly.
Okay. And we have two more members who have are here in attendance. Member Seawright and Member Jacobson. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'd like to call Member Ra at this point.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for being here and your testimony. So just a couple of questions. One of the issues that I know came up in particular in the district I represent when everything was implemented in the spring with new schedules, with East Side Access, with some changes with regard to access to Brooklyn and Atlantic Terminal. But the line, the Hempstead branch traditionally was one that went to Atlantic Terminal, and you always had a change at Jamaica to get to Penn Station. So I'm just curious, what adjustments have been made over time as we've seen ridership and know what the demands are of going to the different places now?
Yeah, I mean, listen, what folks need to understand is the ability to add 300 more trains was contingent. This is a decision made long before I showed up on moving the Atlantic branch service to the side, because having Brooklyn trains cut across the whole ladder in that whole Jamaica complex inhibited the throughput. I mean, without getting too technical. So that decision was made, but once we saw that there were issues with folks being able to get conveniently to Brooklyn, I think we've close to doubled the number of through trains to Brooklyn, and particularly from the branch that you mentioned. So what we've seen is much more satisfaction among our Brooklyn customers. Those trains are not super crowded. It's one of the issues we're balancing. There is also very frequent, direct shuttle service to Brooklyn from Jamaica, which seems to be working out pretty well. Overall, the schedule seems to have settled down. People have gotten used to it. Much more passenger and customer acceptance.
Thank you. And another issue that I've heard from some constituents about, and your staff has actually been very responsive with regard to this, was getting rid of the 20 ride package. I know it was something that was kind of piloted. Are there any thoughts about potentially bringing that back? I think, for some, given the realities of, office life now, that people just aren't going in quite as much. And that seemed to be a convenient option for many people.
Yeah, listen, the board had a committee that looked at all the different fare issues, and that the take up of that particular, although I know that members of this body have heard from folks, the take up of that particular fare option was not that large, and we really wanted the consensus was we really wanted to keep the price of the monthlies down for the large group of customers who take the monthly, and we had to do it all within the scope of the 4% fare increase. So the decision was made, as I said, by the board in tandem with staff to prioritize keeping the monthly tickets down below pre-COVID levels, and the usership of that hybrid oriented 20 ticket thing was disproportionately on a very affluent ridership. So we wanted to emphasize the middle class benefit of the monthly tickets and also the single tickets.
Okay. And then more globally on the security end, I know we passed some legislation a few years ago to order the MTA to install and maintain surveillance cameras, subway stations, on platforms and other high traffic areas. How's the implementation of that going? Do you have any data with regard to how many cameras have been installed?
Yeah, I mean, Rich, you should step in here, but listen, the number of cameras have been installed even in the 2 years since I've been in this role is dramatic. It's thousands and thousands of cameras installed, and now we're doing the installation in all 8,000 of our subway cars. So the cameras are a key to our security and safety strategy. Rich?
I mean, I think you said it well. It's and throughout the system, it's about 13, I think, thousand in the stations, mezzanine platform. As the chair said, we're implementing cameras in our subway cars. 15% of the fleet now has cameras in the subway cars. Untold, by the way, is actually the number of cameras we have on our buses, and that's almost 48,000 cameras. So a significant number of cameras as well. And of course, as mentioned earlier, we're installing those outward-facing cameras for our buses as well to ticket folks who may be, parked in bus lanes.
And just to emphasize the obvious, that all of the commuter rail cars in Long Island Railroad have inward-facing cameras.
Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Thank you. Our next questioner will be Senator Tim Kennedy, the chair of the Transportation Committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for your work. I want to start by asking about the figures in capital spending and just giving us an update on the capital spending in New York State. This has been something we've been talking about for a long time. The billions of dollars that are capital spending through the MTA, and the jobs that are created with that, the focus on New York rather than other parts of the nation or outside of our nation.
You've been a warrior on this issue from day one, and I'm thrilled to say that we continue on the path that you have reminded us that we need to stay on, which is 90% of our capital program, both materials and work, is spent in the state of New York. And we want to keep it that way. I would like, you and I were upstate at a couple of key locations. Plattsburgh is super important, the concentration of activity there. Obviously, Hornell, Rochester, Buffalo. Each of those has major MTA manufacturing and service facilities, and we want to continue to grow that. We are facing a challenge, though, because, remember the Nova Bus, which is a bus manufacturer in Plattsburgh, is a subsidiary of the Volvo complex, has announced that they're stopping operations in Plattsburgh. So we need more bus manufacturers in America, because we have zero emissions buses demand aplenty in New York especially, and we want to work on getting more of that activity into Plattsburgh and other places up there. Rich is leading a national committee that the White House is actually involved with, as well as the Public Transit Association, focused on how do we grow zero emissions buses, clean bus manufacturing in the United States. Rich?
The only thing I would add, Senator, is that we have had conversations with other bus manufacturers who are currently not domestic about wanting to move to the United States and set up shop potentially in New York. But what we can do to facilitate that is qualify those folks. So we can say, that bus that you're building matches our specifications, and as a result, you would be qualified to bid. So, as the chair said, we are looking for ways to continue to promote that competition. It's so critical, and it's a challenge I think all transit's facing. But boy, we would love that to be.
How many zero emissions buses is the MTA expected to purchase in the next 5 to 10 years?
I mean, we have a commitment to transition the entire fleet, which is about 6,000 buses, by 2040. If you do the rough math, we're going to have to buy about 200 buses or so a year to meet that. We put our first order in this in the last couple of months. I should also say, too, we're also looking at hydrogen buses. We have a grant we received from NYSERDA to look at hydrogen, and we're going to buy a couple of hydrogen buses as well. But we're also retrofitting our 26 bus depots to ensure that we have the charging capacity. So we're doing a lot of work, but the entire fleet is scheduled to be replaced by 2040.
But I just need to add that this is an area where congestion pricing funds are needed. We shorted what could have been a larger order of zero emissions buses just last month because of the uncertainty about the congestion pricing money. So it's just one example of how dependent we are.
Yeah, how do we improve on New York State preference given the obligations you have to, you know, making sure that it's purchased in the United States with federal dollars, how do we enhance New York State preference?
I don't think it's that complicated. We have the Nova Bus facility in Plattsburgh. We need to get a first class zero emissions bus manufacturer to select that facility, have the right, business environment and incentive package to get them to make that decision and to choose other facilities. New York is a great place to do business for so many reasons. We need more bus manufacturers to come. This is not as complicated as a rail car manufacturer, for example. We have two of those in the state of New York. We need more bus manufacturers in the state of New York.
We do want to make sure that that Plattsburgh facility is utilized and we are putting people to work. I want to put a focus also on Alstom and Hornell. We visited there together, the hundreds of jobs that are supported there, the thousands of jobs across upstate, particularly because of the investment of the MTA. I want to make sure that that is taken care of. And we have prime real estate in Buffalo, at the Port of Buffalo, that will feed the entire, not just the MTA, but the entire eastern seaboard. And so I think it's important that the MTA continues to look at ways to take that 90% to as close to 100% as possible. The numbers support it. You know, for every $1 billion that are spent in capital funding, according to your records, it creates 7,500 jobs. We want those jobs in New York. So thank you for your commitment to that. How do we make sure that we're focusing in too? You know, I know we have to make sure Alstom with the vacancy there, but you know, on Hornell, on Alstom.
Well, I mean, right now, we as you know, we're talking about a subway car, a commuter rail car procurement with Alstom, and Hornell's unavailable because they had it scheduled up. That was good news in a way. I was disappointed to the MTA, but listen, there are the longer term issue, which is a national issue, but New York specific, because we buy more rail cars than the rest of the country combined, is that we don't have enough manufacturers. We have basically two manufacturers right now. They're both capacity limited. They have their own business issues because they're both international, Alstom and Kawasaki. I would love to see more Kawasaki activity in Yonkers. I would love to see more Alstom activity in all of their upstate locations. And I think this is an area where the MTA is got to lead. So we are actually undertaking a major study of how do we grow the transit manufacturing industry to meet the 21st centuries of the MTA in the country, because right now the capacity is too limited if we're going to keep growing.
Yeah, and again, I want to thank you for your efforts and leadership in that space. I know the numbers have improved, but I know there's a long way to go, and I think there's a lot of space to continue to improve. And I would just implore you to continue to do what you're doing, continue to make it a priority of spending in New York State, all across the state. I mean, we just have a great opportunity with the capital spending. I want to switch gears here. The contracts that were signed, I want to recognize the workforce that really makes the MTA run, and want to thank the MTA for your work in negotiating these contracts that will keep the system moving. I know it was a very smooth process. That was kind of a joke, Jano, just for you, but it was a smooth process for everybody else but you, Jano. But so, really, I want to recognize the workforce and your leadership in getting that to a conclusion. And if you could speak on that, but I also want to go back to fare evasion because I think it's very important. I know you've talked about it, you touched on it, but the current scale of fare evasion, can you just give us an update on that? And look, the proposal in the budget talks about increasing the penalty from $100 to $200. There's no simple way to resolve this. I know it's a complex issue. You talked about the gates being open. Sometimes that gate's open for an exit because the turnstiles are broken. Like there's a number of different reasons, and then people are coming in, but there's also turnstile jumpers. I know there's a lot of different reasons that fare evasion is happening. If you could speak to what level of enforcement it's going to take to implement the proposal that you're
Well, we
looking at in the
Yeah,
budget?
well, we've increased it. We're not expecting some dramatic upsurge in enforcement. We do want to maintain the level of police presence in the system. Remember, the NYPD has a responsibility by agreement to police the whole system. Fare evasion is incidental to what they're doing on the platforms, on the trains, as they move through the station. So they're not standing there targeting fare evasion, but we want them to keep, supporting us. Now, just bear in mind that probably there is one summons given out, and they're civil summons, it's like a parking ticket, for every more than 1,000 of fare evasion instances. We know from the numbers. So we're not giving out summonses willy-nilly. What I want to do, and what you're hearing from the governor's proposal, is to take the fare evasion enforcement system and to use it to turn people who make that mistake and turn them into customers. So that's why you're hearing from us about if someone signs up for fares, if they're low income, they can waive the first ticket because we move them into that system, and so on. So you're seeing that in the governor's proposal: equity, not just enforcement.
You've got half a minute. Can you give a quick comment on the union contracts?
Listen, there's a lot of noise, but the bottom line is we got for 35,000 MTA TW Local 100 workers, we got our agreement done, chop chop, and it's a significant increase, and it was ratified very strongly. So we're on
Thank
the
you.
way to a new round, very successfully, starting with TW.
Okay.
Sorry, Jenna.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on.
Thank
Thank you.
You all set?
Yes.
All right. The next member, Fall, it's your chance to question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair Lieberman, for being here and for your leadership. And just also want to thank your team for being very responsive to our constituent concerns related to Tompkinsville Station and quality of life issues we've had in Lower Manhattan. You guys have been on top of it, addressed it, and we truly appreciate that, including those excessive ride issues that we've had. I want to ask you about something that's near and dear to my heart, the Bus Rapid Transit, BRT. I know the MTA released the draft environmental impact statement for the North Shore BRT in October. Is this the project that the MTA plan to pursue, and has the analysis completed so far indicated that this will be a viable project?
So very quickly, the what you saw in this 20-year needs assessment, the most detailed document ever, much more detailed than every document ever done, is an evaluation neutrally of a lot of different projects that people are advocating for. The BRT fared pretty strongly in that discussion. It's premature to talk about what will and won't be in the capital program proposal. We're supposed to give that, put that on the table in October. And obviously that is financially constrained. But I do know this: if we fall behind by letting the $15 billion of congestion pricing go, and we start to roll down the hill back towards the summer of hell in 2017, when the system fell apart because we hadn't been investing in it, we won't be talking about new projects. But if we are, that project is exciting. And part of it is, like I said before, it gets more transit out of an existing right-of-way. Doesn't require only building a new tunnel. That's a plus.
Okay. Hey, look, well, that's something that's very important to us, and we got strong support from our communities on it. So look forward to hearing more about it in the future, and hopefully we can get it in the 5-year capital plan. A few years ago, we passed legislation related to the MTA mentorship program. Wanted to see what the current status of the program is, how it's been going, and can you shed some light on
The
that?
small business mentoring program?
Yeah, the MTA, correct.
Listen, this is the small business mentoring program is the way we take very small, mostly construction businesses, overwhelmingly, minority businesses, and try to help them both with training and also the opportunity to work on small projects to grow their capacity so they can move into competition for the bigger jobs. You see, I talked before about us doing $1 billion plus of small minority business projects every year. If we can build the market, that's more people from those minority, women-owned, and disadvantaged communities that can get into the benefit from the MTA capital program. So we use that as a path to growing new companies and new opportunities. We did about 70 plus small business projects last year, hit our goal, and we're going to continue to grow that program.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Your turn.
Thank you very much. And we will next hear from Senator Matera the ranker on transportation or authorities? Thank you. What are you the ranker on?
Ed Bouchard.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It's great seeing you
Nice seeing you.
and everybody here on the panel. And I just want to thank, CEO Chair Jano for taking these questions, and you answer everything very, very well. And I just want to commend and thank Will Schwartz for doing a great job on Long Island with all Suffolk County elected officials and being accessible all the time, even with me, answers the phone right away, which Will, I thank you for that. Lawrence Aviation is very, very important to site. It's moving forward to make sure that the MTA will be securing this property. And my thoughts again, we've talked about this again, that, great, we get the property, there it is, we have electrification, hopefully down the future, please, no battery trains, no Band-Aid fixes here. Please, can you, I know, have an idea of when do we have a little bit of an idea that this could happen? Are you happy about the property that was securing it with the MTA, Suffolk County?
First of all, you've been a great leader on this issue, and I just want to acknowledge the spirit of collaboration. I spoke to County Executive Romaine yesterday on my way up and just touched base with him. The reason that site that you mentioned is important is it is the best opportunity to create a yard. And a yard is the precondition. We see this on the different branches again and again. A yard is a precondition for the possibility of growing service. So it is the necessary first step. So we have focused, as you and the town and others brought it to our attention, on the possible acquisition of that site. There's an agreement. It's being subject to all the lawyering, and there's all kinds of little issues. We're going to keep working at it and try to move forward as best we can. I don't know everything about those specifics, but I do know that we have an agreement in principle, and we're collaborating with all the other agencies to try to work through the remaining issues.
Well, and again, I thank you. We know how important it is. We care about the environment and electrification with these old diesel trains. So again, please, no battery trains. Let's go and do it the right way the first time. I got a lot of, questions and asked about, obviously, the congestion pricing. People are frightened to ride the trains. They really are. They're going into Penn Station. We need to do a better job when you arrive into Penn Station with the homeless situation. Can you please elaborate on what's being done? And
listen, you and I should take a walk together through Penn, because I'm actually pleased with the progress that's been made. It's no secret there was some elected officials held a press conference 2 years ago about how Penn didn't feel welcoming and safe, and there's been a ton of police activity to change that. The MTA leads this interagency group. There's Amtrak police and so on. We think we've made a lot of progress on Penn. I want to take a walk with you so you feel that as well.
Well, I received photos, just so you know, of the homeless. That's again, I feel sorry. I just would we have homeless shelters and everything like that. What are we doing to have the homeless go into the homeless shelters?
I mean, our police officers work closely with the social service agencies to get folks. That is no place for someone to shelter or to spend that. They need to get into services and treatment in some cases, and we're aggressive about taking action on that. One of the advantages of Penn is with that brand new concourse, it feels much wider open and much less cramped and creepy and disturbing. And we're seeing Senator Matera, the passenger surveys are showing a much higher level of confidence and customer satisfaction in Penn than in the past. I want to take that walk with you.
All right, let's do some better advertising then to show the confidence. I don't see that. And actually, I was at a meeting. Please get it out there. Please. Commercials, do something so people feel comfortable to ride our rail systems. I know, and my colleagues did an amazing job speaking about the fare evasion, stuff like that. Did anybody look into Switzerland and South Korea? Their fare evasions, what they have done to put a system in place that's been working? Have we been looking over to other countries or other places that this issue is happening? Because
you're absolutely right. We need to look at technology. We need to look at management, but we also need to work on educating New Yorkers, and that starts with kids in school who are routinely, I see it all the time, they have a Metro card in their pockets that's given to them by the school. We have all these DOE Metro cards, and yet they jump the turnstile or go through the gate with pals. We have to get those kids at that moment and educate them about. And one of the ideas we're working on is getting them onto Omni because they've all got their phones, and make it easy so they don't have this separate fare medium of the Metro card. So we're going to get it on the phone, get it on and we're working with Chancellor Banks and the DOE to educate those kids and make sure they don't get criminalized by having fare evasion misjudgment.
Well,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Member Simone, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. How you doing, Jano? I have three questions. What effect has planning for congestion pricing had on the MTA's capital plan? Increasing accessibility by prioritizing elevators on 23rd Street, where of the 5 stations along that street, only one has an elevator on Park Avenue South, and to greatly improve ridership, particularly on 8th Avenue, which is near one of the largest NORCs. And secondly, recent train derailments have raised concerns, clearly. What measures is the MTA taking to assure present and future riders of the safety and reliability of the system, especially as we want to attract new transit riders after congestion pricing begins, which I'm a big supporter of, congestion pricing. And thirdly, how would proposals to increase housing production near transit stations impact the MTA, and how is housing growth studied in relation to future operational and capital costs?
Okay, you asked a few questions. I'll start with the ADA. Never before has the MTA built accessibility as fast as we're doing right now. Yesterday, the Rudin Center came out with a report, and they lauded what we have been doing because we picked up the pace. It's 4 times the prior pace. We did 27 stations since 2020. No one's ever done anything that fast. We got 41 under construction right now. We're going to finish 70 as part of this capital program. We settled the litigation with the disability groups, which has been of long standing. And what we committed to do, what they wanted, they said, just keep going at this pace. That's what the disability community does. So the selection of stations is done with a lot of different variables. We should go talk about the specific stations that you have in mind, but it is done neutrally to make sure that people are no more than 2 stations away from an ADA accessible station. There's a lot of input from the disability groups. There's looks at ridership and so on, but we ought to talk about the stations. I know that Penn South station is one of the biggest NORCs around. So let's talk about that. Second question, the question about housing production. Listen, we have the capacity. New York is the housing growth that has been talked about at the state level, at least the city portion of it. We have plenty of room in the system to accommodate that. And especially with the improvements to signaling and the capacity growth we can accomplish without building new subway lines, which we're doing some of. So I'm not concerned about that. What we're doing is in the suburbs where we have great big parking lots, we are working with the executive on, are there opportunities for taking a portion, for example, and building structured parking like we did in Westbury or like we did in Harrison, so that you keep the amount of parking, but then you have a site to do a massive housing expansion. That's the model that we're pursuing.
Thank you.
It's working very well, and we're seeing other opportunities on Long Island Railroad, Metro North Territory. But I ran out of time to answer your third question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more time. But you can always respond in writing, and we'll share it with everyone because we want all your answers.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator John Liu.
Yeah. So we'll get to I promise, Mr. Simone, we'll get to the derailments at some point. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the MTA team for joining us this morning. How are we doing on the 2024 capital plan, meaning 2020 to 2024 capital plan? It's 2024.
Yeah, so you know this well. I said in my testimony we did an average of $9 billion a year in contract commitments. It would have been over $10 billion if we hadn't had a delay due to congestion pricing of that $2 billion A-train resignaling project. I am, really burned about this.
Well, all right. Let me be a little quicker here. I think your chief financial officer had given me the heads up before this hearing that you're $30 billion contracted out of the $54 billion.
Yeah.
So what has been contracted?
Well, we can go through it. It's a ton of ADA stations, zero
Okay, the
emission.
88 stations which were just shy of $10 billion.
Okay.
What about bus procurement? How many buses have we gotten out of the 2,500 new buses that were supposed to be bought?
I'm gonna have to give you an IOU on specific numbers, but there's
Well, I'm not asking for an exact number. Like how roughly the MTA was supposed to buy 2,500 new buses. Did we buy 500 new buses? Did we buy 2,000 new buses? Did we buy any new buses?
we have bought new buses. Do you want to talk about
Yeah. We certainly bought new buses, and we'll get you the exact number, but we are spending, respectfully, we're spending lots of money.
The
on
reason
buying
I
new
asked about the
buses and
buses,
infrastructure to ensure that those new buses that are
Yeah,
electric in particular.
the reason why I asked about the buses is there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of attention put on buses. I mean, your testimony so far has focused on really important things: the subways, the commuter rails, but very little mention of bus service, which is clearly needed in large parts of the city, particularly in what are called the outer boroughs or the better boroughs, as Chair Conley likes to talk about them. There needs to be more attention paid on buses.
Yeah. So the one thing I would say is that unlike prior MTAs, when we said we were going to redesign the entire bus system of Queens, which serves more people than virtually any other county in the United States, we said we wouldn't constrain it by cost. We're going to spend more money on it, and we've done that in collaboration with the community in an unprecedented way that was acknowledged by Borough President Donovan.
Let's use the Queens bus redesign as an example.
Good.
I mean, how much more resource are you putting into bus service in
20
Queens
to
as an
30
example?
million a year.
$30 million more
20 to 30 a year. It hasn't
in
been
operating
fine.
the buses.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good start. And then how is the free bus program doing? How is the ridership on the free bus program? The bus pilots.
Like I said, it's sort of premature to
need more,
to
6
enact.
more months?
It's more. No, you gave us 6 more months.
Okay.
And we're going to give you the answer in the exact
Thank
time
you.
frame and process that you laid out for us.
My 3 months, my 3
Thank
minutes
you.
out. Can you send me a letter about how many buses have been procured so far?
Hey,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you, sir. The next member to ask a question is Member Alvarez.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my understanding that the MTA will be surveying riders on the fare-free routes about the quality of life. Is this true? What questions are being asked?
Yeah, we absolutely will be surveying our riders. I think in the legislation that you all passed, we're specific about finding out sort of who our riders are taking that free bus, why they are. Are they new riders? Are they taking more trips, or is it just their normal trip? And then are there fare evasion impacts, as was asked by one of your colleagues on other routes as well? So we'll be both getting qualitative and quantitative data. As the chair mentioned, we're required to run that pilot up to 6 to 12 months. We are in month 4.5, I think, right now, or 5. So we still have some data left to collect.
You mentioned, Mr. Chairman.
Shanifa Riera runs customer service. We do major surveys of the entire system twice a year, and slightly smaller ones every month. So we're in the customer survey business every day, all day.
You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that the city ticket has been successful and increased accessible and ridership, right? Do you have a specific breakdown by station for how the city ticket program is being utilized, specifically in the Bronx?
Can you clarify? I didn't understand it.
Yeah, you mentioned today, right, that the city ticket has been successfully increased, right?
Yes.
Do you have a breakdown by station, specifically in the Bronx?
I don't have a breakdown by station, but what you're talking about, thank you for mentioning it, is that we have in effect cut the fare for in New York City commuter rail travel, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, by about more than a third, close to 40%. So people are paying $5 to ride. They're saving a lot of time, and we're seeing a lot of uptake. But we'll give you station by station breakdown.
Thank you. So how often does the MTA inspect the infrastructure?
Depends on what type of infrastructure, Rich?
Yeah. So at least for New York City Transit, we walk all the track at least twice a week. It's a federal railroad standard. So that is applicable to the railroads, but in New York City Transit, we've adopted that. For other switch points or others that are used more frequently, we will also inspect them more frequently, but it's at least twice a week for our track.
Are those infrastructure inspections available for the public?
Are they the actual inspection reports are available to the public, or
Yeah, the report, the special report.
No, we don't provide inspection reports available to the public. No.
Okay. So in May 2023, I have 15 more seconds. The New York State Controller report that the New York State funds that we, the legislature, appropriate will create an open door for the NTA to reach debt and building a stronger future budgets. Has this been the case? Where can the MTA do better?
Many ways, but I'll have to answer you another time.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Senator? Perfect.
Senator Siegel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see everyone this morning. I want to echo my colleague, Assemblymember Simone's request for a timeline for the 23rd Street elevator project that we hope we can get on the books. But I want to ask you about the congestion pricing lawsuit against New York by New Jersey. As you know, we called out the judge who had political conflicts in that case and forced him to recuse himself. And now I think it's flipped to at least 3 other judges at this point. You know, it was Governor Murphy himself who said he would fix New Jersey Transit or die trying. Can you give us an update and what your understanding is at this point of regarding New Jersey's lawsuit?
Yeah, well, Phil Murphy said he was going to fix New Jersey Transit if it kills him, and I'm not sure if he's not dying, and I'm not even sure if he's trying. Listen, New York and New Jersey are not that different. We have 80%, both of us have transit commuters. You and the governor have invested in transit. We have a robust capital program, and you took on that fiscal cliff last year, and the rest of the country is just waking up to the fact the operating budget deficits in New Jersey, they have not addressed it. So it is disappointing that a governor that prided himself on Al Gore's endorsement and has left New Jersey Transit unfunded for reasons we don't fully understand. 30 plus New Jersey environmental organizations have come in an amicus brief supporting the MTA and the federal government against New Jersey's own lawsuit. And instead of investing in transit for reasons none of us understand, they've got a $2 billion turnpike widening project that will just pump more cars to the Holland Tunnel, which has no more capacity. So they're creating a big old parking lot on their side of the river. This is a mystery. The substance of the lawsuit is kind of frivolous, honestly. This black letter law that a 4,000-page, 4-year environmental study is approved by the federal government is a pretty strong case in that. And the constitutional stuff that they're trying to add is kind of frivolous. How can they toll the New Jersey Turnpike and the Garden State Parkway, collect 40% of that money from out-of-staters, but we can't toll our own roads? That's a fundamental sovereignty issue. I hope the legislature recognizes.
Thank
so
you.
We're disappointed.
I hope one of my colleagues asks about the New York Post report that shows that Penn Station fixes could avoid the $17 billion expansion if the transit agencies actually worked together. I'd like your comment. Maybe Senator Krueger will be asking that.
He'll have to follow up with you in writing after the hearing, Senator. Thank you.
Member Gilio.
Good morning. So the Hampton Jitney is a private bus company in my district that transports 500,000 passengers a year to and from New York City. Right now, the rate is $40 for a one-way ticket. I'm concerned that the cost of congestion pricing tolls will add significant costs to the company, which will then be passed on to those who use this bus service for transportation. So my question for you is, isn't it true that those riding buses are already doing their part to reduce congestion in New York City? number one. And, each Hampton Jitney trip has the potential to take more than 50 cars off the road. Studies have repeatedly shown that motor coaches are the most fuel efficient, least carbon polluting form of mass transit per passenger. So why are they now going to be forced to pay extra?
Okay, so the process the legislature set up called for us to have a third-party board develop these toll structure proposals, and what they said is all mass transit buses would qualify for an exemption. I don't know if the Hampton Jitney technically has been included in that. I'll look into it. But the recommendation was, I think, to do what you are talking about, which is to have buses that are functioning as mass transit be exempt from the congestion pricing toll. That I don't know whether in the discussions that have taken place so far, a private operation to a luxury destination like the Hamptons it has been determined to be a mass transit bus within the definition. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, because I believe it was only for bus companies that have contracts with the municipalities or with government agencies. So if they don't have a specific contract for that trip into New York City, then they're saying that the way it reads right now, they would not be exempt. So it would be good to get clarification in the budget for those exemptions, especially with the governor's proposal in the state of the state to provide housing around around train stations, which could become a severe parking problem if all of these riders, 500,000 a year, are forced to park at the Ronkonkoma hub and then take the train into the city. And there are many housing proposals around that hub, as you are aware.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll look into it. But I think we both understand that the goal we heard from this TMRB was, let's make sure that mass transit buses are exempt. I don't know about the Hamptons bus, whether that's in the same category. We'll look into it.
And how are collections with ADLs going for people that are riding the train that do not have a ticket, that do not have identification?
The short answer, because time's running out, is lousy, which is why we're changing the system. We're changing the system to give real summonses for people who fare evade on the commuter rail.
Senator?
Thank you, Senator Julia Salazar.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. So my understanding is that the MTA was only able to spend $6 billion total on capital projects in 2022. How does this compare? And I understand you mentioned in your testimony that MTA is rolling out capital projects faster than ever before, and that's great. But how does that compare to progress that was made on MTA capital projects in 2023?
So what happened was, and you all know this, we had to slow down the capital program during COVID because we didn't know if we were going to have to cannibalize the capital program to keep the lights on, the service running. This was all done very openly. So the result was that we had fewer projects underway than we would have otherwise. The first year and a half of the current capital program was suppressed because of COVID and that uncertainty. Once we knew we were getting the money from Washington and we could spend the capital program like crazy, off we went. That's the answer. We spent mostly federal money, which was a smaller part than we would have liked. We didn't spend the state money as much.
Were you able to increase spending on capital projects?
So
in
what happened, I'm going fast, is we ramped up quickly, which is why we're having the last couple of years we've had $9 billion a year on average. We would have been, as I said, closer to 11, but for some of the congestion pricing related suppression of projects.
Thank you. And I know you spoke already about the zero emission hydrogen fuel cell buses. How exactly does the MTA track and report on its progress when it comes to achieving climate and environmental goals?
Well, but what we've done is, in addition, let's just all stipulate that mass transit is the antidote to climate change. It's counterintuitive, but New York region is the greenest urban area in the United States because we're a mass transit region. But we also have made a commitment to, by 2040, 85% reduction in our operating climate change impacts. and to become that much more efficient. So we can track our progress on that goal. I'll have to get back to you in the specifics. Rich, anything you want to add on that? That's what we're doing. We're using cleaner materials. We're using different technologies, all in an effort to reduce our operations impact on the climate.
Great. And in the environmental assessment for congestion pricing, there were projections of just in certain communities increased truck traffic, right? Not overall, of course, but increased impact on certain communities. And discussion of a mitigation plan to try to address that. How is the coordination of that mitigation plan going or anticipated to go? And is there a status update that you could give us on that?
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry.
I'll have to get back to you.
At the break.
Okay. Boris?
First of all, I just want to thank you for running pilots, whether that's the fair gates or the fixed fences. Study after study shows when government does small pilots and learns from them and then changes it, it saves money in the long run, even if it comes with social media embarrassment. And I want to thank you for doing that and encourage you to keep doing it in the future. On the fixed fences, which again we talked about last year, you committed to looking at. Now we have a pilot out, so thank you for that as well. How will you be evaluating that pilot? What sort of metrics are you looking at, and when could we expect results?
Yeah, thank you. So I think a few things. We're picking stations where we have significant camera coverage, so we can observe, passenger behavior. So passenger behavior will be one. We'll obviously be doing surveys, as the chair mentioned. We do monthly surveys with subway customers, small amount, and then pretty deep dives every 6 months to see what folks are saying. The goal is to make folks feel safer, right? And to do it very quickly. I think our ambition for platform screen doors, while we still have, is much more technically complicated and clearly more expensive. So if this works, I would expect, that we'd be able to roll it out in a number of other stations. But right now our commitment is 4 stations. We've done the one. I think Clark Street is being installed this weekend.
Sorry, if I could just move on, but
sure.
The perception of safety being the main metric.
Yeah, that's the real goal, is that people feel safer on the platforms.
Great. So you rightly point out in your testimony, we shouldn't judge this MTA by the old MTA. Your team provided a great cost containment study comparing what the MTA is doing versus other countries, which was really helpful, and I encourage you as much as possible what you can put out there. There were a number of really useful metrics: ADA accessibility cost per station, cost per track mile, cost per power station, per rider. Was that a one-time study, or do you regularly track those over time?
We don't right now. To be honest, that was a one-time study to try to do what I was saying before. Is let's stop talking about East Side Access, which was designed when George Pataki and Al D'Amato were making decisions about the MTA's future, and start to show what we're doing now. But it's a legitimate point. We can continue to provide those on a regular basis.
That would be super helpful. Whatever you could do and follow up on of how that's changed would help us just make the point that, hey, cost containment is going in the right direction. So thank you. And then lastly, I want to follow up on Assemblymember Simone's question on ADA accessibility. I know you said the disability community is saying go at the same speed. My mom has multiple sclerosis. I know many in the disability community not saying go at the same speed, but instead, I want this a lot quicker.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job accelerating it. Could you commit, if you got all the funding that we're talking about, central business tolling, to move it from 2055 to a little bit sooner?
Well, let's look at it together. If you want to discuss this, if we're serious about it, we'll take a look at it. I mean, we have to manage the number of outages and the impacts to service as well as everything else. So let's talk about it. But we want to keep up that commitment, and if we can go faster, that's great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You. Still not on. If you're sitting at one of the chairs without a microphone, if people, usually who are on near the ends on either side, would get up, let you use their chair while you ask your question, and then you can trade back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. As you know, I represent the Hudson Line, which is an incredibly important part of the MTA region. And with the increase of severe storms that we've seen, there's, I think, been an uptick in the need for resiliency and reconstruction. I thank you for always the quick attention to that matter on the Hudson Line, but I'd love to know how much money is dedicated for resiliency, especially on the lines that are right next to the Hudson River.
Honestly, what we did in the first phase of resiliency was focused on coastal surge. You know, after we all learned from Superstorm Sandy, we spent $7 billion protecting the things that were most subject to coastal surge. But now because of this crazy weather events, again, and the continuing impacts of climate change, we know the threats are more than just coastal surge. It's torrential rainfall, it's extreme heat, it's sea level rise, and the Hudson Line is in the crosshairs. So if you look through this very substantial 20-year needs assessment backed up by the big old appendix, the resiliency gets its own treatment, and Hudson Line again and again is the highlight. In the next capital program, we have to find a way to address, because the Hudson Line is steps from the river, and meantime the embankments are steep, and the torrential rainfall keeps creating mudslides, and we're losing the Hudson Line. We got to do it.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. You say in the next capital plan, what would that look like? Can you give, I mean, what is a scale, or what's a need, or what's the plan?
I'm not ready to talk about the dollars, but you have to, you're talking about basic structure. This is not a matter of messing around with ballast in the track. You're talking about something along the lines of maybe even necessarily as ambitious as what they're doing on the East River Park, where you have to raise the level and stabilize. We also have to go out and look at all those privately owned embankments and slopes to see if they're being properly maintained. That seems to have been one issue in one of those mudslides. So unfortunately, we had to get really good at cleaning them up. I just want credit for the Metro North personnel and the C&D personnel who keep restoring service on a dime. But in the meantime, we need a strategy for attacking this problem. It's not going away.
Thank you. No, and they've been great, and the attention to the matter is quick and swift. And I think, harkens back to the importance of that line and the connection that we have for our region. So just to be clear, I mean, I think we're going to need a significant investment. I mean, just even for the Hudson Line itself to make sure that can continue to run, because without it, the line will be out of service in a very short period of time. Is that fair?
I can't project when mudslides are going to happen, but we all know that this is a must do. This is a must do. Along with investments in other parts of Metro North, I want to say Senator Mayer's in my eyesight and others. There's fundamental structure on Metro North that needs to be attacked.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly.
Member Shimsky, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And yes, Chairman, we're going to be tag teaming on the Hudson Line issues.
Right.
As you know, we are already having short-term issues with retaining wall integrity along the entire line, pretty much. We're looking at a point where the line we can predict will be underwater, certainly in my adult children's lifetimes. How are we envisioning the process to get the short-term and the long-term needs planned out and put in the capital plan? What's the time frame, not just on what we have to do, but on the planning process itself? And can we take some of that 3% in cost savings and invest in a really robust and prompt planning process to make sure that we can save the Hudson Line?
So let me assure you, if you look at the document, there's no single project that in the resiliency area that gets more attention than the Hudson Line. So the work is already going on. The planning team that produced this incredible piece of work is actually engaged in what you want, what you're asking about, which is what are the initial investments we need to do? What is the phasing strategy? In the meantime, we need to continue to invest in the Hudson Line because our friends west of Hudson are subject to crummy New Jersey Transit service on the Port Jervis and the Pascack Valley line, and we need the Hudson Line also to be able to accommodate them. Chairman Zabrowski is not here now, but he and I have talked about the need to make sure that people can go to Irvington and North White Plains and use those stations from west of Hudson as well.
Okay, as I said, there's nothing more important than trying to keep our our train system running. And to that point, one of the new things that people are talking about in terms of infrastructure is fix it first,
Yeah.
which means before we start expanding, we make sure that everything else is in good shape. Where are we in terms of basic maintenance with things like tracks, elevators, stations, and so on?
Well, again, I'm not going to go through item by
Yeah.
item, but that's all enumerated, literally system by system, how much of those systems are in poor or marginal condition. You know, I'm not going to go through it, but the one thing that I'm seeing is fundamental structure in some of the Metro North territory. The platforms, 25, 30 years ago, they built hollow core platforms, which are being compromised. There's a lot of structural, a lot of concrete spall. We can't spare the platforms. We can't spare the track. We can't spare the signals. That's why 80% of our capital program is and must remain state of good repair, on top of all the good stuff we want to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's amazing how fast 3 minutes is.
Oh.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for being here today. You know, I represent Rockland County, and Rockland County residents have always felt like they're the redheaded stepchild of the MTA, and I'll explain why. You know, County Executive Ed Day, Assemblyman Zabrowski, now Congressman Lawler, we always talk about the value gap, right? The $40 million value gap, as we call it, the amount of taxes and revenue that Rockland residents send up to the MTA versus the services that we get. You know, we don't have a one-seat ride into New York City, which is extremely frustrating. And then we see the congestion pricing plan coming into effect. And, you know, we have a lot of middle-class residents. We have a tremendous amount of cops, firefighters, school teachers, senior citizens who go to see their doctors in the city. You know, people that can't afford and frankly can't, due to their scheduling, can't take the train into the city because, you know, being a cop or a firefighter or a teacher, you know, they're in the city and coming out of the city at different times. And for far too long, the services out of Rockland have been really inconsistent, unreliable, and obviously, as mentioned earlier by my colleagues here, they've been unsafe, you know, especially when you get into the city, whether it's real or perceived. And I know you indicated that a lot of the crime has gone down in the city areas, and I'll take you at that word, and I hope that's the case. And if so, I hope that trend continues. But what we as Rocklanders see on TV every day and experience going into the city is still an unsafe ride into the city. So I would like you to just maybe speak to what I talked about, and speak to the fact of, are there any plans in the future, in the foreseeable future, to improve the lines and improve the stations in Rockland County, knowing that we're going to have this congestion pricing that's going to go in, and we still have that, not a one-seat ride into the city. So I know I've explained a lot, but maybe you can address this.
Understood. And listen, we're acutely sympathetic to the fact that the Rockland County, the services that are west of Hudson, I just talked about it, Port Jervis and Pascack Valley Line are not first-class services. It's run by New Jersey Transit. I don't want to throw them under the bus more than I already have, but that it's not where we would want our customers to be, how our customers should be treated. We've been great supporters of, if they ever get done with the many billions on Gateway, that they do need to consider that Bergen Loop that would get a connection into New York City. And I've been a supporter of it, and I've advocated for making sure that there is room kept in designs of a future Penn Station for additional direct service from those west of Hudson lines. In the meantime, you've heard me say it, we really want to improve connections from Rockland and west of Hudson into the Hudson line, and we can talk more about it because we are passionate about that connection.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Simon. Joanne? We're going to have to go to member slip. Oh, there she is.
She's just getting her seat.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joanne.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You caught me mid-tweet about the G train.
Between what?
It just so happens. So thank you very much for your testimony, Chair Lieber. I have a question for you, a couple of questions for you, but One is about congestion pricing, and if the proposed fares go through the way they are, how will the MTA mitigate the likely pathfinding through the neighborhoods to go over the Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges, which will have a lower toll than the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel?
Okay. So, because time is so short, I'm just going to say the incentive for toll shopping under the structure that's proposed by the TMRB will be reduced. So, and no, it is. Numerically,
No,
it's cut in half, right?
it's
So,
reduced, but
no, it's significantly reduced. And we're going to be cutting the number of cars that are coming to New York. So I respectfully, I don't, I don't think it's a guarantee that there's going to be more traffic through the neighborhoods. You and I are both Brooklynites. I don't think that with a reduced incentive and a reduced number of cars, which is what's projected and intended, that there necessarily will be more impact on the neighborhoods. But you and I are going to talk about this and look at it, and there's going to be statistical evaluation up the wazoo.
thank you. The other question I have is, as you know, we have a significant problem with subway flooding, and certainly in my district that happens quite frequently. What is the MTA doing to work with the city with regard to the sort of sewer capacity and the fact that things just bubble up?
Yeah, I so
And out.
appreciate it. Look, the MTA system pumps 14 million gallons of water every day on a dry day, and on these torrential rain days, is pushing 20 million gallons of water. So we have a great, system for clearing water out of the subway. The problem, and we also are working very closely with the city to close up all the nooks and crannies of how water gets in. Obviously, it starts with making sure that drains are clear and that the equipment for pumping is spread around to the right places and so on. We do that very, very well. But at the end of the day, when you have a major water reservoir being created, it's because the city sewer system can't release water quickly enough, and we are urging them to find ways to do that. Even specific locations like your neighborhood, like the west side of Manhattan, some of Tony Simone's subway stations, which chronically fill up with water because the storm sewer system of the city, we want them to push the water out and get some mechanical support for moving the water out of the system.
Well, sign me up to help.
Yeah.
And also a question about, can we get a York Street repair in the capital plan? Very important issue, York Street, because we have one staircase, as you know.
I know all about it, but I ran out of time. We'll have to take that one offline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ramos? Oh.
Buenos dias.
About casino revenue that's slated to begin in 2026, and whether we're still on pace for that or if there have been any delays.
Kevin?
Sure. We do have the casino revenues planned for 2026. MTA doesn't control that process, and the state gaming commission, I know, put out answers to all the questions, and there's
Well, the second round
work
of
being done.
questions is going to be expected to be done by the end of the month.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And my understanding is that the RFPs are expected to be received for the 11 proposers sometime by maybe the end of the year, early next year.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's an interesting timeline. Let me ask now, during the last budget hearing, I expressed my concern that MTA bathrooms were still closed, and you shared with me recently that there's been progress on this front. Can you share how many are operational and what your plan is to make more operational in the future?
Rich?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So, Senator, I don't have the exact number at the top of my head. I think we have about 100. I'm sorry?
88.
88 bathrooms?
They're done.
The 88 bathrooms, and I think it's actually more. Maybe I haven't informed the chair of that. We have a few more left that require, let's just say, a lot of tender loving care, which we are implementing now. We wanted to make sure that the bathrooms were clean and welcoming to our customers. I would say in my tour of them last year, that was not the case. So we're really trying to be mindful of that. And then, as you know, to protect our workers and make sure they're clean, they're open for 12 hours. We close them for 1 hour in the midday so our employees can get in there and clean them. In terms of the future, we'll look to see, but our commitment was to reopen all that were closed during COVID, and that's our focus. We're pretty close.
And which ones are the most popular?
Which ones are the most popular? I have not followed the door meter as of late, but I think Flushing in particular in Queens is one of the most popular.
I think it's a question you know the answer to.
Exactly.
It's 74th Street Roosevelt.
It's
Center.
74th Street Roosevelt. That's right. Okay, let's switch gears to the two recent train derailments and the tragic death of a transit worker. I want to ask how the MTA is actively addressing safety concerns in the aftermath of those incidents.
Yeah, I mean we're active, Senator, for a couple things. I mean, one is
20 seconds.
20 seconds. So for the track worker working close with the NTSB, who's working with us on that. Happy to talk to you offline on that one. The first derailment was actually a collision of two trains. One was taken out of service because it had been vandalized. We make that move about 10 times a day. And so we need to get into that specific issue, and I'm happy to talk offline about the slow
Thank
speed
you.
derailment.
Is it possible to sign up for a second round?
Thank you.
Sorry, no, there are no more rounds. Sorry.
Nope. Member Slater, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Chairman, for being here and for all your hard work. Looking forward to seeing the Brewster Yard campus continue to move forward. I know that your agency has been fantastic with that. I represent Northern Westchester and Putnam County. And like Senator Weber said before, what I hear most from my constituents are concerns surrounding congestion pricing. And I know I only have a few minutes, so I just want to try to get some of these questions out of the way as quickly as I can. Right now, is there a plan that is being considered for exceptions for police officers who commute into New York City?
That was not recommended by the TMRB. They recommended no specific rifle shot for specific worthy populations because that would push up the toll for everybody. And they also thought it would just snowball and create more and more arguments.
So nothing for police, nothing for New York City firefighters, nothing for municipal workers. My next door neighbor works for New York City Sanitation. So he will not receive an exemption because he's simply going to work.
Remember that 80+% of the folks in Westchester are taking mass transit. So the exclusive focus on folks who drive to the central business district, I just think is misplaced, honestly. But the answer is no. There are no special treatment exemptions that have been proposed for any one group of worthy population. What there is, what you all said, there's a disability exemption and there is a low income. So if any of those folks that you're talking about qualify for low income, and of course municipal workers who work off hours will have the benefit of it only being $3.75 in the overnights.
And when you're implementing or planning on implementing congestion pricing, and we read articles like yesterday in Newsday, there was one about how there is an estimated 224,000 MTA tolls per month that are being dodged from fake and obstructed license plates. How are we going to avoid that type of gap with congestion pricing when we're currently seeing it in the system right now?
Well, we've actually brought down the number of unbillable transactions by doing everything, by making sure that the cameras pick up the license plates, that there are no duplicates, that the system people get the right bills, the right system. So we brought that down the number of unbillables. The one area that's going up is people covering their plates, which is why the governor has proposed a regimen in the law that focuses on that creates real penalties if you're trying to defraud the public by covering your plate. And especially since we're seeing people who are rolling around in Porsches who are doing owe the public $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, we're going to come down. We did twice as many interdictions on our bridges and tunnels as we did the year before, and we're going to keep at it because that is a fundamental unfairness.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Get that light on. Senator Gonzalez.
Hi. Yes. I'll give her the 7 seconds back.
Oh, now we got it. Okay, great.
Hello. Good
Hello,
morning.
Senator.
Definitely appreciate your time being here, and I'm excited about a lot of the improvements that you mentioned. As a strap hanger my whole life, definitely will be impacted in a 3-borough district. But today I wanted to talk a little bit more about fare evasion because in your statement you mentioned that it's the single biggest threat to the health or fiscal health of the MTA. So in the last year, has fare evasion gone up, down, or has it stagnated?
So it's premature for us to get, we do this with a sort of more and more specific sampling methodology. So I can't tell you exactly how it's gone the year. But when I made a speech about it 2 years ago, it was going up fast. And last year it was, I think through the middle of last year, it was 700 million a year. So it is a mega problem that wasn't a mega problem a couple of years ago. A different scale of problem, I should say, a couple of years ago.
Got it. Yes. So it seems like that's similar to the number you gave last year, which I think was 690 million. So maybe it's increased a little or stagnated. But what has increased, of course, since last year is the investment in surveillance and policing of our subway systems. As you mentioned, we've had an increase in the number of cameras to over 60,000 across our system. We also have increased policing in subway systems, and reports show that last year alone, overtime for subway system policing for the NYPD went up from 4 million to 155 million. But that additional 150 million only resulted in 104,000 recovered from fare evasion. Is that correct?
Yeah, but when that point was made, it was misleading because it was as if all cops are doing with their overtime is fare evasion enforcement. That couldn't be less true. What they're doing is policing the system. We're not in the fare evasion is not our first priority. First priority is stopping crime. I mean, the NYPD is the executor, but for all of us, the priority is stopping crime and making riders feel safe. And you know what they tell us in every survey Shanifa does? What do they tell us, Shanifa?
We get feedback from customers all the time about the importance of seeing a uniformed police officer
Right.
with every survey that we do, whether it's our biannual customer count or our monthly pulse survey. But
Got it.
to sort of build on that, we also
Apologies, I only have 30 seconds left. I'm curious about your AI surveillance system. So you've implemented AI in 7 stations, expanding it to 30 to track subway riders. Are you planning on sharing that data with the NYPD? And can you commit that that system, which biometric surveillance systems have proven to be discriminatory, will you promise that there will be no increase in automated bias?
Well, we use AI, not we don't have any facial recognition technology. I think that's the key issue. What we're trying to do is to learn how riders are moving through the system and to serve them better and to have better operating systems.
Thank you,
That's
sir. Thank you.
I would say policing
Thank you.
doesn't make people
Thank you,
safer.
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Darling.
is that more or less?
Chairman and team, thank you for your work and being here. I represent Nassau County, and I want to go on record and say that many Long Islanders have shared with me that they are vehemently against congestion pricing and they feel financially targeted by this policy. Just wanted to go on record and say that. And in regards to the LIRR, I remember a time when I could transfer at Jamaica and the train was waiting right on the other side of the track for me, like clockwork. And recently I had 2 experiences where I waited 15 minutes for that connecting train, and one experience traveling from Albany where I had about 2 minutes to run up a flight of stairs with a suitcase and run across 3 tracks to catch the train. And I instantly thought about our New Yorkers with disabilities and how they would have had to miss that, and it would have been another 20 minutes added on to their trip in inclement weather. So I just wanted to share those experiences and ask, how does the MTA plan to continue address the issues that Long Islanders have concerns about, including, reliability and cost delays with this proposed budget?
Okay. I think what I tell you is we increased service by 41%, and all of a sudden, Long Island Railroad ridership in the last year has surged. It's gone up dramatically. So then we've also seen, yes, there was a shakeout period on the new schedule because we were providing so much more service that clearly, from an operational standpoint, it took a little while to get settled, but it has settled down. We have 95% on-time performance this year, and last year it was just a tad under 94. So we've gotten back to the kind of performance that we want. The connection issue, well, the idea is on the inbound, most people, if you're going to Grand Central, even if you're going to Penn or even Atlantic, there are such frequent trains that we're not trying to schedule timed connections anymore because you cannot run 900 trains if you're waiting in the station to make timed connections. On the outbound, though, the point that you make is legit, and we're trying to make sure that trains that operate infrequently towards the East End do have more robust connection period so that nobody gets left behind standing in Jamaica for an hour. So that is a work in progress. We've made progress on it, and we're going to keep at it.
Thank you. And just in regards to our New Yorkers with disabilities, like, I'm a very active person, so travel is very easy for me. But on a day where, say, I don't feel that active or someone did not have those same abilities, I do not feel like the Long Island Railroad has yet reached the level of accessibility that we would like to see.
Well, I'll just tell you that there's 110 stations out of 126 in the Long Island Railroad. No, 113 of 126 are accessible. There's 7 more that are under construction.
Okay.
They're in. Most of those are in Southeast Queens, and so we're getting pretty close to 100% ADA accessibility on the Long Island Railroad. I'm very proud of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Senator Mayer from Westchester.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. Quick question about the toll rebate under congestion pricing for those of you that use the Henry Hudson Bridge. When I voted for congestion pricing in 2019, my recollection is that Westchester, particularly southern Westchester drivers who use the Henry Hudson Bridge, would be given the rebate for the toll on the Henry Hudson Bridge. Now it appears it's limited to Bronx drivers exclusively. Nothing against Bronx drivers, but there's a whole lot of people from Yonkers, Mount Vernon, and southern Westchester who use it every day. Is there any opportunity to revisit that issue?
Respectfully, you guys are in control of that. We're implementing what was in the statute in the end. So you're welcome to raise it, but I'm certain that we're implementing the statute as written.
Well, we'll go back over the statute. I actually don't think the statute reflects those language.
Right.
I believe it is the understanding that occurred later, and I'm asking whether it can be revisited.
We're always open to discussions. As was reported earlier, the Attleboro Transportation Account is now finally, developing some capacity. So the legislature is, well within its rights to revisit what projects that money would be used for.
I think it was, just to be clear, it was done outside of the legislative process.
Yes.
To my recollection, I'm happy to revisit it, and I look forward to that.
And I misspoke. My team is telling me that it was not in the statute and there's another process. So I'll have to get on top of it.
Understood. I look forward to following up. Thank you.
Yes. Member Gallagher.
So nice to see you, Chairman. And I am a representative, as you know, of Northern Brooklyn. And we are along the most expanding housing corridor in the entire state. And we have a wonderful train that my district loves to ride. We are not afraid of the train. We love it. And we also support congestion pricing because we want this train to be upgraded. And that is the G train. And we are very grateful that the G train is currently getting new signals. But that is resulting in a really painful schedule, which I'm accepting because I know without pain, there can be no gain. But I want bigger gain from this shutdown because I see the G as the new lifeline for New York City activity because we are growing in Queens and we are growing in Brooklyn, and the G actually connects all of these. So we sent a letter to you. We just sent it this morning, so I'll give you a little preview. 22 of us are asking for you to expand the G back to Forest Hills like it used to be, which got cut in 2010, and to finally let our G train be an adult and grow to 10 cars instead of the 4 stubby little cars that we've had all these years. So I'm wondering,
Are you willing to seriously consider this and not brush it off? Because I'm telling you, the ridership is going to soar. Since we released this letter, I've gotten so many emails and texts saying, thank you. I used to be able to get to Queens in 10 minutes, and now I have to ride 3 trains and take 20 minutes or 30 minutes based on those trains. So can we turn this 6-week complete shutdown of our only train into the most expansive and amazing opportunity that Queens and Brooklyn have ever seen, even beyond the Interborough Express, which I'm also a big supporter of?
Okay. Yeah, this is a good question. So I'm thrilled that you recognize that a major signaling upgrade is going to happen, and the value of that to reliability. It also puts us in a position to run better service. Those decisions, I'm looking at my friend here, Mr. Davey. The operations plan, it has to be done on the stats. So you say, and I respect it, that the ridership growth and the housing growth warrants it. That is going to be those are going to be the criteria that will be used to figure out where to run more trains. We are, as you've heard from us, we're running more service on the G throughout the day, the weekends, and so on. We're going to look at what you asked for based on neutral criteria, and we're always thrilled to talk to enthusiastic subway riders like you.
Okay, thank you.
I want to see the letter also, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to
Senator
see it after
Purcell.
social media gets done with it. Yeah.
You know how we do things.
Senator Purcell.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. I'm looking forward to you coming for us to do the walkthrough in my district. I think MTA is tired of hearing me saying some of these things that I say to them. But I want to touch on something that the differently abled population in my community has been asking, and that's the Omni system. Why is it that in the paratransit system, they are not able to use the system? They still have to find cash when they call an accessoride. Can you tell us about that? And what will it take for the system to be added to paratransit?
Yeah, I mean, we're actively working on that, not only for our customers who use Accessoride or eHail, but for our customers, our student customers, for example. We need to continue to migrate folks onto Omni. Our expectation is we should be doing that this year. I believe actually we have a pilot coming soon, if not already, for some of our paratransit customers to ensure that they can use Omni. But we want to make sure that the Omni system, which I think, at least in my experience, has been one of those items we've implemented which customers love, to make sure that all of our customers get it. But paratransit customers are the top of the list next.
Okay, so you're starting a pilot this year. That's what you're saying.
A pilot certainly this year. Whether we're rolling it out to all paratransit customers, I'll have to get back to you with the exact expected date, but certainly piloting.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one of the free bus lines in my district, and I've seen the increase in ridership. So I'm waiting the results of your study to let us know, and for us to decide what else we're going to do for ridership across the city in terms of free service. Can you tell me also what is being done? I've taken the train in the past couple of months. Instead of driving into the city, I've taken the A train, the L train, and the number 4 train, and I have felt safe on the train. Some people may not feel that way, but for the most part, my constituents are telling me they're still feeling safe on the train. But how is the MTA conveying that to the larger population that the train is safe to ride?
So we are doing that in a number of ways. I mean, one of the component B that we have throughout the system is our use of our digital screens. So we have been running over the past couple months a safety count campaign, which really displays what the chairman is saying as far as current stats and crime rates, and showing the improvement, as well as working with President Davey with the use of station agents outside of the booth, who were, another great set of eyes and ears. So we're pushing that out to our customers.
Okay, thank you for that. And my final thing, please fix the BM2 bus system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Member Carroll, please.
Good morning, Chair Lieber, and thank you for your testimony. As you're aware, historically, our commuter railroads have received a disproportionate amount of capital and operating funding compared to the New York City Transit. With new funding streams like the payroll mobility tax, which exclusively taxes New York City businesses, and of course, congestion pricing, can you commit today that New York City Transit will receive its fair share of operating and capital funding going forward?
No, it's no secret to you that the allocation of capital among our different operators is historically involved the legislature and the board that has final approval. It includes the legislature. So that's not my commitment to make, but you've seen what we've been doing in terms of investing in New York City ridership, including making it a lot cheaper to ride the commuter railroads within the city of New York, taking advantage of some of that space that we now have on the system to get people to shorter commutes who are riding from commuter rail stations.
But Chair Lieber, I am correct that New York City businesses, New York City commuters, New York City residents pay the vast majority of the funding that goes to the MTA, and we receive a disproportionate amount of service and investment compared to the commuter railroads. Can you commit to changing that? It is the MTA that writes the 20-year capital needs assessment, not the state assembly and senate. It is the MTA that decides service improvements along our subways, our buses, and our commuter railroads. Can you commit to bringing parity to a system where New York City consistently pays above its weight? And I will tell you right now, I will agree with Senator Prasad. I take the subway every day. It is safe. I'm happy that we have congestion pricing, and my constituents will pay more of it than any of the suburban members' constituents. If they are convinced that the subways are dangerous and that New York City is now being gated off, well, so be it. We're paying for it. Will you commit to the people who are ready to pay for the system that we're going to provide equal amounts? I'm not asking to shortchange Long Island or the suburbs. I'm just asking for parity in funding and service.
It sounds reasonable. We've always emphasized within the scope of the capital budget that we're given, prioritizing making sure that subways and buses and commuter rail service within the city is great. We're very proud. You've heard about it at great length today, and we're not.
That's great. I will take that to the bank, and I want to agree with Assemblymember Gallagher. It is Brooklyn and other places that are going to end up building housing and are building housing. We should make sure that when we build that housing, the MTA is committed to increasing service commensurate with that population increase.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fernandez?
Thank you so much. I represent District 34, the East Bronx, which has parts of 95, Cross Bronx, and Hutchinson River Parkway. In one of the recent lawsuits on congestion pricing, it was highlighted that more congestion would be coming to the Bronx. So this is a big concern for me as my community has these major highways right through it. Do you agree that congestion and ridership will increase going through the Bronx when congestion pricing starts?
What the environmental study showed is using the worst case scenario, and we're obligated to do that under the environmental law. There was an increase between 100 and 400 trucks per day. And there was a specific mitigation plan proposed. And I'm not going to go through all of it, but one thing that's great is to replace those refrigeration units, which are diesel powered in the South Bronx. That by itself would offset the impact of those additional trucks. So we have complied with the idea of mitigating the impact that was identified for the Bronx, and we're going to work with everybody in the EJ community in the Bronx to make sure we get it done. We got their support with that commitment.
But you agree there will be more drivers coming through the Bronx?
You heard the way that the system has been addressed to offset that impact.
Okay. The OmniCard system, there's been concern with privacy protection, knowing that you could use a credit card for it. What has MTA done to protect identity theft and any other cyber attacks on our riders buying through credit cards?
You want to talk about that?
sure, I think we have a pretty robust cybersecurity program generally at MTA. We can get you more information specifically about that, but we're not tracking riders using credit card information at all. I think what we have heard and found from our customers is that they appreciate the ability to have, multiple channels to use, which is why we've seen now, I think Omni at about close to 50% of our subway customers use Omni on a daily basis without really any Omni machines out. We're starting to put those out now. So I think what we're hearing from our customers is they like it. It's a matter of convenience, and we haven't had any cyber issues as a result.
Okay. With the turnstile upgrades that we're looking at, you put a prototype, correct, of the new
it was
doors?
one experimental prototype. There was one available, and
How much does one experiment cost?
I don't know the answer offhand.
Well, I would like to know, because if we're going to continue to experiment, I think that's a cost on our system that
Absolutely.
we should avoid.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Member Seawright? Is she here? Okay. Member Salidi?
Hello.
Hello.
So last year we were in the same room and we talked about the train schedules and everybody's favorite line, the Port Washington branch, and advocating for better service. So I wanted to start this year with a compliment. The acting Long Island Railroad president, Robert Free, has been really great. When we had an issue with the schedules, again, he met with me, but more importantly, he listened to the hundreds of riders and what they had to say, and there was a change and we got it fixed, and I really appreciate that. So basically, what I was asking for last year is kind of what I'm asking for again this year. We still have a lot of work to do. The schedules still have some issues, and too many trains are still overcrowded. We continue to make fixes, but at the end of the day, we make fixes to the schedules. At the end of the day, we need more trains. With the promise of East Side Access, the commuters, we hoped we would see more trains, better service. And honestly, it really hasn't been the case for the Port Washington branch specifically, in part because of our space limitations. We need significant capital improvements, and I know you touched on that today. Unlike 10 years ago, the history. I believe the community and the locals are ready to make that investment and engage with you. Everyone was excited about East Side Access. Now that it's here, our work isn't over. So how do we get this into the capital plan? How do we get this done? Do you need, input from the riders? As you've seen, my constituents know how to mobilize. Tell me what you need to get this done.
I think the key is to work out an agreement that will allow us the use of to expand the yard. You and I are in total agreement. I think that the constraints on the yard space are what has prevented us from running more trains on the Port Washington line, and we got to solve that issue right away together. That's where the focus ought to be. The NIMBYism, you're right, has gone. That prevented that from happening in the past. Everybody recognizes that not expanding the yard was a huge mistake because it didn't give the PW line the benefit of all this additional capacity that we have now, thanks to Grand Central Madison.
Right.
And we got to attack it right away by solving that yard issue.
And this is, as you know, a very long-term project. So, while we're working on that, at the same on the same track or the next track over, really continue to work on fixing these schedules and making sure that it's, working for everybody. And we're not quite there yet, but I think we can get there. And certainly my commuters are ready and willing to tell you how they feel.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're seeing a lot of them at Grand Central Madison. The folks from North Shore.
Yeah, no, they made the switch. They're liking it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. As Senator Krueger had mentioned earlier, we're going to take a 10-minute break at this point in time so everybody can stretch out a little bit. So we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Make the clock 10 minutes per chair. Thank you so much. So, climate change. everything about climate change, in my opinion, at this point in life. And you have a commitment to moving forward with your own plan. And I'm just curious, where are we on that? There was recently a controller report saying that we're behind. I guess they did a risk assessment and implementation measures to address extreme weather conditions specific to the MTA and concern about preparedness and where you are in the time frame and the sort of goals that have been set out by you.
So, I'm not sure I'm on, but we work really closely with the state controller. But point of clarification there is there was no schedule for such a risk assessment to be done. So when people start muttering about delays, there was no schedule. But we have done this risk assessment, and so much of it is, I keep coming back to, is reflected in that very detailed report. Never been done before at this level of detail. Let's take a look at that and talk about specifics. So what's new in that report that maybe hadn't come before the body in the past is looking at all of the risks, all of the situations that climate change creates: extreme heat, torrential rainfall, sea level rise, as well as the coastal surge that Sandy taught us about. So new threats that are moving quickly, and I think we all got to find a way to deal with them in the next MTA capital program. That's the focus of that report.
And you're right, I didn't think there was a specific timeline. There was just a sense that climate's beating us to the punch, so to speak, or the problems from climate. Is there adequate funding within your next capital plan to address what you see as the critical priorities for remediation and improvements in your MTA system because of what's happening?
The envelope size of the next capital program has not been identified. Our purpose in doing that report was to raise everybody's understanding of the scale and seriousness and urgency of the threats. I think we provide that information. We're now doing prioritization and pricing of the various interventions that are called for by that report, and that will factor into the next capital program.
And I think that you've heard from a large number of people today already how crucial what you do is to every one of our communities in the 12 counties. And I know I represent the east side and midtown of Manhattan, and I sort of sometimes feel all of your riders come through my borough every day, and my district specifically. Perhaps they all don't, but it feels like that. So what you do is, top priority for the people in my district and all the businesses that people come to and all the places the tourists either come to or don't come to. So we are very, very conscious of making sure that you all have the tools to do everything you need, because frankly, if you don't have a system that works, it all falls apart, at least from my perspective here in Manhattan. So people have asked you a lot of concerns about congestion pricing. And people asked about the lawsuits, which I also don't really understand. But do you realistically think that you're going to be able to stay on schedule for starting?
The issue is the lawsuits. We have the infrastructure ready. We have the back office. I'm sure there will be imperfections, and we'll hear about them when they happen. But the contract is ready to go. We've planned this properly. The issue is, if we have legal uncertainty, we can't award contracts that are dependent on the congestion pricing money. That's the issue that we're struggling with right now.
And as part of the sort of changes that were laid out by the MTA and agreed to with the legislature, involving outer borough transit money and changes because of Omni's rollouts, have you been able to hit all of your targets for service increases based on those discussions and actually agreements in previous budgets?
I believe we have. I mean, that's the $35 million that was referenced earlier that was in last year's 2023 budget was what funded the increases that Rich enumerated. We're happy to talk about anything, but I think we've been able to provide the service increases on top of the Long Island Railroad 41% increase. And we implemented the express bus improvements for Staten Island, and we're going to grow the bus network as we do each of these borough by borough improvements, and those expansions and improvements are funded in the 5-year plan. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. So this is a follow-up to a question that another member couldn't get in, but it was a very good question. So we heard about concerns around the homeless population in the major Grand Central, Penn Station areas on the subways, and you're not actually responsible for homelessness or all the problems associated, but I know that a lot of work is being done, and I agree that there are definitely improvements when people are riding the subways with concerns. But a concern that was raised here was, or couldn't be raised, because Senator Ramos actually ran out of time, was we do see children in the subways basically panhandling or selling candy. And I know that there are outreach teams working within the subway system for homeless people. Is anybody looking into when you see children, often very young children, almost by themselves, walking along subway tracks or the trains selling candy? Does anybody match make with social services or with education directly in school somewhere?
So this is a recent problem that we too have noticed as well, and what we've done, we started dialogue with the Department of Education. The most natural intervener is folks who are supposed to be making sure that those kids are in school. And we do have SOS. The governor has set in motion this SOS program for outreach to the homeless. They're also trying to make sure that when you see a kid of that kind, that those people are identified, get information, and you try to connect them with service, or at least to begin a process of figuring out what they need and what's missing and putting them in that position. So we've made some progress. I'm not going to take you through the stats, but because of our end-of-line homeless outreach operation, which happens in the middle of the night at a lot of stations, we track the scale of the population that's sheltering in the system, and it's actually gone down a little bit, but it has by no means gone away, and we're acutely aware of the fact that there are new groups of unsheltered people who may seek shelter in the system. We're trying to make sure that they get into services or treatment if it's appropriate, and most important, housing in the long run. We're working on that with the city and all of the social service agencies every day.
And you and I have actually discussed this, but I'm going to raise it again because I don't think there's been a change in policy. It was one thing to allow people who are taking bicycles or electric bikes onto the subways or buses so that they perhaps can get to, the last mile to the train and then taking their bike with them on the train. But full-size motorcycles driving along the platforms and using the elevators, we're very happy we're seeing more of because they're crucial for disabled New Yorkers. They're not motorcycle elevators, and yet, as I mentioned to you, I wait for an elevator and it opens up, and then a giant motorcycle or two come out or go in. And I think that you had changed the policy that somehow implies that that's allowed. So clarify what we're going to do.
No. What's allowed is bikes and e-bikes, and with a specific prohibition on charging anytime you're anywhere in the system. And that's something that we're aggressively enforcing, especially on the railroad. I've never seen someone try to charge on a subway car, but we have seen that on the railroad, and we're being aggressive about that. Listen, the size of the vehicle that you're describing, they don't belong on the subway. If it's gas powered, they are especially prohibited. I haven't seen a lot of it, haven't heard a lot of it, but you've seen it, and we've let the folks who are doing enforcement know, be on the lookout. If that starts to happen, we're going to push on that.
So I actually asked an NYPD because they were standing there.
Yeah.
I said, stop them. He said they're allowed now. So maybe it needs a discussion also with NYPD that we're not talking about either electric or gas, actual motorcycles. It's really scary if you're standing on a platform and suddenly there's a motorcycle coming at you. You have nowhere to jump.
The officer was misinformed. I mean, that's all I can say. We will report that. Our station agents are now out of the booth. They're doing some more station rounds today. They know that if they see that kind of vehicle, and it's a vehicle, it's not a bicycle, they should report it. Because as you said, it's a safety issue for our customers, a safety issue on the train. God forbid if there's some malfunction with this, moped or scooter or motorcycle, there's just no place for them whatsoever.
And I know that the governor, I think, put in her budget something about trying to address people who are hiding their license plates, which I know impacts toll, but it also, these are motorcycles, no question about it, and they don't have license plates, and my time is up. Thank you. Ah, no, you summary it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I wish we could get
Next.
that level of self-enforcement in the subway system.
Next, we'll have Member Otis, please.
Thank you, Jano, for the good testimony. I have one basic question and one little comment. The little comment is on congestion pricing. We've heard from a few individuals who basically get off of work in the city after 1 a.m. and they're sort of saying there needs to be some dispensation. These are generally healthcare workers or security workers, and so they're sort of at a loss of affordability in terms of paying the charge. So throw that out there. But my basic question relates to Metro North and quantity of cars on particular trains. What's the story in terms of new cars being brought online, and the story in terms of monitoring where we have now some certain trains, popular trains, where there are not enough seats for the passengers that get on, and how you track that and your agility in being able to respond to those demands.
So it's been most high profile that we've been doing a lot of monitoring and adjustment on Long Island Railroad since that new schedule was put in effect. But we do it also on Metro North. Metro North has unbelievably high quality on-time performance. I think 98% this year, 97 last year. And what we do is we look at every train, and if there is a pattern of the train being over capacity, there are adjustments made, usually by moving, the car, increasing the size of the car consist. One of the problems that we're having, though, and I think we all know this, is that people's expectations of personal space have changed. And part of that is the middle seat, which was never too popular, is really off limits. So we're having more standees. We're trying to get people more to use the seats that are there, so there isn't as much sense of overcrowding. But we're looking at it very, very carefully all the time. If you have a particular train you're concerned about, let us know. We'll take another look at the numbers.
And in terms of new cars, availability of those on order, where do we stand?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in negotiations. We want to buy, new 9As, the number of the car that would serve both commuter railroads. We're in negotiations with Alstom. It's no secret that procurement was outstanding for a long time. As I said, I want to buy cars from Alstom. It's a New York-based operation. I also need to buy cars that we can afford. So we're working on that, and we'll come back to it. But the goal is to have new a procurement that will give us a lot more new commuter rail cars in the near future, a couple of years.
Thank you very much. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. So the chairs of committees are allowed 3-minute second rounds. So I'm going to call up Senator Tim Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairwoman Krueger, Chairman and team. Thank you again for your testimony. I want to just talk about, I know you've mentioned the ridership and the difficulty at getting back to pre-pandemic levels. What is, say, the 10 to 20-year outlook on getting back to those levels? And what are your thoughts on sustaining operations without new state or federal revenue assistance?
Listen, our financial plan that I keep talking about, the 5-0 balanced budget, is based on increasing ridership, paid ridership, by another 10% from where we are today in a couple of years. So that's some combination of more riders and also hopefully less fare evasion. So we are attacking that every day. That's how we would judge our success. I do not think that we should worry that we don't have the crush loading that we had, particularly on subways, but sometimes on commuter rails before COVID. This is a good problem to have, and the levels that we're talking about shooting for that give us the balanced budget are, robust ridership, and it supports the region economically. So we're not concerned, but we're concerned about getting to the numbers that we've gotten tonight.
Thank you. And does the MTA anticipate any additional federal funding to assist with the deficit?
Well, there's new representation coming from the western part of the state, and we're very hopeful that more federal funding will come along with those changes in governmental representation in Washington.
Thank you.
To be kidding aside, yeah, we have done well with the Biden infrastructure plan. Senator Schumer, God bless him, guardian angel of the MTA in Washington. Saying we should plan on $10 billion total come the end of the Biden infrastructure money going out, but a lot of it is competitive grants, so you don't know if you're going to get it. So right now, it looks like we've nailed down, 4 or 5, including the additional formula money, but we have to succeed in the different grant categories which are competitive in order to hit that $10 billion number, which is part of our capital plan.
And just last question on those same lines, because we've been dealing with these issues, deficits, and filling in the hole with funding and different revenue sources. What could the MTA do with federal funding toward operational expenses within the MTA?
Listen, historically, operating assistance has not been a great, reliable source of funds for the MTA because it comes and goes based on who's in power. But there is a proposal on the table. We support it.
Great. I'd like to see that if you could get it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Seawright? She was not here. Okay. Member Jacobson? Okay.
Jacobson.
Member
Jacobson's here.
He's there.
There he is. Okay.
Thank you.
I'd also like to take the opportunity to just say that Member Pfeffer Amato, Member Walker, Member Gonzalez Rojas, they've all joined us as well. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you again. As you know, I represent district in the Hudson Valley, and I have the Poughkeepsie and Beacon train stations in my district. So I'd like to bring up about the Beacon train station, because as you know, we've had extensive flooding in the parking lot on the side near the river. And I did get a call back from someone in your office, and they said, what do you want me to do about it? It's climate change. Well, I think we have to do something about it. I think that we'll end up with all of Metro North under the river if we don't plan on that. And the least we can do when it comes to that parking lot is close it for that day or stay starting the night before if we think we're going to have a bad storm. And unfortunately, we get a lot of bad storms, and they're worse all the time. So could you tell me what you're going to be doing?
It sounds like somebody was a little flip in the response. That's not my attitude towards that issue, which is if you have people who are parking their cars and then coming back to find that they're flooded and that their cars are underwater with damage and all that, that's not good. So we ought to plan for it. We ought to plan to close those areas if that has been the experience. It's hard to project when torrential rainfall is coming in this new climate change era, but I'm happy to work with you. I think the folks at Metro North are fully capable of doing that. We've also, agreed that we got to open up some other areas to make sure that people park in the right areas if there is a risk. So we'll work with you on that if that issue. But the bigger issue, which we're all talking about, is how do we make sure that we protect that Hudson line?
No, I understand, but I just think I know most of your responsibility is in the 5 boroughs. I understand that, but the thing is, we've got to plan all over. Otherwise, you're going to have the whole system underwater.
Hudson line is very much on our minds. You
And
hear about it.
one other thing I asked last time was, would it be so much to have a portable toilet at the Beacon station that we could put there so people can have it? Because the stench is terrible, and people love coming to Beacon. but the stench is terrible when you arrive.
Sounds reasonable. Let's don't want to waste the legislature's time, but let's talk about porta johns.
Well, that would be good, because when I brought this up with your representative, he was worried about homeless people coming down, and I don't think they're going to be tracking down that hill.
I live in Brooklyn. We have, we've addressed the problem. So.
Okay, well, it's the little things that help quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a second round for Chair Comrie, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Start with Senator Luna ended on Penn Station. As you know, my favorite beef is that we are not doing this Penn Station with Thruway and throughput. And then the Post article that came out in Christmas talked about the project expansion, is that the cost of the project is expanding. Why can't we play with each other's trains and have the similar offices and shared facilities so the project wouldn't be so expensive? And why are we not figuring out a way to do like other countries do, where they can share national, local, and metropolitan trains within the same station with the same people using the facility?
So just to be clear, New York's use of Penn Station, we're not having problems with our capacity, right? We are now running hundreds and hundreds of Long Island Railroad trains. Customers are happier every week with our performance. And we've improved it by doing that amazing Carter project, which has changed.
I only got 3 minutes, so why is the cost estimated to go up?
I don't know what, I respectfully, I don't understand. What are you asking me to comment on? The future of the Penn Station project? Mostly being driven by Amtrak and New Jersey Transit, who want to expand trackage capacity. You know, the governor has said, let's focus on the piece that impacts New Yorkers' existing Penn. That's her approach, and that's what the orders I'm operating on.
We're spending so much money, I still think we need to upgrade our station to have through running and other things that other major countries have as well. I still want to continue to bang that drum so we get you guys to change your mind. Just on the second issue, the PCAC initiative to figure out to expand the fare fares and to come up with a expansion of the city ticket and also a clear ticket fares throughout the system so that we can get more people to understand how to access the trains, how to pay for the trains at a certain level, and a better way to expand knowledge of that. And then also have another question regarding the cost for project labor and ensuring that all construction projects have project labor agreements with the building trades and apprenticeship programs that are embedded in all contracts that are going forward. And also Senator Ramos had a second question about who did the work on the platform barriers and the 700 million pilot turnstiles at Parsons Archer. Who did the work? Where did these contracts from? And was the union labor used? So,
okay.
So I know you can't get back to answer me now.
I can't answer everything, but I'll just say this: the city ticket under this governor, we just dramatically cut the cost of traveling on the railroads inside the city. That's changing people's lives. It's 80% of the PCAC agenda on price, but Lisa Daglian is our close partner, and we're always going to keep working.
Thank you. Have to cut you off. Thank you.
Member Mantanus, please.
Thank you. Stand by, I'm on the move is a line I use on social media to communicate with my followers, my dependency, and use of public transit. So my question is, as new available funding opens up through the Outer Borough Transportation Account, would the MTA be supportive of a project such as extending the B81 proposed route or an alternative route in the Brooklyn bus network redesign to Manhattan to meet the growing needs? I say specifically because of the transit desert communities of Red Hook and Flatbush to Lower Manhattan.
Okay. So thank you for the question. I'm a Flatbush person myself. I don't know the specifics of those lines. But the Brooklyn bus redesign, which has been a draft plan, which has been on the table for about a year, we're doing that incredibly extensive outreach. You're obviously a very important voice in that process, and we're going to come back and look at the whole picture as part of getting back to you. It's not cost constrained. We're planning to spend more money on Brooklyn buses, but I can't answer the specific one without looking at the whole package. Rich?
Thank you.
And I would just say, as we did in the Bronx and as we proposed in Queens, the drafts we put out have never been the final word. We've taken feedback from elected officials, stakeholders, and most importantly, our customers. I expect what we have out for Brooklyn right now will not be what we ultimately implement in the future.
Thank you. Of the local buses, select buses, express buses, and subways, which ridership has the highest percentage of people who own a car and could otherwise drive?
I don't know.
What percentage of seats are filled on average on express buses? Are they full, 80%?
Not full. They are. We're operating in the 30s, but we're not a million miles off of where they were before COVID. So we have a lot of room on the express bus system, and I take it sometimes myself back to my part of Brooklyn, and it's a great ride, but we do have to just bear in mind we've got a lot of capacity there, and it's expensive to subsidize for all of us with the resources we have.
The MTA has been running a pilot of bicycle racks on city buses in Staten Island to Bay Ridge. Can you share the latest progress and your plans for expanding the bike rack on the front of buses, the pilot?
We want all those buses where people need to get over a bridge or in order to get where they want to go. We want to have bike racks on those, and I think we put them on the two lines that cross the bridge, right?
That's right, and we will continue to look to see if we can add more bike racks. Has to do with sort of the space within depots, but as the chair said, we're prioritizing those routes. We know that are routes where folks can't take their bikes over bridges, as an example.
But the MTA has added bike access to almost every bridge that we operate.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
we're
Chairman.
prioritizing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Member Palmisano, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here today. As you know, I represent Alstom in Hornell, New York. I want to thank you and your team for visiting in the summer of 2022 so you could see firsthand the great workforce and the great work they're doing to address rail manufacturing, including high-speed rail here in New York and across the country. My message obviously is about the critical importance of keeping MTA projects being executed in New York State. We're very fortunate to have that industrial base of manufacturing, engineering, project management, and a big, huge supply base. The jobs and economic benefits that go along with that are well known. We don't want to put that at risk. There are 700 workers at the Hornell site. There's union partners, machinists. They're doing projects for Amtrak, Chicago, and Philadelphia, but none for the MTA at the moment. And we know MTA projects are really a proven engine for creating jobs upstate, and we want to continue that. So that brings me to two of my questions. I'll get them both out there for time. One is we know that there's a new generation of subway vehicles being proposed in the future of the New York City Transit, the R262 contract. I wanted to know what the timing and status of that would be. That's one area. The other area, too, is I'm sure you're pretty familiar, and your team might be familiar with the Brightline high-speed rail contract that's being determined very soon for high-speed rail from Las Vegas to Nevada. And Alstom is one of the bidders on that contract. And many on this panel, and I believe even both transportation chairs have weighed in on the competitor's waiver from the Buy American requirements. So my other question is, what can you do, or the local administration really do, to support Alstom's pursuit of this rail contract that would not just support the hundreds of workers in New York and in my district, but also help support the industrial capacity to help serve you and the MTA for years to come? Is there anything you can do there? And
So we're not, obviously the economic development decision making is not, our bailiwick, but I'll say this, I want a strong operation in Cornell. So for them to get a lot of good contracts from around the country is a great thing, even if it displaces capacity that I might want to use for the R262s or otherwise. So we support that, but you obviously are going to work with the economic development authorities of the state of New York on that. We want them to be strong and to be expanding that.
Yep. So on the Brightline, would that something the local administration would join us and maybe submitting comments, because that would be vital, because that would not just support those jobs
I'm
there.
sure you understand that that is not among the many things that are on my job description.
Sure.
Deciding whether Florida has a contract in New York State's not among them, but as long as Hornell is producing rail cars, I want them to get a lot of business and be strong.
Yeah, because that Buy American provision is critical, and that's why we want to support that because of that base. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Member Gonzalez Reyes, please.
Rojas, thank you all. This cast is precisely why I'm a advocate for public transportation and pedestrian and cyclist safety. I got hit by a car a few weeks ago. And talking about pedestrian safety, we got to pass the MTA bike access bill and the strategic planning bill to ensure to develop a strategic plan to improve bicyclists and pedestrian access on bridges and stations. So we thank you for your partnership on that. Can you share an update on where we are in the implementation of that?
Well, we just last month. I'm not going to get all the details right, but I'm going to refer back because the time is short. We did an extensive presentation on the changes that we are making with many MTA bridges to make those walkways, to the extent they exist, put them where they don't exist, and to expand them and make them safer for both pedestrians and bicyclists where they do. So there's a lot of money and a lot of planning going into that. And we're also well on the way to having bike racks at every subway station. So we're literally knocking out the last few with the city DOT. And we've also done a big push on that in the suburbs, even where we don't control the real estate. We're working with localities to make sure they have adequate capacity for bike parking and storage. And we're trying out some of this secure bike parking that makes people even more inclined to use their bikes for that last mile connection.
Thank you. I know someone asked about the data around the free bus pilot, and I know you don't have it ready yet, but I know President Davey was quoted in the December 2023 Our Town New York article about seeing about somewhere between a 7 and 20% increase on buses. When would that data be transparent and shared with the public and legislators?
I think I said it. You may not have been present, but what I said is like the legislature said this is a 6 to 12 month pilot, and we're collecting data, and we're going to be back to you in that 6 to 12 month time frame. It's just premature. Yes, we are seeing ridership grow, but it's not fair to not perform the analysis that everybody called on us to do and to give you full data.
And then in my last few seconds, considering the finances of the MTA, I imagine it'd be best to have just more sustainable funding. I have a bill that would remit the internet sales tax into a lockbox that would go directly to the MTA as opposed to going through this process. Is that be helpful for financial planning? It was part of the MTA package of bills.
We'll take a look at it, but obviously, I just don't know enough about it to respond, and we obviously have to talk to the administration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Burgos.
Thank you, Chairman Lieber, and the rest of the team at the MTA. As you're aware, I've been engaged with your team and the governor's team, along with Senator Comrie, over the past year regarding a grave injustice happening in our state when it comes to cashless tolling and the Easy Pass system. I won't lay out every problem we've discussed in the interest of time, but for the record, I've talked to many New Yorkers who have been burdened with bills reaching tens of thousands of dollars, often leaving them in debt collections, losing their car, and subsequently their livelihood. And I want to be clear, this is not a defense for scofflaws who cover their plates or deliberately ignore toll bills. Both of these issues are true and should not be conflated. There are 3 tolling authorities in New York State, but it's very apparent the overwhelming majority of people dealing with this issue are the ones who cross the MTA's 7 bridges and 2 tunnels in New York City. With the congestion pricing plan set to be implemented very soon, I have great concerns that these same issues will only expand if sweeping changes are not made. Chairman Lieber, how many toll transactions does the MTA process annually?
2.5 I think it's $2.5 billion worth. I'm going to pull out.
About 320 million transactions, right?
You obviously know the numbers.
Approximately how many drivers use the cashless tolling system as opposed to an Easy Pass tag?
I think we're 80% Easy Pass plus or minus.
80% Easy Pass, about 20% using cashless tolling plus or minus.
Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think more or less. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, the other two tolling authorities in New York have a penalty system for unpaid tolls. However, they differ vastly. The Port Authority typically adds on a $50 violation per unpaid toll, and while the Thruway Authority charges a very reasonable $50 per billing cycle, a maximum of $600 per year. The MTA, on the other hand, charges a $100 per toll violation, an amount more egregious than even the most predatory creditor out there. How much does the MTA collect in these $100 fees?
Listen, I don't know the answer, but our average penalty fee is $30, so I don't really know where the data is coming from. And I'm all this is obviously you want to talk about this in some detail. The answer is number one, we are absolutely prepared to work with all of the members of the legislature on customer service. I don't necessarily fully disagree with you about fees, but the bottom line is people have to pay their tolls, and the interventions we've been doing increasing dramatically are focused on people who are massive scofflaws or who are intentionally covering their plates. We don't want to burden people who just overlook a bill. So let's talk about it, and let's focus on the fact that 90% of the people from the Bronx, 90% of the people from the Bronx are taking mass transit. So the demonization of the effort to collect tolls so that we can pay for mass transit.
Yes, but the $30 average fee is not including the ones that go to debt collection. That's not calculated into your number. And there are many people who go into debt collections receiving these bills. I've seen bills $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, and it's not uncommon. And again, I'm not defending the scofflaws. That is not my goal here.
Well, that's my problem right now. So
and they're
whenever
both
we
true.
get into tolls, you're going to hear me talk about.
Thank you.
Which is basically a theft from the public, and it's growing.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman.
Spicy.
Member De Los Santos, please. Okay.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman. So if I'm not mistaken, we are in our final year of the MTA 52.1 billion capital program executed from 2020 to 2024. One of the initiatives of this program was to add ADA elevator to more train station, MTA's train station. What is the forecast to add ADA elevator in all train stations, particularly in the one on my district in Marble Hill, 225th Street, where accessibility is an issue for our elderly folks.
Yeah.
And we're still struggling understanding how that station, a specific train station, did not become a priority for ADA elevators.
So the answer is, I think you've heard me say it, we are doing ADA stations at 4 times the pace of the MTA in the past. We have an agreement with the disability community about continuing that pace until we're completed with all of them. But the prioritization, what order we go in, hinges on issues like trying to make sure we never have more than 2 stops away, so people do have access to some ADA station. And we'll work with you on figuring out where that station may be. I just don't know the answer, but it's stuff we study a great deal about how to prioritize as we're building out the whole system.
Given the reality as it is right now,
yes,
can you commit to make that a reality moving forward, the 225th train station?
No, I can commit to keeping up the incredibly fast pace of ADA station building that we're doing. The prioritization is something, listen, you may be right, and it may be something that ought to be up the priority chain. I just don't know the answer as I sit here about when it's scheduled.
In addition to that, what promotion has the MTA done for their Fare Free pilot program?
The Fare Free pilot program. Rich, you want to talk about that? Or Shanifa?
Sure. So we've done a lot of promotion. Obviously, we sent out all of our buses are signed with free fare. We have obviously the technology, obviously in the windows, for example, and in the buses themselves. we have it on our website so customers know. And given it was described earlier, we have seen a bit of an uptick in ridership. We have a lot of data we have to collect, but suffice to say, customers know about it.
And who's responsible for ensuring that those promotion comes to undeserved communities so that residents are well informed of the pilot program?
So, yeah, as you know, the legislature instructed us to pick 5 routes across each of the 5 boroughs. So we did that. We looked at, as was asked, demographics, how folks might interact. So that was implemented 4.5 months ago.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Member Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chair Kruger, and thank you for your leadership. I represent Roosevelt Island and chair the People with Disabilities Committee. And on Roosevelt Island right now, there are 2 elevators in service. One is out. Many of the residents are people with disabilities. They're not able to walk up and down the stairs for 2 levels. And so I'd like to know, what the MTA is planning to do to bring some relief for these citizens, as well as the F-Train shuttle that runs every 20 minutes. There'll be no shuttle service at all in 3 weekends in February. The tram that services the island is the same. Residents have been telling me that the line can stretch all the way to 3rd Avenue, and it's just not feasible. REAC has stopped the Red Bus shuttle service on the island to Manhattan and doesn't have the capacity to run a shuttle because of the strong demands on the island. The MTA, we've seen, has been very reluctant to offer adequate supplemental service for the residents. So if you could just address this, I would appreciate it.
So a couple things. One is we are on schedule with the completion of that track work in the 63rd Street Tunnel. I'm very pleased about that. And our feedback as we have been working with the community and some of your folks is that people are, broadly speaking, it's disruptive, but they're satisfied with the shuttle service that we've implemented, number 1. Number 2, we have driven up the availability rate of our elevators. It's been a priority for us across the system to a much higher level than it was before. Many fewer are out of service at any one time. We do have to replace elevators periodically as part of the capital program. Anything else that you can offer on the specifics of why that elevator is down? I don't know the answer.
Well, it's literally listed on our website. There's one elevator down because we're doing capital work, so it'll be up and running by the end of February. But back to the question of service, though, we have a staff and
let me just stop you for a second.
Sure.
Back to that, is there any kind of plan? Like I said, it's an island with a lot of people with disabilities. Is there any kind of plan to offer any kind of supplemental addition or service, or how to deal with this?
Yeah, so you just click in. There's the travel alternatives for that particular elevator. So, but again, happy to have a conversation if there's a particular customer or set of customers who have issues. I will say, if we do see crowding, we try to send more buses out. We have been laser focused, having operating staff on the ground. But as the chair said, we're take just a step back. We're ripping out 40-year-old track, and the good news is this will be done. And I know that it's not easy for our customers to sort of wade through this. My hope is we won't be back for another 40 years by the end of March.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Member Walker.
I'm gonna get this thing one day. Clearly, I don't have the magic touch. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So I would like to plus one my comments with those of my colleague, Member Burgos, in the fact that there are a number of my constituents who come into the office on a regular basis with exorbitant fees associated with the bridges and tunnels around New York City. Most of them to the tune of $5,000 or more, and many of them being either threatened by or in the process of being adjudicated through some level of debt collection.
to what we believe is a huge problem. It's a civil rights issue. It's an attack on the poor. And we're watching now, and there are sort of economic sort of ramifications to it. But now, as a part of this proposal, we are watching law enforcement ramifications become more pervasive. And I would love to continue to have this conversation with you in terms of how do we address um, um, removing transportation barriers to the poor when they have to do things like get to school, get to work, get to appointments, and sometimes having to make a tough decision as to whether or not they can afford the transportation fee or to show up to some other very important matter that they have to get to, up to and including court. So I look forward to speaking with you on that. And I did hear you mention Senator Schumer, who announced at the Broadway Junction some of the federal investments that he's made. With the planned rapid transit project known as the Interborough Express, we understand that a number of stops will be made or proposed to the IBX. However, Broadway Junction is not included as one of those stops. Can you please explain to me why? Secondly, thank you very much for a pilot project, which is a free bus ride through the B60, which is included in my community, which again addresses poverty. It is scheduled to end on March 30th. I'd like to know more about how successful the program has been and whether or not in this budget we can plan for that to be more permanent as opposed to a pilot project.
So just in the interest of time, because we're running out, I think we said a couple of times we're going to give you a proper report on the things. The experiment's only been going for a few months now. You asked us to study it between 6 and 12 months, and then we're going to give you a full, complete report on it in the next few months when that work has been done. On the IBX, the whole issue with Broadway Junction is one of the ability to get access closer to the station, physical access. So we are investing a huge amount of money in making Broadway Junction accessible. I think $300 million, and doing a ton of other work. The IBX, we can get into in more detail. The constraint is literally physical and engineering. It's not an oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Member Pfeffer Amato, please.
What time is it, gentlemen? Good afternoon. Thank you for all the help and work that we've been doing together in the community. It's great seeing you and the improvements, but there's always more to be done. I'm going to just give a +1 to my member Burgos and Walker talking about the bills and the excessive charges that come with our constituents, regardless if it's their fault, the system's fault, whatever happens to build up those bills. So then for me, I want to know what we're doing about toll evaders. And what we as a legislator can do to increase that enforcement. Is it hiring more TBTA superior officers? Is it a regular basis? And I'm talking about the ones I see on a daily basis. Unlike some of my colleagues, I go over my bridge 8 times a day, and you could see just plain straight out scraped off plates, covered plates. And what can we do to pull those folks over who should be able to take their car, have a violation, opposed to Mrs. Smith, Mr. Rodriguez, who, whatever reason, got themselves with a $5,000 bill. The fees are excessive, but we have to look at the people that are breaking the law, and I'd like to work closely with you on that.
So very quickly, we gave out 3,300 summonses last year for covered plates, a dramatic increase. We intercepted 50% more vehicles than we did last year. The challenge is that we need, as the governor has proposed, we need stronger enforcement tools, a little more bite to the law of when you cover a plate. We can't actually confiscate the illegal plate, which is crazy. If people are using these James Bond devices to cover their plates and so on. So we need a few more tools to get at it. And we're confident. And we also need to work with the city, because some of this is when people are faking plates on our facilities, they're faking plates or using illegal fake temporary plates in the rest of the city, and that's frequently used in crime. It is a huge crime issue. So we need to be able to work with the city to identify those plates and pull them down in short order. So you've got a specific detailed proposal from the governor in the budget proposal.
Is there an
It has-
estimate, I'm sorry, is
Yeah.
there an estimate of how much lost revenue? I mean, that's what we're talking about. You know, we're trying to make an equitable,
Yeah.
you know, that's what my member Burgos was saying, that in other authorities, maybe they charge $50 a month, but that lost revenue, it shouldn't be on the back of our, sometimes, you know, our constituents.
The unbillable, we've actually knocked down that number, although the covered plates piece of unbillable has gone up. That's why we're highlighting it so much. So, you know, there's significant dollars. It's $34 million for unbillable projected in 2023, and that includes a lot of the covered plate.
34 million?
34 million.
Okay, and I have 10
And we've,
seconds left.
and we've upped our success in recovering from recidivists, people who don't pay significantly, like 68% of that. The big owers we've collected on. So we're growing our success in collecting, but we need more tools.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
to stay on record, I'm going to say
Thank you.
Queens Link, Queens Link, Queens Link.
Thank you. Thank
Queens
you.
Link.
Member Cunningham.
Sir.
Just waiting for the mic to go on. There we go. How you doing, Mr. Chair? Thank you so much. You mentioned Flatbush earlier, where I represent. Thinking about this summer with catastrophic rainfall, climate change, and some of the capital repairs needed at station, other stations. Just wondering what the MTA's plan is with regard to capital repairs, particularly with climate change.
Which in general, capital repairs with respect to climate,
Generally, yes, but
yeah.
also Parkside.
I'm gonna just wave this around a little more. This is like incredibly detailed analysis of the whole system. 6 million components looked at for their vulnerability to climate change and their criticality of the system, and giving us a pathway to how to fix it in the next capital program. No one's ever done anything remotely like this. So I'd refer both of us back to that. But if you're talking about Newkirk Plaza or some of these areas that chronically are overwhelmed by water in these torrential rainfall situations, we have, you and I should talk about it, but we do have a strategy for dealing with specific stations, but the broader issue is the city's incapacity in its storm sewer system. When it goes beyond 1 3/4 inches in an hour, they run out of space to get water out of the system. We become the backup reservoir. That screws the system up, but we're getting pretty good at pumping it out. We still need the city to work with us on some localized improvements, and that's what we should talk about with you.
Thank you. So we'll definitely circle back with the Q train at Parkside. I need to be more specific about the
Parkside.
train station.
Okay, Parkside, yeah. We're
from the same neighborhood.
My line. I know.
Got it. And the other question is really about the app service. I find myself not using the MTA app as much as I use Google or other ones. What improvements are you making, particularly with folks living on
we
technology?
have, Shanifa, take it away. Yeah, we're with you.
Again, yeah, we are all in alignment with that. And that is something, similar to our riders on the railroad we launched Train Time over a year ago. We want to bring the transit app into the modern day history. So we are working on releasing within the next month or two a new version that we hope to sort of touch on, all the functions and features that our customers want, with the goal of continuing to look at it and continue to build on that as we move along.
And I guess to follow up on that question, particularly with the Omni service now in almost full effect, if you would, how is the integration with the app and now being able to pay for your transportation through the app going to work, if possible?
Well, that's further down the line, but I mean, we are now focused on Omni penetration and getting people to use Omni. We have lots of customer messages. There's no shortage of you enter the system, Omni is everywhere. And we have moved away from the concept to the physical, just encouraging people to tap. Because before, people are like, what is Omni? Do I have to sign up for something? Do I have to download something? So we are now really focusing on the mechanics and letting people know how to use it.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. This concludes the questioning of the MTA. Well done. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And I'm sure there may be some follow-ups from various people, and we'll get in touch with you. We appreciate all your time.
So just in closing, may I just remind everybody that we are doing tours regularly of the system to try to familiarize everybody with the conditions that we're all talking about that are reflected in this 20-year needs assessment. So, Mr. Comrie, thank you for coming to several of those. We just invite everybody to come and take a look at, because this is going to be an important capital program. We want you to see what we're all dealing with as we head into next year.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we want DOT to come
DOT,
in.
come on down.
And also, if people want to continue conversations with the MTA, please take them out in the hallway so that we aren't delaying moving forward with Department of Transportation.
Just don't have enough time.
Yesterday, in the rank on energy, it was 11 o'clock was the same time as labor. I know, no, I know.
Hey, Commissioner, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you.
Yes. Oh, let's see. Did he say Jess?
Oh my God, Jess.
Charlie?
You can sit there?
Yeah.
Come on, do it.
Jess. Not Jess. I call my Jess. My Jessica Jess.
No, you sit right there.
I think actually I think my wife picked Jamie to my second. And Jessica.
Oh, you're here too?
No, my daughter. No,
Yeah.
my daughter. My Jessica. Yeah, she's only 25.
So.
You want it?
I do too.
Yep, you're here. I hear you. Will do.
You got a second win right now.
Really?
I'm just sitting down in the road.
Okay, so we have to ask both. I'm fine negotiating.
I love the restaurant.
These are like the we get food first, and we then.
You want to
Your
wait?
assembly members
60
first.
miles.
Do I have to say when you get to that assembly member, then I can call the senator right after or vice versa?
Okay.
Does that work for you guys? Challenge, that one's never been asked.
There you go. And it is challenging, but sure.
Got it. That makes sense.
Who did I miss just now? I know, I just missed
Yeah, but more fried chicken. And you can always a whole extra day.
That's amazing.
We're ready.
We're ready.
Oh, yeah. Lindsey Graham is
Commissioner,
Hello, sir.
you're sitting there all by yourself. I'm impressed.
Wow, that's really
Very
scary for you.
Listen, if you're ready to go, we're ready to start.
Ready to go?
Floor is yours.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairpersons Kruger, Kennedy, Magnarelli, and members of the legislature. On behalf of Governor Kathy Hochul, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here to talk about the State Department of Transportation, our people, the communities we serve, and how the work that we do makes a positive difference in the lives of all New Yorkers. I'd like to begin by saluting the dedicated members of the DOT team who are always there, regardless of the challenge. For the last 2 weeks, our crews have been working around the clock to clear relentless amounts of snow in Watertown in the North Country and certainly in Buffalo, where I saw firsthand the great lengths they'll go to ensure the safety of the communities that they serve. Our people are the heart and soul of our agency. They make me enormously proud, and they deserve our thanks. I like to think of transportation across New York as an integrated system. No matter if it's transit, rail, aviation, roads and bridges, or bike and pedestrian pathways, all these systems are working together to better the lives of New Yorkers. At the heart of all of this is the Department of Transportation. And thanks to your support, we accomplished a great deal last year. Because of Governor Hochul's leadership and your continued support, New York is investing more in its infrastructure than at any time in our history. Our department is busy putting these investments to work. In 2023 alone, we improved 1,586 lane miles along state and local highways. That represents $754 million of investment in our roadways. The resurfacing included over 500 lane miles of improvements that were funded from Governor Hochul's Pave Our Potholes program. Additionally, New York State DOT replaced or improved 2,833 bridges statewide, totaling $1.7 billion worth of investment that enhanced safety, improved sustainability, and boosted resiliency against severe weather impacts. In the face of a litany of challenges this past year, DOT executed projects across the state under our 5-year capital plan while planning forward for the future of New York's transportation system. With the kickoff of our statewide master plan, currently in development and in process. From the Bronx to Buffalo, New York is reconnecting communities in innovative ways to carry out Governor Hochul's vision, not only for what transportation is, but what it could be and what it will be. This past summer, we announced the completion of Phase 2 and the beginning of Phase 3 of our Hunts Point Improvement Project, which rehabilitated and created new connections on key sections of the Bruckner Expressway and Bruckner Boulevard to establish a more direct route to the Hunts Point market, and also provide a shared use path to create added opportunities for walking and biking. We broke ground on the transformative Interstate 81 Viaduct project in Syracuse, which will reconnect the city's divided neighborhoods and create a community grid that will enhance mobility throughout the region and improve access to the city's downtown destinations. We're also advancing reconnecting communities projects like the Kensington Expressway in Buffalo and the replacement of the Livingston Avenue Rail Bridge in the Capital Region, both of which will create a greener, more sustainable transportation system that will enhance quality of life for the communities that they serve. And this year, the executive budget provides nearly $7.6 billion for the third year of a record $32.8 billion 5-year capital plan to facilitate capital improvements on highways, bridges, rail, aviation infrastructure, non-MTA transit, and DOT facilities. In the first year of the 5-year capital plan, $230 million was provided to enhance 9 regional airports upstate, and an additional award of $49 million was made in 2023 for 36 public use airports across New York. Additionally, the executive budget provides $8.8 billion in mass transit operating support, including $551 million to non-MTA downstate transit systems and $323 million to upstate transit systems, a 5.4% increase in transit operating assistance. We're also working aggressively to implement the goals of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. In partnership with NYPA and NYSERDA, DOT is a national leader in leveraging the $175 million New York will receive over the next 5 years for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program to further advance EV infrastructure on our state and our interstate highways. This December, New York became one of 2 states to open the nation's first NEVI-funded EV charging stations. Smart climate policies also mean building a resilient infrastructure for the future, which is why we're investing $1 billion in bridges and culverts under the capital plan through the Bridge of New York program. The first round of Bridge of New York funds made available went to 115 bridge projects and 101 culvert projects. The second round kicked off this past November, and municipalities are making their project recommendations right now. The department also has initiated a statewide culvert resiliency program known as CROSS, which will ultimately improve resiliency at 422 locations around the state. Building for a greener future also means encouraging other forms of transportation beyond cars. That's why we're advocating and advancing DOT's active transportation plan, which will focus on how we enhance and develop pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Last year, DOT received $5 million for Complete Streets planning that is now being used to support projects in communities interested in improving bicycle and ped opportunities in underserved communities across the state. Let me also mention that DOT inspects our bridges across New York State every 2 years to make sure that not only are they safe, but that they are in good working order. And after the pandemic related delays, we've posted all of the results of those inspections and the conditions on our website, and they are available. Let me close where I began, with our workers, because nothing is more important to us than the safety of our DOT team members. In April, legislation adopted by the legislature and signed by Governor Hochul allowed DOT to work with the industry, organized labor, and the Thruway Authority to kick off the automated work zone speed monitoring pilot program to help enforce speed limits in highway construction and maintenance work zones across the state. Through the end of December, the department issued more than 102 notices of violations to motorists, including one who was clocked at going 139 miles per hour. 139 miles per hour on Route 104 in the town of Rondequoit. This was matched by a similar speed in Long Island, on the Long Island Expressway. Crazy. We're currently collecting and analyzing all the data, but our workers are already reporting a noticeable reduction in overall speeds at our work sites. I look forward to continuing this pilot program in the coming construction season because we know it's making a difference, and we'll be reporting back to the legislature on our findings. What I've laid out today is just a small sample of the work our team at the New York State Department of Transportation undertakes each day as we fulfill our mission to provide a safe, reliable, equitable, and resilient transportation system that connects communities, protects the environment, enhances quality of life, and supports the economic well-being of the state of New York. We're proud to be a partner in building a better future for all New Yorkers. Thank you again for the opportunity to join you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Early, extra points.
Yeah.
Well, I know somebody else will take it up. But thank you very much, Commissioner. And I'm going to start off the questioning here, and not really on, thank you for all the things that you covered. I'm sure there's a lot of questions there. I'm sure I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to get to a couple of things that are kind of questions to me, okay? First of all, in the governor's budget, there's a proposed sale of property in the town of Babylon, okay? And this is a kind of an ideal, theoretical, philosophical problem. There's a proposed Article 7 provision that would authorize DOT to transfer and convey certain state-owned property within the town of Babylon, Suffolk County, upon such terms and conditions as the commissioner deems appropriate. Are the parcels identified in the Article 7 considered surplus property? And if they are surplus property, why aren't they being handled through the surplus property process already in place? What does the department plan to do with this property? Is there already an agreement to use this land, and if so, what? The language of the proposal lacks a number of provisions which were included in prior chapters involving a DOT land transfer and conveyance. For example, specifying the entity to which the transfer is being made, a stated public purpose, a set time for application and closing, and reversion of the land to the state if the land ceases to be used for state public purposes. Is there any reason for omitting these provisions, and if so, could you walk us through it? Also, we'd like to have a copy of the tax map showing the two parcels proposed to be transferred by this Article 7 that we can do later. But basically, you see what I'm getting at. So can you fill us in?
Sure. I think the overall intent of the legislation is to make sure that there's provisions in law to actually do any transfer of DOT property correctly, and under the provisions of of law right now. There has to be some additional clarification. So that was the intent, was to try and make sure that
But
we had it in
I
statute.
mean,
We're
any
happy to
other
work with you to
state
go through.
agency or, for example, the Department of Education or whatever, if they own a piece of property, it has to go through a certain process. And the people of the state of New York have to know who you're selling it to, what are the terms, what are the purposes for which we're giving away this land. And I'm not saying giving away or selling the land, what are the terms? So you're basically saying this is just a change. You want an overall change.
What we're looking for is to make sure that we have opportunity to look at whatever conveyance may be available. And so we would do it in full transparency. Happy to work with you on the legislation and how it actually is phrased, but making sure that any conveyance of DOT property not only looks at current state provisions, but also the federal provisions. We also have to abide by that in case any of the property was actually purchased with federal dollars. So we're looking for a framework to make sure that we actually convey it properly.
Okay. I'm not getting any specifics on the sale of property to Babylon, from Babylon or to Babylon.
Well, I
or
think
whatever.
part of it is to actually look to see it's not just the town of Babylon, but there's other opportunities across the state to
Can
look
you
at.
tell me what the reason for this is at this point in time?
Well, as the governor outlined in her proposal, in her State of the State proposal, there are state properties across the state that can be looked at for either housing or other opportunities to actually make sure that we are addressing the economic development concerns that are wider.
And I don't think I'd have a problem with those types of purposes if, in fact, we're going to build out more units for the people of the state of New York. But I'd like to know who's going to own those units, what is the sales price of the property, the particulars of what is going on in that.
So, sir, I don't think any of those have been developed at this point in time,
Okay.
to my knowledge. I think this is simply
But you're
a conveyance
asking-
mechanism to make sure that should something be developed in the future, there's legislation in place to make sure that the State Department of Transportation has a legal authority to actually transfer property.
Okay, but you're taking away the oversight that's already built into the laws to look at these things before the property is transferred. And so, I mean, that's the proposal. You're not doing it, Commissioner, but I mean, that's the proposal in the Article 7, is basically to say the Commissioner can make the determination. Okay, right now, there are procedures that have to be gone through, and you're looking to bypass those procedures.
I'd be happy to sit down and go through with you. I know
Oh,
you're
we
a
will.
property expert. I know you are. I know that you're a literally real property expert. But to be clear on what the intent and the purpose is, it's not to bypass. It's literally
and, and I
provide
think
some.
that's what I'm asking. You know, what is the intent? I'm not saying anything's wrong here, but maybe there's a procedure whereby the legislature and the public gets to know beforehand what's
Absolutely.
being transferred. Okay, another question, something that's really bothering me. I'm reading a New York Times article, I think this weekend, I believe it was this weekend. Sometimes I save these things too long. Talking about dangerous driving. Now, you alluded to what happened when we put up the pilot program in the work zones, okay? All right, based on recent articles, it appears that there are greater traffic fatalities, incidents of speeding, distracted driving, etc., etc., etc. It's not only on our state highways, it's on our city streets. What is the department doing to combat these trends? Has the department noticed an increase in these statistics too?
We have. This is a nationwide trend, and I can tell you the level of distraction across the board is manifested in a whole bunch of different ways, from the excessive speeds that I just noted in our work zones. And again, we're grateful to the legislature and Governor Hochul for the opportunity to pilot automated work zone speed enforcement. We really do think it's making a huge difference. When we look at bridge hits across the state, people are not paying attention, or if they are, they're paying attention to their GPS device and it's giving them incorrect information. There is an enormous, and pedestrians even are not paying attention when they're walking across the street. in the post-COVID environment, we have seen an incredible amount of distracted as well as aggressive driving.
Aggressive driving. That was the article. Was mostly aggressive driving, and you know, venting on the road, so to speak.
So part of what we're doing is not only making sure that we're taking a very holistic approach as we design roadways, whether that's a complete streets view of everything to make sure that pedestrian, bike, motorist, truck, everyone's got a clear view from geometric levels as well as, safe crossings, crosswalks, lighting, etc. That whole view, that holistic view of roadway construction, but more importantly, to help with education and information sharing and enforcement. So I can tell you, we're working with the Governor's Traffic Safety Council and other entities to make sure that the level of enforcement and awareness for people is there. So whether that's e-bike safety on speeds or bridge hits, we've got a task force looking at that to actually do some additional enforcement and education, but also just general awareness for people who are using our roadways, our VMS signs. We're trying to do everything we can to bring awareness to the driver to pay attention.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know how I feel about cameras. Bring them on. I'm okay with that. I don't understand. We need to get speed down in many places. I think being distracted and speeding definitely don't work together. So I appreciate those comments. Next, I'm going to turn it over to my good senator next to me, Senator Krueger.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and I'm going to hand it over to our Transportation Chair, Timothy Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Commissioner, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work. You and your team have been great partners and have been very responsive anytime myself and my team have reached out. So we would certainly appreciate that responsiveness and your partnership and leadership. I got a lot to talk about with you, so I'm going to get right to it. In 2022, we approved the $32.8 billion 5-year capital plan. Can you provide us with an update on the implementation of that plan and speak to the new needs that have arisen?
So, with regard to the capital plan, indeed, it was a record level capital plan, $32.8 billion to a committed 5-year capital plan. One, we're very grateful. Two, it represented an increase of about $9.4 billion or 40.2% over the prior 5-year capital plan. It provided steady funding, which the Department of Transportation is executing on. It provided an unprecedented level of state support for local governments. So $6.1 billion over the 5-year period, which is about a $3.4 billion increase over the previous plan. So what I mean by local, I mean CHIPS, PAVE, EWR, all of those dollars increased under this 5-year capital plan. It allocates about a $1.4 billion amount over the period for renewal and modernization of not just our roads and bridges, but also public transportation, passenger and rail, and freight rail, as well as airport infrastructure. And in the process, DOT is executing on that. We have gotten year 1 down, year 2 down. In the first and second years of the 5-year program, we have about 5,474 rehabilitated or improved bridges. 117 bridges have been completely reconstructed. 3,700 lane miles of pavement have been constructed and improved in the first 2 years. And what we anticipate for this coming year is about 100 bridges are going to be constructed and 2,700 bridges are going to be improved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me continue because we're short on time. Talk to me and us about the inflationary pressures that have impacted the execution of the plan.
Well, like everything, inflation has impacted the world of transportation and certainly transportation infrastructure, along with supply chain issues. That said, it has not stopped the department from executing on the capital plan as laid out, both year one, year two, and now we're in the process of executing year three. Um,
That said, do you believe that further funding is necessary to execute the plan?
What we're doing right now is monitoring the inflationary rates. We've seen that inflation has steadied over the last half year and look to see what the overall impacts are on the course of the program. And again, execute what we have. It's a funded capital plan, and work with the legislature as we, and we're doing it according to the provisions of the MOU.
Right, so it's out of the 5-year plan and inflation that has been in the double digits, some estimates over 20%. That would cut into a capital plan greatly. So, we have been working diligently to identify a number. We believe that number is $400 million. I know that we've been in conversations about this and others. In order to rectify that inflation hole that's been created, is that a number that you think you could work with to help fill that gap that's been created?
Senator, I think, as I said before, what we're trying to do is work across the board to monitor the impacts of inflation and see how that will actually play out over the course of the entirety of the 5-year capital plan, because many things happen, and work to see exactly what the funding levels would be across the board.
Thank you. So last year we increased CHIPS funding and state touring routes funding by $100 million. That was taken away in the budget that was proposed. Obviously, we want to see that restored. We're going to be working to restore that. I think the communities need it. And I think a demonstration of the need for that isn't just on the conditions, but also when you see the weather patterns that you cited in your testimony. Again, thank you for your leadership in responding in Buffalo and Western New York just last week. We know that the DOT came in to be very helpful to the local community. That being said, though, it's those quick thaws, quick freezing moments that are, wreaking havoc on our roads and our infrastructure. But this isn't just Western New York; this is statewide. Do you feel that you have the proper amount of funding necessary to resolve these local road issues already?
I know that at the end of last session, the legislature and the executive agreed to the ad that you referenced for those programs. I expect that anything along those lines will again take place amongst the legislature and the executive for those.
So we have to negotiate. We expect to do that. Thank you. Now, I want to switch gears here. You mentioned the recent reports that were put out. Can you just speak to those again and the conditions and what you're seeing, and just the sort of the makeup of the report that was released?
So we have a variety of reports that we look at across the board for the Department of Transportation. The one that you're referencing is the Graber report. It's on bridge conditions. We were delayed in getting the report out. It is now posted on our website. It's fully, it's up there, and it does speak to the state of the overall condition of our bridges. I will say that bottom line is that Department of Transportation in New York State, we inspect our bridges every 2 years. We have eyes on them. We want to make sure that they're safe, and that goes for local bridges as well. And I will say that, I sit at the national level as well. There are a lot of states that don't inspect bridges as frequently as we do. So we collect an enormous amount of data, and we're very informed on our asset management practices. So we look at what needs to be addressed based on what we're finding, the safety factors, etc. So it helps us inform how we actually allocate our dollars and how we actually allocate our priorities.
Thank you. The New York State Public Transit Association has been coalescing around a 15% increase in STOA for non-MTA regions of the state. what's been proposed is less than that. Has the DOT looked at revenue enhancements to meet that higher number to achieve a larger increase for STOA?
Well, as you know, the non-MTA areas, first of all, MTA, as you heard directly from them this morning, they've got different ways of actually collecting monies directly from localities and to actually fund their programs in different ways than the upstate systems do. And so when you talk about on budget, off budget revenue collections, it is different. And we have provided over the years and have had a lot of consultation with the upstate transit systems on how exactly we can further improve and look at some other revenue sources. I think that discussion needs to continue. There's a larger debate here on how do you actually pay for these systems. But I think this executive budget that Governor Hochul put forward is a huge step in the right direction with the increase that she did put forward, a 5.4% increase for upstate transit systems.
Yeah, look, a dedicated revenue source is so important because we know what we've seen already with the rental car fee. It goes directly into public transit. It has certainly boosted the amount of funding that upstate transit's been able to achieve on a year-to-year basis. And along those same lines as well, as it pertains to public transit, and I'm just going to talk very hyper-local here in the last remaining moments here. The NFTA has the only light rail outside the city of New York in the state of New York, and that rail is looking at a new 5-year capital plan for $150 million. They are also looking at a need for a sustained level of funding. What can we do to make that happen?
I'll say
Sorry.
that, you know,
Sorry, that's you're going to have to get back.
We'll come back
the
to
good
it.
senator.
We'll come back to it
Yeah.
around 2. Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Member Miller, who is sitting in for the ranking member on the Transportation Committee, so he will be taking the place of the chair. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Magnarelli. Thank you, Chairman. We've had many conversations about CHIPS, about bridges, about highways, and I know the Senator talked about CHIPS funding over there, but I'm going to talk about it some more. And I'm just going to make a statement, and I've heard this when I first came here into the Assembly. We barely fund our highways and bridges to manage the decline. And that's how I've felt for a long time in New York State. You know, we've been on a decline, and we need to fund our bridge and road programs at a much higher rate. So the questions, you know, the governor's proposed a 10% decrease to CHIPS funding. With inflation about 25%, construction and materials, are you concerned that the executive budget has no increases to and actually reduces the support for local roads and bridge programs? You know, I come from the town supervisor and the county level, and our localities rely on these CHIP programs for all of their highway work. What's your feelings on it?
Well, I can tell you that I'll state what I stated before, which is that when you look at the totality of this 5-year program that we have, capital program, it is truly historic. I understand what you're saying about the, you know, there was an ad last year, but the bottom line is having 5 years worth of consistent funding that in an agreed upon MOU between the legislature and the executive on how to spend those dollars statewide is truly a good place to be, in the sense that we know what the assets are, we know what the condition is, we've planned for where we're going, we know how we can spend. There's certainty in that process both for the state and for the local entities, local DPWs. And we can take on those assets, road and bridge conditions, across the state by having that certainty in the funding. And with that, we can plan accordingly. And that's what we've done.
Okay, just looking at the 5-year plan and not having a crystal ball in front of us, we weren't being, a lot of the planning engineers, whoever, were able to come up with a dollar figure, not based on 25% increase in materials and construction costs. And the cost of petroleum is going down, has gone up, which reduces the amount of lane miles that we can pave. Do you feel that should have been adjusted? There should have been an adjustment along the way.
We actually, for New York State DOT and working with our contractors, and we have actually adjusted for some of those inflationary costs for fuel and materials in our prices, recognizing what's happened over the course of this last year.
Okay, we're going to switch over to my second favorite topic is bridges and structures. We had a discussion on this the other day. The governor has proposed $200 million for Bridge New York this year, the same as last year. Is this sufficient given that 1,580 of the bridges throughout the state, 9% of our bridge assets are classified structurally deficient?
So, first of all, that number represents $100 million more year over year in this 5-year plan. It's $1 billion worth of investment in bridges. It is the most significant investment in bridges statewide that we've ever seen. We're matching the federal dollars that we received from the bipartisan infrastructure legislation with a record amount at the state level, and it's truly a historic level of investment. Given that, we actually have to, again, utilize our asset management system to make sure that those dollars are going to make sure that we're addressing the safety issues first across our entire inventory of bridges.
Okay, we all know that we're going to see a sea of orange here in a few weeks, asking for additional CHIPS funding and put back there, and hopefully we can get back there, Commissioner, and I'm sure you'll agree on that. Thank you.
Okay, we're done.
Okay, thank you. So now we're handing it over to our authorities chair, corporations and authorities, Leroy Comrie.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Happy New Year. Can you tell us if the department's meeting its MWBE goal of 30% and what percentage is being achieved, and can you provide the participation rates by DOE region?
Sir, I can tell you that we're doing a lot on our MWBE and DBE goals. We are getting closer every year, but the percentage of increase is incremental, and we're working on it right now. Two of the things that we have done is create a Work Smart New York program where we're literally going to every single community around the state to engage our MWBE partners and talk to them specifically one-on-one and in forums to talk about how we do business with New York State DOT. We've put provisions in some of our very large contracts that we're executing right now to really go aggressively after both diversity hiring goals as well as MWBE participation in some of our larger contracts, like the Syracuse contract with I-81. All of that said, we've got more work to do. We're also executing a mentoring program this year to try and make sure that we're matching those larger companies with companies that are interested in doing transportation work, because there is opportunity and we need to grow that opportunity.
And you can send us the specific numbers, please.
Yes.
Thank you. 2 other questions. I thought I had 10 minutes.
You do. They're fixing it.
Okay. All right, good. Can you tell us how we can make sure that New York is now getting these automatic speed ticketing fines, or how are they notified if a ticket is issued?
On the automated work zone speed cameras, there's a notice of violation that's sent. It's a picture that's taken of the license plate, and it's sent directly to the license plate owner.
And will there be an opportunity for those speed cameras locations to be discoverable on Google Maps or
Every day that we are working, every day that cameras are posted in a work zone, we put it on our website, New York State DOT website. It's everybody can see exactly where the cameras are going to be statewide during construction season. So it's very transparent.
And just another question on ticketing and fines. Have you been able to integrate your fine issues and ticketing resolution with the Thruway Authority and the MTA, as has been stated by a few members earlier? We have a major problem with people getting these really major fines and fees that are leveraged upon them when they miss or their credit card was expired and they're not aware of it. Sometimes they wind up with thousands of dollars in fees and then the fines are triple that and they just can't afford to pay it.
We don't have the same type of system that the MTA and the Thruway are using. We're doing an immediate notice of violation, and it's basically a ticket with a set amount, and it goes directly to the person that received the infraction. And then we're working through local government, local county judges for enforcement, as opposed to some of the infractions for if you don't pay, some of the other collection services that the Thruway and MTA have.
So if people wind up with thousands of dollars in fees, is there a percentage or a process for them to be able to eradicate some of the fines?
There is, but I don't have the details of it, and I'll have to get back to you.
Thank you. And just how much, what's the percentage of state of good repair that you estimate that's within the state road work now?
How much we're collecting?
No, just the percentage of roadways that are in a state of good repair within the state and that need repair coming, or the roadways and bridges, especially upstate. How many of them are in a state of good repair?
Right now, the state of good repair for our roads across the board is we probably have close to 75% of our roads are in good or excellent condition.
And then I've asked this question every year. Are you embedding fiber into your roads, especially upstate where they need last mile, first mile opportunities for Wi-Fi?
We are. We've been working very aggressively with the fiber companies in particular to carry out the governor's statewide initiative to include broadband and fiber optic opportunities for people both in rural and urban areas. And so we've streamlined our processes in a number of ways in working with the fiber companies, including putting surveys online.
Do you have a rough estimate of how much roadway was done, how many miles were done with fiber?
I don't, but I can get back to you.
And when you can you explain DOT's policy on projecting asset use, the level of service when prioritizing funding and preparing capital plans?
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm having a really tough time hearing you.
Yeah. Can you explain DOT's policy on projecting asset use, called level of service, when prioritizing funding and preparing your capital plans?
So our level of service literally goes through. It's one of the components that we look at on our asset management process. So, how many vehicle miles traveled, the density of the population, a whole bunch of factors that go into it.
And what percentage of capital projects that you're doing currently use design build procurement?
Well, it depends on the project itself and whether or not we look at what the parameters are, how we can best get what we need for the project in terms of best use of taxpayer dollars, the efficiency of the design process and the construction process. But it's traditionally used for, I would say, some of our bigger projects to make sure that we can get some of the best ideas out there, as well as a best efficient use of our funding.
And
I don't have a percentage. Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
But I can get you one.
Thank you. And just also, One of your initiatives from a previous budget involved accelerating construction lettings from the fourth quarter to the third quarter.
Yes.
Is that are you still doing those accelerating lettings statewide? And do you have any information on the results of that change? And was the state able to deliver more projects or reduce costs using that methodology?
What we're doing right now is trying to get our program out as quickly as possible. So we have accelerated a number of projects this year, and we're getting third quarter out right now, and we're working on fourth quarter as well. Fourth quarter is going to be extremely heavy. A lot of projects are coming out in the fourth quarter of this fiscal year.
And can you talk about the STOA funding? I want to support my upstate colleagues in making sure that we can ensure that all of our upstate highways are cleared and cleaned and maintained. Can you tell us about how effectively the STOA funding was used last year?
What, I can't hear you. The what kind of funding?
The STOA funding.
STOA.
Yeah.
STOA funding is being used across the board to make sure that we're working with our upstate transit colleagues on specific areas. So last year we had some specific investments on for some of the upstate transit projects. All of that has been invested. We've also got an innovative mobility fund that the legislature passed, and we're executing that right now. You'll see some announcements on that this spring. But it's a great way forward. The governor continues to invest in upstate transit funding.
Thank you. And we want to continue to see that increase as well. It's an important part of our state's opportunity to encourage tourism and upstate travel. So I hope that we can get that increase as well. I'm done. I'm actually early.
Thank
I
you very
apologize,
much.
sir.
Thank you for your service, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Member Fahey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate all the work you were doing, especially as you mentioned in meeting our climate goals. And it seems like we have a weather-related disaster every week or two. So thank you for the work of you and your very busy team. Much appreciated. Just a couple of other things. Thank you as well for the noting the traffic safety and your emphasis on speed, which is a huge issue given the increase in pedestrian and bike deaths. And also thank you in your testimony for mentioning the Livingston Avenue Bridge, the long overdue bridge, as well as public transit and our need for increased funding there. A couple of questions, and I know we've mentioned these a few times before, but I think it would help to get on the record a couple of updates. The I-787 and the canal project, the reimagining, if you will. I'm so thrilled to have that $5 million from a couple of years ago that we were able to get in the budget, and the engineering feasibility study is underway. Can you give us just a quick update on the next steps there and when you expect to see that? And then I've got a couple of other just updates as well.
Well, we've been progressing the study, and so we will look to have some additional public engagement here this spring. But things are going well. I mean, we've had the opportunity to talk to folks, and we're on schedule, on budget, and look forward to continuing to develop that. So
Okay, so we expect to hear more in the spring.
Absolutely.
Terrific. Another one then is Route 156, which I know you've heard about. It's been a couple of years' effort in my district. As we mentioned previously in December, the Federal Department of Transportation updated the long-awaited Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD. And I'm told that will help with this 85th percentile in terms of driver speed. Any updates on that in terms of flexibility that we might get in one of my busiest corridors that would love to see the speed limit reduced, especially right there in front of Indian Ladder Farms?
Well, as you know, we're continuing to work with the community. We've done a number of traffic studies in that area. And as you and I talked about, I think there's other enhancements outside of the MUTCD and speed, but the issue with regard to that area is really fundamentally about pedestrian safety. People are walking across a very heavily used roadway, and to enjoy the orchards and picking apples and what's available there. But we'll continue to work with you and the community to see exactly how we might be able to enhance that safety feature. You know, speed is one element of it, but the other portion is really fundamentally creating safe crossing spaces.
Yes, anything that would. It's one of the biggest tourist areas in this region, and want to make sure we don't have to wait for a serious accident. And I'm out of time. We'll follow up with
Thank
other
you.
questions.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Thank you. Senator?
Senator Salazar.
May I just say one thing before we get into the good senator? We have Member Fahey who has arrived, members Wallace, Rivera, McDonald, and Colton also. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the list.
Go ahead. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony and for joining us today. I want to ask about, of course, the BQE. As New York City is planning to potentially invest billions of dollars into the city-controlled, portion of the BQE, the cantilever, what is DOT's long-term vision for the majority of the BQE that is state-controlled?
So as we've been working very closely with the city on the triple cantilever and their environmental process to help advance that work. And in conjunction with that, we've worked with the city on an application for a Reconnecting Communities grant, US DOT discretionary grant called Reconnecting Communities. Those dollars, if we were to receive that grant, would go to further engaging the community on what some of those opportunities are, both north and south of the Triple Cantilever, and look to see how we could study that further. I will tell you, just from a structural standpoint, we've put over $200 million, close to $300 million in the structural integrity of the BQE, recognizing that it's such a huge and important freight corridor across the Northeast.
Excellent. And is the state, or what money rather, is the state investing in potentially finding other freight alternatives, whether it's maritime shipping, freight along the future IBX, to, I guess, offset the burden on that?
There have been a number of initiatives to look at to see how freight might be moving in and around New York City. The city's taken on some of that, both with some of their water studies. We're also looking at freight writ large at a state level as part of our larger transportation master plan. So we'll be taking some more of that on with regard to freight.
Excellent. I'm sure some of my colleagues have additional questions about the BQE. So.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Is that it? Okay, we're done. Excuse me. Thank you. Assembly.
Okay. Chairman Ken Zabrowski is next in line.
Thanks, Commissioner. Good to see you. Thanks, Chair. The executive budget has $11 million for the annual operating costs of the Lower Hudson Transit Link. It's the express bus service across the Marion-Como Bridge. Could you give us an overview of how that's been working? I think, I worked a lot with the department pre-COVID, really trying to get that bus service up and running. I felt like ridership was growing. The links to the buses over on Metro North on the Westchester side of the river, we were getting better at the links, and then of course COVID happened, and so I was kind of wondering, since COVID, has it been growing? Where's ridership? Is that $11 million sufficient? How have things been going with that program?
It's a good question. I need to look at the ridership numbers. I know during COVID, obviously, it suffered greatly. We were actually working with the Thruway Authority during COVID to kind of encourage people to go out. We ran some special services. We're still doing that to get people across the bridge if they want to take advantage of the bike pedaling on the Cuomo Bridge. But that said, overall ridership, I think, is has certainly ticked up after COVID. I can get you the numbers directly. But we continue to fund it. We think it's a vital link and a vital service, which is why we continue to include it, and the executive continues to include it in the budget. It's one of those options that we have to consider. If we want to get people out of cars, we need to have the transit options that are available, and Hudson Link provides that, and it's a great carbon emissions reduction opportunity.
100%. I'd love to work with your office. Yeah, I don't expect you to have those numbers right now, but I'd love to work with your office on outreach for that program, letting people know about it. Obviously, on the west side of the Hudson, we're so close, but so far in terms of mass transit opportunities to get over that river. The Gateway project is probably the long-term best option to get somebody on a train and over into Manhattan. But in the meantime, with Metro North right there, expanding or at least maximizing that service and the linkage, I think would be a great, in so many ways, great for commuters, great for the environment, great for the overall system. So I'd love to work with you on it.
I'd be happy to work with you on it.
Now, in Rockland County, one of the biggest hubs for that system is on the Palisades Mall, which is great. There's parking lots there, which sort of is a link, no pun intended, to the other issue I've spoken to you about a bit on the. It borders Route 59, which is a state highway, which has just been shut so many times due to flooding recently, and so it's a major corridor across Rockland County, east to west. It connects to where the thruway is. It would affect that Hudson Link system. I appreciate you and your department looking into that flooding scenario. And just overall, what I think is one of the issues, and I don't know if it's just here or other places, is I suspect, don't know, but suspect that the flooding is really not the cause of the state highway, but it's the state highway that's being closed. And so I think we may have to, or your department, if you will, may have to serve as the quarterback, for lack of a better metaphor, on how to fix these things, and I'd love to partner with you on it. It may take the Army Corps of Engineers and stream dredging or stream maintenance. It may take municipalities or the mall in terms of underground drainage. There's a train trestle there run by CSX that a lot of people think is backing up the water so it flows onto Route 59. All these not in your purview, but somehow we need to bring folks together. So sure, if we need to bring our federal representatives down to talk to CSX or to deal with the Army Corps, let's do it. But I think our thinking needs to not just be siloed. Somebody needs to quarterback it, and if there's other agencies we need to push, let's push them so that we can solve some of these problems. So,
happy to work with you on it.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Matera.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. It was just great speaking with you yesterday. And I really want to thank our office, the office, the DOT
Senator,
office.
1 second. He's a ranker, so he should have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Senator. Usually you don't give me that. But no, I'm kidding. She's very wonderful. So yesterday, and I want to thank Director Rich Causin for doing a great job down in Long Island office. He's always very responsive, and I really appreciate that. But we yesterday, after we did speak, that Country Point issue is becoming worse because obviously the coordination and the design is now going to be changed because it's going to be held up too long. And now I'm hearing the design's going to be changed. And by the design being changed, we already got rid of, which I was upset about, which we spoke about, sound walls that should have been installed. Now they're looking to do away with more sound walls because of the cost factor of the delay because of that sewer pipe. So, Commissioner, please, these sound walls are so important. We need to make sure that this area that we live in, right there, those sound walls need to be installed, and we cannot have it that that just because of what's happening in Country Point, that we're going to be penalized because of a new design and the cost factor. Can you please? I have to have you on record with this one. Very, very important. I know it's in litigation with the other part of it, the sewer, but this has nothing to do with the sound walls.
But it does, because it's all part of the larger contract and what we're trying to execute. And so I'm gonna, as you know, it's in litigation right now, and I'm gonna have to defer to the fact that it's literally in litigation.
But that has nothing to do with the sound walls, Commissioner. We could talk about the sewer main. I know we can't talk about the sewer main because that's in litigation. But the sound walls, that shouldn't be penalized with my residents because of a situation that happened with a design. So I'm asking you again, we talked about the design that the walls were taken away from certain areas. Now, because of this problem, now more walls aren't going to be installed. So we really can talk about this, Commissioner. And please, I really, really need you to look into this. This is not fair to my community because of a situation that happened with the sewer main. But again, the walls do not have anything to do with this.
I'll be happy to talk with you offline again, Senator, but again, this is part of a larger project, all of which is combined in one contract.
But I'm going to say it again, my residents are being penalized because of a situation that happened with something else with another community, with a sewer main. You know, we talked about the chips, and the chips is so important. My question to you is, you know, have you been talking to the governor's office that we're hearing about a decrease in our chips funding? I know we're going to mention that. Everybody needs to mention it here in this up on this panel. Can you please give us a little heads up what your feelings are about the decrease in CHIPS funding for this year?
Well, I think, as I said before, there's a larger concern about the fiscal state of the state, and so reflective of that, the transportation proposal as it's been put forward reflects, as the governor pointed out, some fiscal responsibility here across the board, and you know, there are increases certainly in upstate transit, and looking at some of the opportunities to invest. I think with regard to CHIPS, that will continue to be a discussion between the legislature and the executive moving forward in this budget cycle.
You know, and you and I, we discussed also too about what's happening also in our districts and all of them, that we have drop shipping going, all trucks all over, all 7 days a week, what's happening with the drop shipping. So I do have a bill that hopefully sooner or later, and I just want to thank our chairman of transportation for always doing a great job, and I appreciate you, Senator Kennedy, for always being there for us. But we have this drop shipping situation right now that is running rampant, and our roads are being worn out. And our CHIPS funds is so important, and they depend on this, and nothing is happening with this. So hopefully that we are going to definitely look into this more with this. So please, we have to please make sure that our CHIPS funds are definitely not going to be decreased. Are you going to do that? Okay. All right. But I just appreciate, I appreciate your time, but please, those sound walls, very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator. Thank you. Next, we have Member Fall, please.
Hello, Commissioners.
sir.
Good to see you. I have a question related to the HOV lane on the Staten Island Expressway. So, as you know, the HOV lane goes from Bradley Avenue all the way to the Verrazano Bridge, and it's from the Verrazano Bridge to Bradley Avenue. And it's pretty much incomplete because it doesn't go all the way to the Gatos Bridge. Because of that, there's a ton of congestion, and we're trying to see how we can get the extension for the HOV lane and the next capital budget plan.
Sorry, can you repeat the last?
The extension for the funding for the extension for the HOV
Yes.
lane on the Staten Island Expressway.
So I recognize that it's an issue that the delegation has been looking at for quite some time. And our regional office is certainly taking a look at it, and I'm happy to follow up with you directly on it. It is not currently part of our 5-year capital plan. As you know, we've done a lot of improvements on the HOV lane. You just completed one, I think, about a year and a half ago on the expressway. But it's a huge undertaking, to say the least. So.
Well, Staten Island is a transportation desert, so these
Yes.
little improvements make a big difference. This is one of those things where there is bipartisan support on the island, so we're fully behind it, and hopefully we get your support to get it in that next capital plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Senator Purcell.
Thank you. Commissioner, it's great seeing you, and thank you for having a conversation with myself and my staff. And I just appreciate your staff working with us on some of the issues across my district. And I look forward to you coming to the district for us to walk through to see some of the things that we're talking about. Over the past week, we saw, there's the push about electrifying buses. And over the past week, we saw some issues with, not having the capacity to recharge buses. Can you tell me how much of the $80 million that you have allocated for electrifying buses has been spent?
We are working directly with NYSERDA on the electrification for school buses, and then we're giving those dollars that we have allocated directly to transit systems in the upstate areas. Those have already been allocated over the course of this last year.
I know NYSERDA has awarded some grants to some organizations that, for example, that are working with the minibus industry. Do you know how those grants were processed for the persons who were given the grants?
I'm not familiar with the details of that. No, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know Senator Comrie asked some questions on the MWBE, but I wasn't sure that I heard the answer correctly. What's the percentage of MWBE contracts that you have allocated?
We're averaging about 18% a year. It's gone up. It was up a little bit higher, and then during COVID, and now we're averaging about 18% over the last 3 years.
Of those contracts, how many are the M's in the MWBEs?
I don't have the breakout, so that's a holistic number.
Okay, is it possible for us to get that?
Yes, I can.
Why I'm asking that is because I was at an event, we were at this conference, and everyone's talking about, the amount of contracts we're giving to MWEs, and when you're really seeing it's not, the M's are not being given those contracts. And I just want to see in the state, how are you doing with that?
I'd be happy to provide you with the breakout.
Thank you for that. One other thing I needed to ask about, as we're shifting to zero emission buses, again back to buses, there's indicated a number of challenges, and I said that earlier. How much are you involved, or your agency involved, in providing technical assistance to?
Thank
Sorry,
you.
you'll
can
have
send
to
that
get
to
back
us.
to her.
Okay,
Thank
You'll have to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Geez, that
Member
goes
Darling.
fast. It does go fast.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you? Hello. I just want to thank you again. It's been a pleasure working with you to repair and replace roads all throughout Long Island on the Southern State, the Meadowbrook State Parkway, the LIE, and I'm sure a bunch of other areas. You guys have done an incredible job. Our constituents are much happier and a lot less potholes. So really great to partner with you and your team. In the proposed executive budget, will there be resources for a marketing campaign that targets communities experiencing high levels of unemployment in order to fill DOT employment vacancies?
Well, we would love to partner with you and others. We have a great opportunity in terms of hiring at DOT. So we don't have a dedicated line item per se, if that's what you're asking, but the department that we are undertaking a very large scale recruiting effort for all job categories, highway maintenance workers, engineers, transportation analysts, a whole variety of
You're
skills.
next. But after
All right,
the
that was
Senate.
my question. Thank you.
Sorry. We have Senator Brad Boyleman Siegel. He left. Then we have Senator Jeremy Cooney.
Batting up second here. Thank you, Chair, and good to see you again, Commissioner. Appreciate your leadership, your team here in Albany, and of course in Region 4 with Chris Reeve. I want to particularly highlight and thank you for your work on the state touring routes under the leadership of Chairman Tim Kennedy. We've done a lot of great things across the state, and I want to thank you for that innovation for our cities. I want to build off Chairman Kennedy's question regarding STOA and specifically dedicated revenue for upstate transit. As you're familiar, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, and Albany all are experiencing low ridership rates in our public transit system, not because they don't provide great service, but rather because of the frequency of the routes and making sure that they can be reliable forms of transit for our constituents. And my question is, in your time, whether in Washington or talking to your colleagues across the country, are there models of dedicated revenue that are working that we can model here in New York State that we could try in this budget session? Or are there other forms of revenue that we can look at?
It's a great question, and I think we should definitely have that discussion. As I pointed out earlier, there have been some dedicated forms that have been put in place, certainly that have are benefiting MTA operating systems across the board in communities and in downstate communities. We've seen some success with the rental car companies and some other creative means of collecting those revenues. But happy to work with you and members of the Transportation Committee. Certainly, Senator Kennedy's been a big proponent of this. But it's difficult. It's difficult to look at because you have to look at things differently. And we have had some success, and we can build off of that. But I want to commend the governor because she has been incredibly consistent about supporting STOA, about statewide operating assistance, in particular for our upstate transit systems.
And we
Recognizing
appreciate
that we
the
don't have that
increase.
same level of dedicated sources. She put it across the board.
We
another
do
5.1%.
appreciate that, Commissioner, but we have to know that the opportunity to grow our public transit system does require additional resources. I agree with Chair Kennedy in terms of that 15% or more number, and I look forward to having continued conversations with your staff, whether it's an increase to STOA generally, even more beyond the executive budget, or whether it is that dedicated revenue source that will allow us to think creatively about long-term solutions for public transit in New York State. We're absolutely committed to working with you to get that done. Thank you very much. Yield back my time.
Thank you, Assembly.
Thank you, Senators. Mr. Simone, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I want to first thank you for doing a study of Route 9A. As you know, in my district, along Route 9A in the Hudson River, we have significant population growth. The section will soon be in the congestion pricing zone, including 80 intersections, one of the busiest parks in the nation, the Hudson River Greenway, one of the nation's busiest bike corridors. And I know this because I often use my bike down the Hudson River Park Greenway and walk my dog. It's a mess. I would love to see an extra lane along the highway closed for increased use by pedestrians. My question is, how will DOT be studying the change in vehicular traffic patterns after congestion pricing takes effect, and how this route can be better serve the thousands of daily bikers and pedestrians along the West Side Highway of Manhattan?
So, with regard to 9A, there's a lot of work that, as you know, we've done consistently. We don't have anything planned right now, but the bottom line is that we have to look to see what the impacts of congestion pricing will be, and go from there. I think that right now there have been proposals, as you've suggested, to take another lane of traffic. But given the VMT that we have right now, the vehicles that are on the roadway right now, it doesn't seem, from a congestion standpoint, it doesn't seem to make, we need to look at some other alternatives. And one of them is actually putting people on transit, which is why I think congestion pricing will hopefully get us there in many ways. So happy to work with you in the future on what that might look like. But for right now, it's going to take some time to actually see how this all plays out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Tom O'Mara, 5 minutes, Ranker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for your time with us today. I just want to reiterate the concerns I have over the cuts to the CHIPS funding. It's vital, particularly for upstate, and particularly for our rural towns, who many of them, their entire road budget for the year is CHIPS, and that's all they have. So it's incredibly important, and a cut to them is a hit that those communities really can't sustain with the important work just to keep up with the needs of the local roads. I understand, we've got tough budget issues, and fiscal austerity is important, and I'm certainly a champion of that in many ways. But there's many areas of this budget that are far less important than our infrastructure and our roadways that should be the priority. So just please take that back to the executive, and in negotiations, we certainly hope to be able to achieve at least level funding from last year with that. So it's critically important. One specific question from Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick on Long Island, looking for a status update on a Loop Parkway drawbridge. Supposedly a feasibility study that's out there. What's the status of that? What's the expectation there?
We're working on this study right now. I think we'll be bringing it to conclusion here pretty shortly, and we'll be in touch. But we've been working on it to take a look at what some of the alternatives could be.
Okay, thank you. And just want to also say thank you for the great work the department has done throughout my district, really, but in particular on State Route 54A, which runs along the west side of Keuka Lake, which is a very challenging section of roadway due to the steepness of the hillsides and slopes there, and it's constant work needing to be done. So it's been a very good relationship working on that. So
I greatly
thank you.
appreciate that, sir. I've been there, and to say that it's challenging is indeed an understatement.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Member Slater.
There you go. Thank you very much. Commissioner, great to see you.
Good to see you.
I just wanted to follow up on some of our discussions that we've had previously. And by the way, I do want to thank you for your help with Route 52 in the town of Kent. That was a great improvement that we've made. I'm hoping we can build on that moving forward as we discussed. And I also want to just applaud the Region 8 staff. As I said to you before, they have been fantastic to work with, very responsive to our needs, and so I do want to tip my hat to them as well. But we did talk about some of the reports, specifically the Highway Pavement and Bridge Conditions Report. Now, it's my understanding that members of the majority received copies of that report, among others, but members of the minority, when we asked for it, were denied. And so I'd like to know if we're going to be able to get copies of those reports, whether it's that, the Capital Program Letting and Implementation Report, the Capital Program Accomplishment Report, and the Downstate Suburban and Upstate Transit Capital Programs Report. Is that going to be made available for our conference?
Sir, I can tell you that we submit the reports per the legislative requirements. So
There's nothing prohibiting you from sharing. It's my understanding there's nothing that prohibits you from sharing those reports with our conference as well.
I'll be happy to talk, but the bottom line is we do it by statute.
Understood.
So,
Understood. Well, I hope we can get our hands on those reports as well. I also just wanted to quickly on Region 8 with my remaining time. There's an MOU project list that had to drop 2 scheduled projects, and you still spent more than was programmed. Obviously, with inflation driving up the construction costs and reducing the number of projects being delivered, but fewer projects means continued declines in the conditions. So my question is, how much additional funding does Region 8 need over the remaining 3 years of the current capital program to deliver all the projects that are already listed in the program?
What we do with the capital program is actually for every region is make sure that whatever's been planned and programmed, we work with every region across the state as the DOT to make sure that if one project slips, so to speak, into an out year, that we're pulling something else in to make sure that it's balanced over the 5 years. So that's the goal, making sure that we're meeting the stated MOU requirements for both projects and dollars spent within the areas that the legislature and the executive agreed to.
So no additional funding needed to accomplish the 5-year plan for Region 8.
We have the funding based on the 5-year plan that was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor.
Understood. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. With my remaining time, I do want to wish my colleague Tony Simone a happy birthday.
Yay!
Happy birthday, Tony. Commissioner, thanks again for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Ramos.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, even though my microphone's, well, I'm loud enough. Good afternoon. I wanted to pick up our conversation on e-bike safety. As you know, there's great concern about folks driving their e-bikes down, going the wrong way down streets, riding on sidewalks and that sort of thing. I know that in working with the Traffic Safety Committee, you've put together a brand new PSA. It depicts a father purchasing an e-bike for his son. Largely focuses around helmet safety, not so much on speed limits or sidewalk riding. So I'm wondering, what's the plan to actually work with the target demographic, right? The delivery workers, the folks who are using e-bikes the most. I'm less concerned about kids and e-bikes, more so about, those who are using it as a tool for work.
So, as you noted, Senator, we're working with the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. And I can tell you that in initial discussions with them, everybody, it's a collaboration of state agencies, so DMV, state police, DOT, etc., all coming together to try and enhance education around e-bike safety. One of the initial areas was literally working with the delivery companies, Grubhub, etc., to make sure that information is getting shared. So I think there's additional opportunity. This is the initial launch, but would love to work with you on how to actually.
Yeah, I would love.
enhance
I mean,
it.
if you need help brokering a meeting with these work groups, I'm, a chair of the labor committee. I'm happy to.
I think that's the actual challenge, is actually not just getting to the companies, but the people that are actually using.
But we can do a meeting, right? They're actually pretty organized. We can help disseminate information, create a brochure in Spanish in their languages. I would love to see I would love to see the DOT be much more proactive on this matter. But to switch gears very quickly, actually Assemblyman Cunningham right here to my right and myself, we've introduced a bill in order to establish scramble crosswalks outside of schools during arrival and dismissal. I know that unfortunately the Assemblyman was hit by a car outside of his school when he was young, and along Northern Boulevard in my district, we've lost at least 12 children over the last few years, and yet no agency at the city or state level seems to be exploring traffic treatments or ways to make it easier for these children to cross the street. Northern Boulevard, of course, being technically a state highway, even though it's a street. So I'm wondering if, is there any plans there to support that?
Sorry, you're going to have to hope someone else asks a question that can follow up.
Member Cunningham?
I think I'll pick up where she left off.
That
So
was a good tag in.
I'll use the first part of my moment to just kind of restate the question, but wanted to get an answer on that question on the record.
So the bottom line is, I think the majority of the legislation that you all have introduced looks directly at some of the city roads and some of the school districts in there. But we'll we'll be happy to take a look at the legislation itself and see what the opportunities are at the state level as well.
Thank you so much. And I think going back to Jessica, the senator's first question about e-bikes, I guess I'm also concerned with the number of e-bike fires that
Yes.
happened, particularly the one that happened in my district right after Christmas, right before New Year's. Given the increase of e-bike sales and e-bike fires, what policies do you have in place to make sure we have an accurate account of the amount of sales of e-bikes in the state?
So that would be a question for DMV, but I can tell you that the executive did put forward some battery language in the budget, looking at making sure that these fake batteries, for a better name, anyway.
It's the second use lithium ion batteries.
Exactly. The secondary market here that has exploded, literally, figuratively, and is actually so that people are aware that they need to actually buy the battery as designated from the manufacturer, as opposed to the fraud that's taking place. So the awareness campaign. And to Senator Ramos's other question with regard to what you were asking about e-bike safety, this campaign that we've launched through the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee is in multiple languages. Happy to do additional outreach in various communities to make sure that we're actually reaching the users as intended.
Particularly communities of color and immigrant communities. Absolutely. I think that would be specifically important. Last thing I'll say is last November, just this past year, I had my first child. And as I walk the streets of Brooklyn and throughout the city in general, I'm concerned about just general street safety, not just slowing down the streets or slowing down drivers and cameras, but also infrastructure. What things are we putting in place with some of the federal money and state money to ensure that our roads also are transformed in a way that creates safer streets for children and families?
So there's great opportunities across the board, and I know the city's engaged in a Vision Zero plan for state DOT. We've got an active transportation plan that really looks at bike and ped safety and complete streets initiatives that we've launched and literally apply as a screening criteria to every project that we undertake.
Last thing I'll say with the last 10 seconds is 2022 was the deadliest year for children with vehicular traffic violations and people getting hit. We have to work urgently and hard to make sure this doesn't continue as a trend.
And a large part of that is awareness and mental health.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we've been rejoined by Senator Brad Hoylman-Siegel.
Thank you, Senator Krueger, Chairwoman. On e-bikes, it's an issue we hear about constantly from constituents. I will say that I think the delivery app companies with whom we have met, along with Senator Krueger and others, including birthday boy Assemblymember Simone, should be held responsible for the unfair and I would argue inhumane way that they treat their drivers in terms of the algorithms that force them to deliver within an allotted time period. I have legislation that would remedy that. I'll be happy to share that with you. But I wanted to speak about double-decker tour buses, another plague in my district, and probably Senator Krueger's. Last summer, one of those buses, in this case a double-decker tour bus, crashed in Manhattan and sent 32 people to the hospital. What oversight does DOT exercise over these double-decker tour buses? And I would venture that there might be gaps in your ability to ensure that these buses and their drivers are operating safely on our streets. For example, the drivers are not held to the same type of training standards as regular bus drivers on city streets. Are you aware of that?
We have a very rigorous bus inspection program, and I need to go back and actually look to see what the issue is with regard to double-decker buses, because anything operating in commerce, basically in intrastate, should have oversight. The question is
now, these are tour buses.
Provided?
These are tour buses that only tour within the
New
5
York
boroughs.
City.
Yeah, and in this case, probably just Manhattan. Okay, I'd love to follow up on that. And then secondly, Route 9A. otherwise known as the West Side Highway in my Senate district, uh, has been a clear and present danger for cyclists and pedestrians for many years. Do you have plans to redesign or upgrade Route 9A to ensure that New Yorkers can feel safe to jog safely or bicycle along the Hudson River?
We've done an enormous amount of work on 9A to not only make sure that we accommodate bikes and ped traffic, but literally as we've rehabilitated portions of 9A over the years, we've enhanced that even further. And so the opportunity is always there for additional safety work, but I will tell you, we have done an enormous amount over the
Thank you,
course of
Commissioner.
Thank you. We're going to
Thank
cut you off. Go back to the assembly.
Mr. Member Lamont, please. Ranker, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Magnarelli. Thank you, Commissioner, for spending so much time with us today. I really appreciate it. I also wanted to thank you for your commitment to flooding mitigation upstate. We have no shortage of it. Our topography lends itself to it. The deterioration in many of our roads and culverts also add to that, and I would hope that you would continue helping us improve that. I have in the 126th Assembly District several direct needs for flooding mitigation in that area. I'd like to secondly go to the I-81 project in Syracuse. With respect to the farmers market, the CNY regional market there serves 7 counties. If this project interferes with ingress or egress for that market, it will disrupt the commerce, the agricultural commerce, our state's #1 industry, my assembly district's #1 industry. It could severely impact that. Are you aware of anything that project will disrupt with respect to the commerce for the CNY regional market?
I personally am not aware of the, if you're concerned about the logistics and the staging of the construction with regard to I-81, we'll be happy to work with we're working with everybody. I mean, it's a very complicated project, many construction sites in and around the city, and we're working with all the critical stakeholders as we move forward, because we have to. I mean, we don't want to interrupt. We want to be as least intrusive as we possibly can, but then again, it's major construction, so we'll be working with the critical stakeholders.
Thank you. And similar to Chair Magnarelli, I have several direct DOT property transfer issues, which I'd like to follow up with you on after. Going to your testimony with respect to smart climate policies and EV weight, and with respect to the materials being used for the 75-year lifespan on our roads, is that taking into account the additional weight of these vehicles?
It is. I can tell you that our specifications look at the weight of various vehicles. We have an 80,000 pound weight limit that we designed for, and so far we're not seeing anything above that. I think the larger question is with the adoption potentially in the future of medium and heavy duty vehicles, we are looking at our specifications right now and what the impact would be.
Thank you. And with respect to the governor's commitment to these green policy changes, I'd like to go to EV batteries specifically. And as we know, EV batteries are dependent on the mining of rare earth materials. For a 1,000-pound battery, it takes approximately 500,000, 500,000 pounds of earth to be moved to extract the rare earths for one battery. Further, our commitment to mining rare earths is directly linked to the proliferation of EV batteries. I'm wondering if the data that we have, there's approximately 10,000 deaths of children in the countries where these rare earths are mined, most of them in Africa, if not all, most of them black children, 40,000 injuries, and an innumerable and unknown amount of birth defects that will occur from now into the foreseeable future as a result of the poisoning these children are experiencing as they mine. We know that no children in New York or the United States would be allowed to work in those conditions. Yet we get behind in effort so we can have electric vehicles that is directly linked to the death, poisoning, and injury of children on another continent. Do you share any obligation in this at all?
With regard to the manufacture of electric batteries and what you've pointed out, there are global climate concerns writ large. The climate objectives are to reduce carbon emissions. And as we look at how we do that, we have to look at everything. And that includes the electrification of our vehicle systems, both passenger, medium, and heavy duty vehicles. The technology is advancing very quickly in the private sector on how those batteries are made and how these vehicles come to market. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think I'm
These things
the
are
last
hard
one
to
left
work.
on the Senate side.
Yeah.
I have 10, but I won't use 10, so I don't care if that clock says 5. First is follow up to Senator Coleman Siegel's question about the double-decker buses, which his district and my district are identical from this perspective. My understanding was that these buses, even though they just only stay in Manhattan, maybe sometimes in Brooklyn, they are registering out of state and they garage out of state, and that somehow supposedly limits the state's ability to go after them for the same standards we apply. Does that ring a bell at all to you?
Senator, I would prefer to come back and make sure that I have the proper framework, because I want to make sure that I understand where these bus companies are registered, how they're operating, and provide specifics on the existing oversight that we have with regard to these companies that you're raising.
So I look forward to the same concerns as Senator Hoyle.
I appreciate that.
So thank you, Coleman Siegel. Excuse me. Are we at the point now where we're making sure that none of the chemicals or products used and spread on roads and highways for snow and ice are not dangerous contaminants for the water table?
We just undertook a very extensive look with a number of partners. The legislature passed the Adirondack Salt Task Force legislation last year. We constituted that task force. It produced a report. It was very much a collaborative effort with the members of the task force, which included environmental organizations, the DEC and DOT were co-chairs. A number of recommendations came out of that. They have launched the pilot programs in particular that DOT is undertaking right now are launched this winter. So we're looking at the recommendations of the task force included things like there's a pilot that we're doing right now in central New York in the Utica area just north of there using all salt brine. How do we look at that? How do we look at cold spots, meaning areas that frequently ice, but if we don't put salt down there for a period of time in this pilot, do we actually need to look at some natural basically making sure that we're landscaping properly and creating less shady areas and less ice. We're also looking at, we put what we call EVLs, which are basically cameras on our plows so that we're monitoring the salt usage, salt spread, and understanding exactly what the conditions are and how we're treating for them. So the bottom line is all these pilots have launched. We'll collect the data and analyze it and report back out per the legislative requirement. But I do think we've got a good way forward on how we're actually managing for salt usage, and then reporting back out to see what's going to actually work and where we can, if we need to make additional improvements, where that would be.
And do you have a system in place for where this information, when you learn it and you get the pilot's findings, that information is reported in some way so the public can track how we're doing on improving our climate goals from a public roadways perspective? And
We're collecting it right now, so we have not even begun the analytics of that yet. So we're going to continue to work with the task force because that's the framework that we've got to actually do that. We'll figure out how, because it's all public in the end. So
thank you.
And anybody who wants to actually track a plow, you can go on our website and actually look at it.
Thank you. I think the Senate is, we may have a 3-minute follow-up, but Assembly next.
Okay. Member Palmisano.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. It's always good to see you. I first want to just give a shout out to your regional teams. They do a great job for a region, so I wanted to say that first of all. Earlier today, we heard from Commissioner Jana Lieber talking about his wish list and specific needs, like replacing 21% of subway stations, 32% of Metro North bridges, and so on. Mega projects like the 2nd Avenue subway. We know the MTA budget for both capital and operating is increasing. And I know you talked about the historic $32 billion DOT 5-year capital plan, which pales in comparison to the 5-year $51 billion MTA capital plan. There's no parity between the two. There used to be, there is no longer. But yet, even given the fact that 25% was mentioned as far as an inflation rate, according to the FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, over the past 30 months, the inflation rate for highway construction is up a record 58%, but yet this governor has chosen to cut 10% or $60 million from the critically important CHIPS program, which provides money directly to these local communities. As my colleagues mentioned, some of these communities in upstate rural communities, that's all they receive to fix their local roads, bridges, and communities. And this is going to hurt the local community, it's going to hurt the local property taxpayer and their ability to fix these roads. This cut is absolutely unacceptable. Hopefully you take that back to the governor, but also to my colleagues here. We cannot let this cut stand. It shouldn't just be restored. There should be an increase to the CHIPS base aid. And no governor has ever cut the CHIPS base aid as long as I've been a member or a staff member 15 years previously. The CHIPS base aid has never been cut until this governor chose it. Yes, they've done, pulled out winter recovery and messed with that, but never CHIPS base aid. So that was just one thing I wanted to mention. But I wanted to ask my question on the EV issue. My colleague mentioned.
Can I respond really quickly?
No, it's more of a comment because I understand. I got 3 minutes, so we can talk about this. But I just wanted to mention that to you and my colleague, we need to restore this money. It's wrong. So I want to talk about EVs. My colleague talked about the child labor issue with the Democratic Republic of Congo. I've talked about that time and again. One thing for sure is cobalt is used to produce lithium-ion batteries that are used to produce these batteries to power these electric vehicles. And certainly, we should all agree that child labor, we shouldn't meet our climate goals on the backs of child labor in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's proven, it's fact, they're dying to be maimed. So we should address that. And we shouldn't be supporting and buying these vehicles until they can demonstrate that child labor is not being used. Wouldn't you agree we should not be using child labor to produce these electric vehicles to meet our, because you talk about the goal is to get reduce carbon, but we shouldn't be doing it on the backs of child labor in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where 70% of the cobalt is extracted to produce these batteries to power these electric vehicles.
So let me, first with regard to the CHIPS funding, I just want to make a clarification. Governor Hochul put forward $6.1 billion.
Commissioner, you're going to have to get back to him directly, okay? Senate.
Tim Kennedy for 3 months. Oh, 3 months. No, you can't go.
Don't give him 3 months.
I could use all of it.
Commissioner, I have 3 months. Thank you for that generosity, Chairwoman. Commissioner, thank you very much again. A couple of things. So I just want to go back to my questions earlier, talking NFTA. Look, they're in the last year of a 5-year capital plan. $100 million was the first money in 35 years. That money was basically spent before they got it. the system was failing, it was crumbling. They've done some good things. They need the next phase of that. We're talking about a $50+ billion capital plan for the MTA with congestion pricing and everything else. The need for $150 million for the MTA, I just want to make a note of that, is essential for the next 5 years. STOA, you've heard a number of us talk about the need for improved STOA. These are all initiatives we can get into, but when it comes to the NFTA, there's the Metro Rail expansion that you're very familiar with. Can you talk about the DOT and your conversations, their support or lack thereof of this vision moving forward for the light rail expansion into Amherst from downtown Buffalo?
So the NFTA has put forward what their proposal is and what they would like to do. Again, it hinges on funding to actually make that happen. Beyond that, DOT, that's how we've looked at it in terms of actually understanding what their proposal is and understanding what the funding opportunities it would be to actually carry that out.
Yeah, so one thing we're going to be looking for is a commitment of funding moving forward so that we can go after funding at the federal level. That's what's necessary from the state level. So we'll work with you on that. I would appreciate that greatly, and that would be a major impact economically on the community for the future. And last thing, because we have 1 minute left, I want to talk about limousine safety and the bill that was proposed. If you could please just outline that briefly, talk about the suggestions made by the task force, if they were fully included in what has been proposed, and the task force, please. Thank you.
So I greatly appreciate the work that has been done across the board on limousine safety. 7 bills have been passed, and the agencies that are responsible, DOT, DMV, etc., have all taken them extremely seriously and implemented them. We also executed the limousine task force. Governor Hochul put forward a comprehensive bill that takes the work of the Senate bill that was passed last year on limousine safety and the Assembly work, and takes the recommendations from the task force and creates a more comprehensive safety bill. We'd love to work with you all on
Thank you, Commissioner.
passing that this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Gilio. She here?
She is.
Hello. So first I want to thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me before this hearing today to discuss any concerns that I may have had. I thought that was very considerate of you. So I wanted to thank you for that. And then I wanted to talk to you about new markets for recyclables that DOT may be considering, because we have a lot of problems with recycling, with redemption centers, with bottle bills and things of that nature. And I know that East Hampton on Long Island was pulverizing the glass and using it for road bed or the road right-of-ways, so that not necessarily on the road itself. So I just wanted to touch base and see if you had any plans for new markets, recyclables that DOT could consider for other uses that we could work together on, number one. And then number two, I know that there's a great need for mechanics with the DOT, and I'm wondering if you have considered working with union companies on Long Island and throughout the state for apprenticeship programs on those facilities so that they could train younger generation, perhaps a BOCES certificate holder, in order to get into heavy equipment mechanics.
So with regard to recyclables, yes, we definitely use them, and we're excited about using them in various projects. I can tell you we just completed a project out in Utica and applied recycled glass, and we do it. It's part of our specification process, and it's one more way that we're looking at to reduce carbon across the board. So can talk to you more about that, but it is definitely incorporated into our specs. And again, on our climate goals. With regard to the mechanics, absolutely. We're doing everything we possibly can to recruit and bring folks in. We've got a great program that we have with SUNY Cobleskill. to teach mechanics and bring them in. It's a great partnership that we'd like to further leverage. Excuse me. Can you hold my clock?
Please take your time.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Clock stopped.
Clock is stopped. So
Clock
take
is
your
stopped. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. Let me just grab a cough drop.
Take it easy.
You got me all worked up about
I'm
mechanics.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. So the bottom line is that DOT operations doesn't work if our equipment doesn't work. So we're highly invested in our mechanics and our fleet operations. So recruiting and bringing folks in is fundamental to our work. And if you've got some ideas on how we can continue to do that on Long Island, we'd be happy to work with you on that. We've got a great model with SUNY that we're leveraging.
Okay, great. And I would also really like to thank you for your oversight of the project labor agreements on the Long Island Expressway and all of our state roads on Long Island. There has not been one that has slipped by. So we're very happy with that and keeping a living wage going on Long Island where it's very much needed. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Comrie, 3-minute chair follow-up.
Like Commissioner, I always ask you every year, where's my West Parkway project upgrade? And have you been able to check the usage now that UBS Arena is in service?
Sir, I appreciate you asking every year, and every year we go back with city DOT on that. So
That we hope that we increase that access for that road. That's a very major roadway for Long Island, is to access the city. So the usage has gone up because of the arena, which is a good thing for commerce for the state, but for traffic traveling, the time of travel is just making it harder for people to get back and forth from Queens to Long Island. Hope that we can move that forward. What does DOT do as far as making sure that vehicles are properly insured?
so that's under the jurisdiction of DMV on
So
the insurance.
when the state troopers do, when the state, you don't oversee or monitor the numbers of arrests from state troopers or pulling people over. They don't send that information.
No, sir.
And no one has reached out to you about the issues of insuring fleet vehicles and commuter vehicles at all. You don't get any information about those things.
Well, I think with regard to our own fleet, yes, we have to follow the state rules, but beyond that, we don't have jurisdiction over oversight over others. Other than the only thing I could think of is part of the inspection process for motor buses and.
And just a final question: have they improved the lifetime of the pavement that they're putting down now, so that they don't have to pave as often?
We do. We use a lot of different materials to try and make sure that we're using proper mixes to extend the life as well as preserve what we have right now. So we abide by a preservation first policy.
And the pavement that's being put down now is VHPA free, free of toxic chemicals that may have seepage into the roadways or into the waterways.
Well, it's a variety of chemicals, and but I would also say that's a variety of. We're looking at. We've applied a number of techniques that are looking at how do we reduce carbon emissions in asphalt application. So cold in place recycling and some other things, high performance concrete, everything that we can do to reduce the carbon footprint that we're using with regard to road rehabilitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly.
Member Shimsky.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and let me join the chorus of praise for your willingness to dialogue with us on the issues in our areas. Your office has been great, and my DOT region, Region 8, has been working very, very hard with some really challenging issues. Going back to Region 8, there are statistical analyses that suggest that Region 8's roads are among the most problematic in the state in terms of pavement condition scores and so on. And also, it appears that the gap between Region 8 and other regions seems to be growing over time. So, what can be done to catch up Region 8? And is it time to consider tweaking the funding formulas? So I would say a couple of things. When we look at the capital plan, it's over 5 years, and so if there are parts of the state that DOT is executing the capital plan in, some years, you know, we oversubscribe in some areas and undersubscribe in others. The bottom line is to bring the balance and to bring the goals into line by the end of year 5. So I would say give us the ability to do all of that because we have resources to actually help come to play across the board, meaning people, execution of contracts, that type of thing. So in the Hudson Valley in particular, if the concern is that we may not have gotten to a contract or two, like I said, sometimes we pull contracts that were or projects that were slated for out years into the current year if they're more ripe, and then the same thing, give us the time to do it over the course of the 5 years. Okay. What is DOT's current view on the use of red light cameras to prevent the kinds of traffic and pedestrian fatalities we've been talking about? And how do you see that view evolving over time? Right now, the Department of Transportation the only red light camera authority we have is not red light camera authority. It is actually cameras in the work zone. And that's the existing authority that we have to monitor speed and enforce it. It's specific to highway workers and their safety. Over the history of the department, we've seen over 80 deaths in highway work zones, which is why we are grateful to the legislature and to the governor for the legislation that was passed and what we're implementing right now. We need
Thank
to
you,
clean out our
Commissioner.
culverts. Thank you.
All right, we got that last word in there. Member Gallagher, please.
Oh, great. Hi, nice to see you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. I remember we had a great conversation about our environmental goals a couple weeks ago, and I was rereading the New York City Comptroller's report, and it shows that half of the highway formula funds spent in New York have been used to expand highways. So I was wondering, how does DOT calculate the associated greenhouse gas emissions, especially considering that there's substantial research that demonstrates that expanding highways induces more people to drive and leads to higher emissions?
So I will tell you that one of the goals that we're looking to do across the board is one, meet our CLCPA requirements, which requires carbon reduction.
Right.
So as we take on projects as a state DOT, we're not looking at capacity enhancing projects. We're not looking to build a wider footprint. In fact, we're trying to actually make sure that we're not taking more land, that we're actually being very conscious about what we're doing to reduce vehicle miles traveled and the number of cars, and looking at alternatives. We want to drive more transit, we want to drive more bike, we want to drive more pedestrian. And so all of those criteria are part of how we scope out projects, so that we're limiting the expansion, so to speak, of any roadway. What we're looking to do is actually kind of refine it more, provide more alternatives, and meet those goals under the CLCPA.
Okay, well then let's. Yeah, for example, in the Van Wyck Expressway, we're adding 2 more lanes to it. So I don't see how that is helping our climate goals. And in the comptroller's report, it said that we're adding lanes to most of these
these
So the Van
projects?
Wyck in particular is a project to do a couple of things. One, the roadway is very old and in need of repair. Two, it's creating a managed use lane, and it's within the existing footprint. So we're not taking additional land.
Okay.
We're improving 5 bridges, including Long Island Railroad bridges, to enhance capacity and efficiency of the transit systems, as well as create a managed use lane along the Van Wyck so that people can get to the airport in a more streamlined fashion. The bottom line is you've got so much congestion on the Van Wyck right now. We need to get people moving faster so that the emissions are not as high.
Okay.
With the managed use lane moving forward, we can look at how we can use electric buses. How do we actually manage the use of that lane is to be determined. But the bottom line is there's a lot of different ways that we can utilize new technologies, new vehicles to actually make sure that we're using it wisely.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you, Commissioner. Thank you. Member Jacob.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Hi, Commissioner. Good to see you again. Usually at these things, I'm ranting and raving about some problems, but I first want to thank you for following up on our conversation concerning Route 84 between the thruway exit and the Newburgh Beacon Bridge, which is so heavily traveled and was brutal. And I can finally go that area worrying about the traffic and not the potholes and worrying about my car. And thanks for meeting with me on the priorities in my district. One thing I want to bring up is, and I mentioned this briefly, is that local municipalities are under the obligation, and rightly they should be, to comply with ADA rules when they're paving, and this happens mostly in cities and villages. I think there should be a new formula or an additional formula with CHIPS for additional money for ADA compliance. I mean, occasionally I'm able to get additional money, say for the city of Newburgh, so they're able to spend to get more done. But the difficulty is that it costs it costs as much to do or I say much more to do the ADA compliance as does the paving. So I hope that you would try to do something on that.
I can tell you that the first thing that we've done is be very clear on the compliance portion of the ADA. And that goes with our local programs specifications as well. When I talk about the achievements that we've made, and I rattled the list off to Senator Kennedy, ADA ramps or curb cuts, we have instituted about 2,180 statewide in the first 2 years of this capital plan. So I realize it costs money. It's the right thing to do, and it helps across the board with
I
accessibility.
mean, even if the program was such that the municipalities could be reimbursed, because obviously everybody would like get additional money, but if they got reimbursed with proof of doing the ADA compliance in certain spots, it could be a way of helping particularly cities that have the burden. The other thing is, you mentioned about the EV charging stations, which I've been a big proponent. So one thing though, the state, and mostly NYSERDA, but you work with them, have generally been pushing level 2 and not level 3. Level 3 is the quick one that you can get it mostly done within a half hour. Level 2 is the slow one. It's not as bad as level 1 that you would have in your house, but I was just hoping that you could push for that.
So the NEVI program, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, we're working with NYPA and NYSERDA on that. That is the DC fast charging level 3. And
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Member Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for weathering this long testimony here. First, I want to thank you for always being accessible to me and to the elected officials in my district in Region 11, which is the really, really biggest, most um, congested region in the city. And as you know, we've been organizing a corridor-wide group of people, including elected officials, along the BQE corridor, which I know is the bane of your existence as well as mine. As you know, we're united in wanting a solution to the BQE corridor that focuses on climate and health impacts and improves air quality throughout the corridor, which is just evidence of Robert Moses and mostly environmental justice communities that are really impacted by this. Now, I know that you've been working behind the scenes with City DOT on those things that the State DOT has technical competence on, and I really appreciate that. But one of the things we talked about is the fact that the public doesn't realize that the state is at the table. And I really want to ask if the state can come to the table and be more actively involved in engaging with community, because they desperately want to hear from you. And I know you've co-submitted a federal grant, but if you could address that issue.
So the we co led an effort to submit the Reconnecting Communities grant with City DOT. We have been at every public meeting, representatives from New York State DOT that has occurred through the city process. And if we were to win this Reconnecting Communities grant, it would be yet another series of public engagements to try and scope out what those opportunities would be as we looked at what the additional planning opportunities north and south of the Triple Cantilever would be. So we'd be doing that in conjunction with the city.
Yeah, I think my point is that while people have been there, too few people realize that the state is there. So it would be helpful if people engage a little bit, talk to people more, that kind of thing, so that the public knows that the state is at the table.
Understood.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I'm not going to ask you about culverts, although.
Thank you.
They're really important for resiliency. Thank you.
Member. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Member Gonzalez Rojas.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. I've long been an advocate for pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, and public transportation. And now a statistic. I got hit by a car 2 weeks ago in New York City, and obviously we've seen the really high rates of both crashes and deaths in our communities. And Assemblymember Cunningham talked about children in particular. So I think we spent some time today talking about traffic violence. It's at all high prices right now. You talked about education, enforcement, information sharing. Our chairman mentioned supporting speed cameras. Is there any other very specific engineering changes, capital changes, and can you speak to them? What's your need, either this budget or moving forward, in order to really address the engineering and design to create more safe streets?
So there's a number of categories that we look at from the engineering perspective, and it's not all dollar driven, but if we were to define it, there's some highway safety improvement dollars that are leveraged at the federal level down to the states. There's complete streets. We've got, especially the legislature passed last year, $5 million that we're leveraging right now, complete streets and targeting in particular underserved communities. But this gives us the opportunity to look at the engineering as well as the execution, I'll say, of creating those safer environments. I mean, quite frankly, the other thing that's the debate that's happening at the national level is also kind of the debate about the mental health of our country, because you see people that are angry, they're distracted, and they're literally behind a car that weighs tons, and it becomes a vessel. and I'm sorry for your injury. But it's a more comprehensive look that we have to undertake. There's a lot of research that's going on right now at the national level. Transportation Research Board and others, National Academy of Sciences, is looking at the science behind all this. But it's going to take a while to really understand it. In the meantime, we need to do everything we can to both look at the 3 E's: engineering, education, enforcement, but then also, as the governor put forward in the budget, look at the mental health of our citizens and how do we make sure that we're investing in all of that, because it plays out in all different ways. Transportation is just one way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you, Commissioner. Member Matanis, please.
Like the third time. Hi. Sunset Park residents live every day with continued environmental injustice of the Gowanus Expressway above 3rd Avenue. In addition to applying to the federal Reconnecting Communities grant, what is the agency doing now to mitigate the harms and to protect and ensure the future plans for the BQE to eliminate the division created by Robert Moses when it was built of the elevated highway, reconnect the community, and reduce the air and noise impact of traffic on the neighborhood?
Well, as you noted, we're looking at the reconnect. We've done a lot of work already just on the structure of the bridge itself. Over the last 10 years, we probably put in, not the bridge, but the stretch of roadway 278 across the board, probably like $275 million for the preservation of it. That said, what you're asking about is how do we actually work with the community on some of the opportunities to improve the actual conditions around the structure. And that Reconnecting Communities grant that we've applied for, we're hoping that we receive it, will give us a plan, give us dollars to actually perform a study to see what those opportunities might look like in greater detail.
And what is New York State's DOT's response to why New York City is still not allowed to set its own speed limit and use every tool available to reduce crashes and fatalities on our streets?
I think you're referring to the city setting their own speed limits?
Yes, and what is your stance on the city not being able to do that?
It's not an issue that's within the purview of New York State Department of Transportation with regard to setting the speed limits for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Member Ranker. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Where? Oh, there you are.
I'm up there. Let me also echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Thank you to certainly you and your staff for their responsiveness, especially down in the region on Long Island. I do want to follow up on a couple of things, including what Mr. Slater asked about. I understand, I think, and I even went back and looked at it, I'm sure counsel within your department could confirm that there are no restrictions on DOT sharing those reports with the minority, so I really ask you to take a strong look at that. But to the extent that you believe that you're prohibited, I will be drafting a bill to add the minority to that distribution list and would ask for the department's support in doing so. So, putting that aside, though, I want to, on behalf of one of my colleagues, AJ Behan, who is not a member of one of these committees, so he's not able to participate, but I believe he recently has written to the department regarding a guardrail on the Taconic State Parkway in the location near where a East Fishkill police officer was recently killed. And he just asked if I could just bring that issue up and bring it to your attention because he's very eager to work with the department on trying to improve safety at that location.
I did receive his letter, and we're looking at it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The other thing that I just wanted to get into is really a couple of local things down in the district I represent. Both really, I know they've been brought to the attention of the department in the past, but both relate to different sections of Hempstead Turnpike, also known as Route 24. Near the West Hempstead portion of this, up to the Village of Hempstead line, I've gotten a lot of reports and complaints from constituents regarding the condition of the pavement at that location. There are other locations further west that I think were repaved in recent years, but it didn't go all the way to the village line, the Village of Hempstead line. So I'd ask you to look at that. And then one that I think I pretty much have brought up every year for several years running is further up into East Meadow, and in the vicinity of the Nassau Hub property, where there's a lot of talk about development there, including the Sands Casino proposal. There's been some other development done in the location, and there's also talk very close to there of part of the Nassau Community College campus being used as a new medical campus, and the Meadowbrook Parkway interchanges in that location, I think, have been in need of some modernization for several years. So it's another location that I'd appreciate continued dialogue with your office regarding.
Will do.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I just have one more area I want to touch base with, so this is my second round here. Very quickly, last year the enacted budget included $5 million for complete streets infrastructure. What is the status of that funding? How is it being dispersed? Who is eligible for the funding? And how does DOT ensure that bike and pedestrian infrastructure is included in state road and bridge projects overall?
So I'll start with the second piece of your question first, which is we have a checklist for complete streets. And what I mean by a checklist is it's a really robust screening tool, so that as we look to, launch a project, the complete streets checklist is utilized by our design engineers to make sure that we're looking at it from every aspect. How can we make sure that we're looking at geometry, design, lighting, painting, everything, crosswalk safety, ADA compliance.
So this is done on each project?
With regard to the projects that are eligible for complete streets treatments, yes.
Okay.
And then with regard to the $5 million investment in complete streets, we're moving on that. We've got projects that criteria that we've outlined and are applying right now. So I can get you a more specific update on which projects those are. But we've taken the $5 million investment and we've looked at how we can actually look at the underserved communities that it was intended to actually serve. And then we're putting out opportunities with our local partners to figure out how those dollars can be spent.
Okay, I will follow up on those. But which projects does the DOT look at for bike and pedestrian infrastructure to be included in these projects? Which ones get it automatically? Which ones do your engineers automatically look at complete streets?
There's a category within of our project list, and it's a 1R category. I don't know what that stands for. I wish I could tell you what the criteria are, but it's basically how do we actually look at complete streets features. One of the things that we're looking at and that we've done differently is instead of saying you can take, you need to put all of the elements of complete streets, we're looking at, okay, maybe we can't apply every element, but there are some features of complete streets that we can apply to various projects.
Okay,
So we're not trying.
but you're looking, the engineers are looking at that all the time.
Correct.
Okay, not that they're going to do a complete street, but they're going to look to see what might be
Correct.
used. Okay.
It's a change in philosophy, and the other portion of that is that we're developing an active transportation plan, which enhances it.
Well, with that, I think we're going to let you go. I want to thank you very much for sitting through all of this. I know it was not easy for you today. on a personal note. I really do appreciate it. I know we all do. To you and the department, thank you very much for answering our questions. I look forward to working with you this year.
Thank you. Thank you very
Same
much.
for the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're into Panel A, I think. Is that what we're calling it? The New York State Department of Motor Vehicles and the New York State Thruway Authority.
Bye,
Come on
Commissioner.
down.
Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Take care.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Schroeder,
You
how
want
are
to
you,
ask
sir?
a question?
I like that button.
Okay.
I like that picture.
Thanks, how are you? Happy New Year.
Hello, Frank. How are you? Happy New Year.
Who is this guy? Oh,
We told them they can ask no Chick-fil-A questions.
no, I'm going to say it.
No
No
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. He likes those questions.
No.
Yep.
All right, good luck.
I'm getting all that now. Chick-fil-A.
He's DNC.
Yeah, right.
I don't know who this rig is, but I'm thinking he is.
Chairman?
Okay, brother.
It's food.
I thought that
Hey there. Okay, good, good.
When I spoke to Rich, I couldn't believe it. In other words, they're doing redesign so they can do something different. Please, I'm gonna get clobbered. Thank you.
I hope you feel better.
Yes, we do.
Thank you so much.
What happened?
You can't control it. You should have heard Amy Poehler yesterday.
Thank you.
All right, feel better.
Okay.
Let's get this show going.
Okay. If people can move in and out as quietly as possible so we can keep going, thank you.
Okay, I guess we will start with the Department of Motor Vehicles. Commissioner, are you set?
Good afternoon. Am I
Good
on?
afternoon, sir.
You have to press that button very hard. There
Very
you
hard.
go. When it turns green, you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. As a former member of the New York State Legislature, it is an honor to be with all of you today. It is my privilege to serve as the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles and to lead a customer-focused organization of nearly 3,000 dedicated civil servants. For the past 5 years, I have challenged the agency to reimagine our customer service model and embrace innovation to eliminate the status quo. Through that mindset, and by putting our strategic plan into action, we are serving customers in record time. We have more online transactions than ever, made it easier to contact the DMV, and we are very close to updating our technology to further build on our success. Governor Hochul's executive budget provides $665 million for DMV to implement those critical improvements and to support operations at both the state and county-run offices. This is more than offset by the approximately $2 billion DMV generates annually. Thanks to the continued investment by the governor and the legislature, we expect to launch a project this year to replace DMV's 50-year-old driver and registration systems with more streamlined and user-friendly technology. It will not only simplify and modernize our systems for today, but will allow us to implement technology changes more easily in the future. The transformation of our call center will also continue. Last year, we launched and then expanded online chat and email interactions. This year, we will leverage the latest technology to make a more seamless journey, whether New Yorkers visit an office, call us, or use our website. Part of reimagining the DMV led us to look at our offices to make sure they are right-sized for the volume of customers they help and that we are being good stewards of taxpayer resources. Today, with more than 75 online transactions available, we are serving more customers from the comfort of their homes and fewer in person. In 2023, 8 million transactions were completed online. That customer benefit enabled us to consolidate our offices in Suffolk this past August, a change that has been positive and allowed us to boost staffing in the remaining 4 locations in Suffolk that historically served the most customers. We also consolidated our innovation center to a prime location on Empire State Concourse that I know many of you and your constituents have used. We will continue to evaluate our operational footprint and explore possibilities to minimize cost as we further move into the age of digital transactions. DMV staff have also been in the forefront of the state's fight against surging vehicle thefts and implementing various measures of the governor's auto theft reduction strategy. This past year alone, DMV recovered $8.7 million worth of stolen vehicles and vehicle parts, and we work with auto dealers and manufacturers to assist vehicle owners in preventing thefts. Regarding limo safety, at the direction of the governor, DMV remains focused on enhancing safety and increasing enforcement surrounding stretch limousines. More than 15 arrests have been made related to illegal operation of stretch limousines because of extensive work in collaboration among DMV, DOT, and law enforcement. And I'm happy to report that many of the recommendations of the Stretch Limousine Passenger Safety Task Force, which I co-chaired, have been implemented. And the ones requiring legislation, which have been included in a recent budget bill introduced by the governor. Regarding tolling, we also know that the modernization of the state's tolling system has presented challenges. DMV is working with tolling authorities to impose administrative actions against toll evaders, and we have partnered with law enforcement to crack down on the use of illegal or defaced license plates. Keeping our roads safe is central to the mission of both DMV and the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee, of which I chair. Together, we recently proposed a series of regulatory amendments to make it easier to remove persistently dangerous drivers from our roadways. We anticipate this rule-making process to continue this year. Regarding e-bikes, we recognize the transportation industry is never standing still, and we need to evolve with it to keep pace with emerging trends like the rise in e-bikes. The Governor's Traffic Safety Committee is proactively working with New York City's Vision Zero and other partners to promote safe operation and storage of these devices. GTSC also instituted a focused effort to enhance traffic safety engagement in underrepresented communities that are disproportionately impacted by traffic crashes and fatalities. Specific attention was given to pedestrian, bike, and micromobility safety. Regarding diversity, we are also keenly focused on increasing equity within our agency and maintaining a welcoming and diverse place for our employees, vendors, and the residents that we serve. This past year, we established an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to advance our goals. I am also thrilled to say that more than 72% of our spending is done through MWBEs, and more than 20% is done through service-disabled, veteran-owned businesses, which is far above the 6% required by law. Regarding reentry, as part of the Governor Hochul's historic Jails to Job initiative, We also expanded a project to provide incarcerated individuals with state-issued IDs prior to their release. I am very proud to tell you that all 43 Department of Corrections and Community Supervision DOCS facilities are now participating, and more than 700 non-driver IDs have been issued. This is critical to ensuring that individuals get a job, find housing, access services, and ultimately re-enter society successfully. Regarding CDLs, addressing the shortage of truck and bus drivers continues to be an area of focus for DMV. At the governor's direction, we recently implemented a federal waiver for the part of the commercial driver's license road test to make it easier to the prospective bus driver to get licensed and ready to meet the needs of our schools statewide. Regarding Donate Life, DMV is also uniquely positioned to support the state organs donor registry. More than 80% of potential donors join the registry through DMV. This past year, we gave New Yorkers another way to join the registry by adding that life-saving question to vehicle registration transactions. And finally, we like to have a little fun at DMV, so I was proud to tour the state last year to unveil new regional license plates. They are reflective of the unique landscape and history across the state and give residents a way to show their pride in their communities. As you can see, the DMV is as diverse as the people, businesses, and entities we serve and support. Our strength is in that diversity, our willingness to adapt, and the commitment of our workforce to provide exemplary service to the people of this great state. And it does not go unnoticed. I start every executive meeting with reading of what I call customer kudos, compliments that people have sent in to praise DMV for a job well done. So I would like to take us a minute to brag and share some of the recent comments we received. One New Yorker said, "The best DMV experience I've ever had." Another said, "I was in and out in 15 minutes because the process was so efficient." Another New Yorker, "I pulled in the parking lot and returned to my car in 10 minutes with new plates in hand." And finally, a customer wrote, "Thank you for dispelling the stereotypes about non-responsive government." Those comments convey exactly what we have set out to do, but our work is not done. Transforming the DMV has become part of our agency's identity, and I will entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Acting director? Not acting, active director, right? What is the?
Acting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Kruger and Magnarelli and Senator Kennedy and Chair Comrie and Chair Zembrowski. My name is Frank Hoare. I'm the acting executive director of the Thruway Authority. With your permission, after having served here for 11 years as the general counsel to Chairman Denny Farrell, I understand that brevity is the soul of testimony. So with your permission, I would dispense with my written remarks and just give the highlights. Thank you. The Thruway Authority budget represents a total commitment of $1.3 billion. It provides the resources required to maintain the current levels of maintenance, safety, and service that our customers have come to expect. This balanced spending plan includes $450 million for capital program improvements in the next year over the Thruway system. Looking ahead, our 5-year capital program will commit $2.4 billion into resurfacing our road, rebuilding and rehabilitating bridges, and enhancing safety features like guide rail and road striping. That figure represents an increase of approximately $500 million from the 2023 budget, and it is made possible because of the toll adjustment that took effect this past January 1st. Again, I repeat, that's $2.4 billion over the next 5 years. That means greater safety, and it means New Yorkers going to work. The 2024 capital program makes critical investments and addresses infrastructure needs throughout the state and in our 4 operational divisions. In the capital region, we will be resurfacing approximately 36 lane miles, between Schenectady and Rotterdam and increasing the bridge height at the exit 25 interchange bridge. In the Mid-Hudson Valley, we will be resurfacing nearly 50 lane miles of I-87 between Harriman and Newburgh. In Western New York, we have been reconstructing the first 4 miles of the Niagara Thruway in Buffalo between I-90 and Elm Street, as well as resurfacing more than 64 lane miles on I-90 between Dunkirk and Westfield. Central New York will see the resurfacing of approximately 50 lane miles between Canajoharie and Little Falls, in addition to the rehabilitation of approximately 24 miles in the Rochester area between Canandaigua and Victor. This work translates to a smoother riding service for motorists, enhanced safety features, and a visual reminder of our reinvestment of our customers' toll dollars. As a testament to our fiscal prudence and discipline, Standard & Poor's recently raised its long-term rating on our general revenue bonds to A+. Additionally, Moody's Investors Service revised our outlook to positive from stable and affirmed the A1 rating of the outstanding general revenue bonds. This translates to real savings by enabling the authority to borrow at lower rates and therefore allows us to make further investments in our system. In 2023, motorists took 397 million trips and drove 8.1 billion miles on the Thruway. The Thruway is the principal artery of commerce and serves as a catalyst of the state's economic activity, with 17% of our total traffic coming from commercial vehicles and about 1/3 of that from out of state. Our service areas, just like the Thruway system, provide benefits to local communities. For example, the Taste New York program, which recently celebrated its 10th anniversary, is prominently featured at our farmers markets and our service areas. We are supporting local farmers and food and beverage producers. Other community benefits include partnerships with local small businesses who are awarded contracts to work on the Thruway system. The authority pays annually in excess of $270 million to contractors and other providers of goods and services that are based in New York. That is part of our service area project of $450 million investment, where 23 of the 27 service area will be rebuilt with significant renovations to the remaining 4. Currently, we are close to halfway through the project, with 13 new buildings open and 3 more by the start of the summer travel season. Again, I note that no toll dollars nor federal, state, and local taxpayer funding is being used in that reconstruction. Another feature is the EV chargers along the Thruway as part of our continued commitment to the environment. Currently, there are 59 EV charging stations in operation at Thruway commuter lots, select service areas, and welcome centers. We have an additional 38 high-speed charging stations that will be operational by this summer, for a total of 97 charging stations. Motorists can confidently drive from New York City to Buffalo and be confident in their ability to access EV charging stations along the entirety of the Thruway. The operator will be installing at least 4 high-speed EV chargers at each service area, and our plan is to create a robust end-to-end corridor of more than 130 fast-charging EV stations with an average of 30 miles between each location, which exceeds the federal standards, which is at 50 miles. The authority currently meets the EV charging needs of our customers, and we're planning for the future of our customers' charging needs. Over the next approximately 10 years, we will add 320 EV charging stations along the Thruway. In addition to addressing the EV needs of passenger vehicles, we are working toward increasing the EV needs of medium and heavy-duty vehicle industry. Because tolls are our primary source our primary revenue source, we expect all motorists using the Thruway to pay their tolls, and we make every effort to collect every single toll owed to us. The vast majority of our customers appreciate our commitment to them and pay on time. To bolster our toll collection efforts, I want to express our support and thanks to Governor Hochul's Article 7 toll violation proposal, which is in the TED bill at Part C. This bill will outlaw certain common toll evasion practices, and it will enhance the enforcement by increasing fines, providing law enforcement with the ability to seize materials affixed for the purpose of blocking numbered plates. And speaking of great legislation, we want to thank you. We see the benefits from Chairman Kennedy and Chairman Magnarelli's automated work zone speed enforcement program that Governor Hochul signed into law in September of 2021. We have seen drivers change their behavior by slowing down in work zones. We have seen them drop their average speed from 55 to 50, and since the program's inception, the authority has mailed more than 40,000 first violations to motorists and collected more than 1.6 million in violations, all of which is funneled back into safety programs. And I would note that fewer than 360 motorists out of those 40,000 have disputed their notices of violation. Finally, our accomplishments were made possible because of the dedication of our board of directors and the commitment from the 1,700 employees of the Thruway Authority. Their dedication and professionalism ensure that Thruway continues to be a safe and reliable highway for all motorists. A recent example of their selflessness and dedication are the most recent storms in western New York, where heavy whiteout conditions, heavy winds, frigid temperatures, and several feet of snow in some areas. The Buffalo Division led the way and included reinforcements from the Thruway Authority's Albany, New York, and Syracuse divisions, who worked around the clock in freezing temperatures to plow and assist commercial drivers who had ventured out in defiance of the commercial ban that was instituted and got stuck. In closing, please know I remain committed to keeping the Thruway the safest and most reliable means of travel in the state, whether one is commuting to work, visiting family or friends, enjoying the recreational opportunities around our state, or supporting the freight economy. The Thruway will take you there. That concludes my testimony, subject to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to start out with the Senate. I believe.
Chair Tim Kennedy, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schroeder, thank you for that testimony. Very good to hear all the positive things happening at the DMV. Also, the Executive Director, Hoare, thank you so much for your leadership and your partnership. The both of you have been extraordinarily responsive anytime my office has reached out. Your teams have been exceptional to work with, and I'm very grateful. Starting with the DMV, I'm going to try to cut my time in half here. Just getting into the Internet Point and Insurance Reduction Program that's extended for a couple more years in the executive proposal. It was first authorized back in 2005. Are there any changes in the extension, or is it a simply clean extension? And is it something that you would like to see the IPERP program made permanent by the legislature?
So, Senator, as you indicated, this started some time ago. It started when I was in the New York State Assembly, and it is part of TED Part F, and it will extend now to 2026. The course is available for people who want an insurance discount or who seek to reduce number of points against them on their driving record. In terms of it being permanent, I would say respectfully that's probably something for the legislature to consider. But for now, we've been able to do everything we're supposed to do in terms of working it properly, even through the extension program.
Great, thank you. The executive proposal calls for an increase in appropriations at the DMV, citing technology. Can you discuss what those upgrades would be and what benefits that customers could expect to see?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I often use your neighborhoods to talk about what DMV has gone through over the last 50 or 60 years. If you remember, and I know you do, in some of your old neighborhoods like Little Hollywood, the old First Ward, and the Valley community, the Valley area, there's little cabooses on the end of their houses, right? And then when the couple were gonna have another baby, there'd be another caboose and another caboose. This is exactly what DMV has done over the last 60 years. We have legacy lines that date back to Governor Rockefeller. And then what did we do? In the 70s, we added on, we added on, we added on. When you add on like that, it's not going to be a comprehensive product. So what we're doing, and this funding, this $168 million, really does help us. So we're grateful to the governor and to the legislature. This will underwrite the transformation and also the tech redesign. We probably have over 250 data lines. We don't need them. We're going to retire them. And then this project is helping us underwrite what we need to bring in the new technology. So we're very excited about this. We've been working on this for a long time. I have 20 teams that have been working on this for as long as I've been the commissioner, since 2019. We are making tremendous progress. This is a 5-year comprehensive plan. It's probably going to take us 4 years to enact, and we're deep involved in it right now, and we're grateful for your support.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Last year, the legislature passed and the governor signed legislation that permits driver license reciprocity. And I'm very grateful for your efforts with me and my colleagues in helping to make that happen and work through the process so that it actually could become law. Where's the DMV as it pertains to that agreement? And have there been any in the process working it through? Have there been any agreements with any nations or territories yet?
Yeah, so, thanks to the legislature, thanks to the governor, it is law. In DMV, we embrace the law. And so we are 100% involved in this. To date, to be specific, to answer your question, France, Taiwan, and the Dominican Republic have expressed interest in establishing a reciprocal agreement. The difficult part, we're going to be able to do it, but the complexity here is that DMV now has the responsibility to evaluate the countries who are seeking reciprocity, because we have to make sure that we're on the same page here. And so we are prepared. DMV is ready to roll, and we will continue to report out progress. But it's not only for the 3 countries I just mentioned. Any country who has an interest in New York State, once they go through the application process, we will engage with them and make sure that we're successful.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Commissioner. To Mr. Hoare, thank you again for your leadership, your efforts. I want to switch to the Thruway Authority. Can you give us an update on the status of the rest stop reconstruction project and when we can expect full completion?
Currently, there are 13 out of the 27 rest stops that have been completely rebuilt, and they're open and functioning. In the next several months, by the start of the summer driving season, you'll see another 3 open up, and then the remaining 11 will open up by the end of, over the next 18 months, but by the end of, we anticipate by the end of 2025, then the project being completed.
Great. So it is on track.
Well, it's on the new track. There is a 8 to 10 month delay that we've experienced. Allegedly, the design builder alleges because of COVID and geopolitical events. So we'll see.
But it's moving forward.
It's moving forward, yes.
Construction continues.
It does.
Thank you. Are there any changes? First of all, thank you for recognizing the work zone safety legislation that was passed and signed into law. It's clearly working, and those numbers are eye-popping. Are there any changes that the Thruway Authority would recommend to that program? How successful you've been catching speeders, and what we can do to enhance it, especially with repeat offenders?
And we've seen many of 40,000 are repeat offenders. So at this point, I think it's working. We see it in the numbers, and again, I think the most important fact is what we've seen from the data is that finally folks have that message and they're dropping their miles per hour as they approach a work zone. The word is out. We operate 10 on a weekly basis. We move them around, and we've been successful in we think in dropping that number, and the numbers, the data support that.
Yeah, again, 40,000 violations is an eye-popping number.
And I think the 360 only challenging it shows that how many people realize what they did, right? Thank you for that. Just going back to the surface area redesign and the redevelopment project, it calls for an installation of high-speed EV chargers at all areas. Um, do these plans leave room for growth as we continue to see EVs come more and more the norm? And what additional steps can we take to enhance the use of these EV chargers and the expansion of them in the redesign plan? Senator, the current contract to rebuild the Thruway service areas calls for a minimum of 4 to 6 EV chargers at each service area, depending on the size. But built into the contract is a provision that the operator must increase those numbers as demand grows. So as I said, over the next 10 years, the plan is to add an additional 320 chargers throughout the system. And again, we have them not just at the service areas, we have them at our park and ride lots, we have them at the landings on the Clonmel Bridge, and we have them at the welcome centers. And part of my work as transportation chair, I've come across new technology that will allow for charging infrastructure for vehicles while they're actually moving. Is the Thruway Authority examining the feasibility of doing a pilot on this sort of technology? Well, we're following the technology every day. We are applying aggressively for federal grants. We hope to be part of some of the federal spending on that to increase those numbers. But we are talking with partners in the private sector.
Thank you, Frank. You'll need to follow up
Thank you very
afterwards or
much.
in writing. Thank
You
you.
can complete that sentence in writing. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I believe I have a few questions, so we're going to start it with the Commissioner of DMV. Okay? Get my act together here. The proposed budget from the governor calls for an increase of $184 million for the DMV, right? And about $178.4 million of that appropriation is for basically your IT upgrades, which we're kind of in the last phases of, from what I understand and from what you've been talking about. But a couple of questions. Will any additional funding be required for this project? When will the upgrades be complete? What new services will be moved online, and what other improvements will your customers experience as a result of the project? Are there any specific benchmarks for improving service? And will these IT upgrades result in any savings? So in other words, are we on stride? Is it going to cost any more money? And what are we getting out of it when it's done?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so this is what I refer to as a 5-year comprehensive plan of excellence. It's going to take us about 4 years to implement. And so we are going strong right now. And also the services in terms, when I became the commissioner, we could do about 47 online transactions. We now can do 77. The goal of DMV is to meet your constituents and our customers where they are. So the goal is that we want to be able to do every single transaction online to give our customers that option. The only two things that we're unable to do right now are federal requirements having to do with Real ID and the enhanced driver's license. But everything else we are trying, and this opportunity of transformation and tech redesign, we're in the driver's seat to be able to do this. In terms of the benchmarks that you talk about, when I talk about the kudos, the compliments, these are New Yorkers who are busy. These are legislators assembly members and senators who are busy. And when they call us and when they email us to tell us a job well done, that means we are hitting the benchmarks that we strive to do. When customers say, the last time I came into DMV, it took me 4 hours. Now it's 15 minutes.
Well,
So things are really going well in that regard.
I
too, Mr.
understand
Chairman.
that, Commissioner, and I consider those testimonials, and you've gotten them from my office. Okay, so
Thank you.
I'm one of them. The bottom line, though, is like, what are we comparing it against? Are we saving any money? Are we looking, or is it just invalidly? It's just giving better service? Okay, but I mean, what are we going to measure it against to see whether or not this program is successful?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I can tell you anecdotally, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you recall, last year in Onondaga County, the DMV office went down. It went down because there were outages and glitches. That's inconvenient for your constituents, but it also costs us money. So when we're able to have the proper technology, and that's the course we're on right now, there will be savings, no doubt.
There's one other question I want to ask you also. The executive proposal, Article 7, authorizes the DMV to replace the existing system to verify motor vehicle insurance with an online insurance verification system. Okay, I don't believe that's the same thing that Senator Kennedy was asking you about, but what I'm concerned about here in a nutshell is who's driving this, the DMV or the insurance company? And who's going to make the final determination on the outcome? Because I'm concerned about that. I want to make sure, to be honest with you, I want to make sure the DMV makes the final determination of how we're going to do this. And that's what I'm looking at in that Article 7 language.
So, Mr. Chairman, your concerns, they lay with DMV. DMV and our staff will continue to implement. This will be a technology. This technology will be integrated in with our 4-year plan.
Right.
In
I guess
terms
my
of reform.
concern here
is
that it doesn't cost the state more money or more time.
Yeah.
If it's something that's going to be for the convenience of the outside companies, that's fine, as long as it meshes with your system, your project, your people. That's all I'm saying.
And it does.
Okay. All right. Director, I've got a couple of questions here. First of all, speeding. We're talking about speeding, and I want to piggyback on what Senator Kennedy was saying as far as the work zone cameras are concerned and how good they are. What about just speeding cameras? Because what I'm seeing and what I said to the DOT earlier is that there is, as far as I can see, a proliferation of lawlessness, so to speak. People speeding, disregarding the rules of the road, the laws of the road completely. Is there any thought of speed cameras on the thruway?
There's not, and we certainly anecdotally we have seen that over the last 2 years. It seems to be another symptom of COVID in terms of driving behavior. We've been successful with your legislation, and at least in the work zone, slowing people down. But we have no present plans right now to add additional speed cameras to the thruway system.
Well, that's something I'd like to look at. Talking about EV needs into the future, I just find it very hard to believe. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I don't have anything to go on either, but the number 130 or something EV charging stations on the thruway, like that's going to be enough. I think even you said in your testimony that in 10 years you're going to need 320. That doesn't seem enough to me. But again, maybe I'm just plain wrong. The one thing, though, that I have been talking to people about are the EV needs for medium and heavy duty vehicle traffic. okay, on the thruway. And not only the amount of EVs that you have, but how that electricity is going to be distributed to your sites to take care of those heavy duty vehicles. It's, from what I'm being told, it's astronomical in terms of money and time to produce maybe not what's on your site, but what's going to get the electricity to your site. Are there any conversations going on right now with the thruway and the electrical distribution people? Okay.
Yes, we are in those conversations. You identified what makes it so complicated. There are so many pieces to this. The utilities have said to us that putting these, providing the power to do these EV chargers is like servicing a small city.
Right.
So there are challenges ahead. We are in those discussions, part of the federal grant, as we apply for federal grants with our DOT partners. They are part, being the utilities, are a big part of the discussion as well. Again, right now, less than 1% of registered vehicles in New York are electric vehicles. So when I say we have the resources right now to provide those services, we do. But we recognize, we're not sitting back, we recognize that those needs are going to go up. I mean, it's a complicated problem. It's something that's being addressed nationally. Every day, if you look in the business papers and the newspapers, there's stories about EV manufacturers, electric battery manufacturers. So it's something that we are working very hard. I'm fortunate to have a lot of smart people that work for us at the Thruway who give a lot of thought to this, to plan and to be ready for the future.
I'm just thinking, if this is going to happen in the next 10 years, that this is starting to ramp up, are we putting together some consortium of companies, distribution people, electric generating people, everybody together in a room to get some kind of a plan to really build this out? I'm not seeing that anywhere. I'm seeing everybody talking in silos. This is going to be a problem. You're going to have a problem. We all agree there's problems every step of the way. Are we putting anything together at this point in time?
Well, again, I would call them problems, I call them challenges, and I think there's a recognition and understanding that those challenges are out there, and we're going to work on it.
I call them problems. Okay, thank you. Senator Comrie? Senator Comrie.
Thank you.
Okay. You, okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Stop looking at Commissioner Schroeder.
Okay.
Appreciate everything that you're doing and with DMV, and wanted to find out specifically regarding the issues of taxpayer Tollpayer Protection Act and how citizens at the court, because they have extensive fines because they were not able to pay their bill or did not realize that their credit cards were no longer picking up the bill, how they can have more accessibility to try to get these issues resolved without dealing with excessive fines and fees. Folks have been battling back and forth about how this should be resolved, and I understand there's only one person per region to try to resolve these complaints. Is that true?
So Senator, you're referring to the DLSR, the driver license suspension reform that all of you implemented, and we have cleared 3.2 million New Yorkers so that they can start going forward. And so their license is no longer, in suspended,
right,
so that they can go forward. Is that what you're referring to? Are you referring to tolls?
Tolls,
Okay.
primarily, and also that there's a secondary issue so that people can be able to continue to work or not lose their job because they are not able to get their licenses in the state.
Yeah,
primarily tolls. So you know, we have a lot of constituents in all our areas now that wind up with thousands of dollars in fines that they did not realize because there was a gap between the bills, or they didn't see the weekly bill or the monthly bill showing that they missed payment because their payment systems were changed and they didn't realize it. So we have a lot of constituents that are struggling to try to keep up or to have some resolution because they're not getting any opportunity to have a real discussion with someone to get a resolution.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. DMV, we are supporting the governor's vision by continuing to work with our tolling authority partners to crack down on motorists with defaced or obscure plates and to suspend the registration of vehicles that rack up unpaid tolls. This is something that has been reoccurring all day today, starting with MTA, Thruway Authority, DOT. This is something for all of us to have to try to figure out, and so we will continue to be a partner in that. And quite frankly, as you know, since the implementation of cashless tolls, this has become problematic more and more. And so, with more than 5% of plates going unread, accounting for hundreds of millions of dollars, which is concerning to, I know, this legislature and to the agencies involved in transportation. We together need to figure out how to do better, and DMV is committed to being helpful.
Well, I'm separating the scofflaws because most of the people that are hiding their plates or doing, I said earlier, James Bond type tactics with their plates. Those are the people that have to be prosecuted. But we have a lot of constituents that, because of technical issues or payment issues, they didn't pay for a month. They have their plates. It's not an issue of them not being able to see the plate or it being a deliberate scofflaw. They've never been a scofflaw in the system before, but they wind up with thousands of dollars in fines and fees. I would hope that we could triple the size of the Integral folk that are working to try to resolve these matters so that they can separate out the determined scofflaws from the folks that's just caught in the system. And I would hope that we increase the size of that agency or combine the agencies to make sure we have more responsiveness to that area. It's unfortunate that my office has to call 15 times or send 20 emails to try to get legitimate people resolved.
Yeah. So Senator, I understand exactly what you're saying. There are bad guys out there doing things that we have to figure out a way to prevent. But what you're talking about are good constituents and good customers, and they get themselves in a situation. And when they call us, we do not do this. We will do our best to help the customer, and we will try to figure out what pathway for them to go down so that they can avoid any suspension whatsoever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just the next question, you've done a very successful program. We're creating opportunities for small businesses to act as mini DMV facilities, and there are a few of them now that happen all over the city. Can you tell us how effective that program is, man?
What program, Senator, are you speaking of?
Where you're allowing small businesses to act as DMV, where you can go to, instead of going to the big offices, go to the little businesses that are set up to handle plates and re-registration.
Yep. Thank you. So what we're trying to do, and in the testimony, I talked about how DMV is trying to reach people where they are. So we have our offices, our brick and mortar in Queens. We have 12 offices all together in New York City, and we have 7 offices in Long Island, Westchester. But we also have relationships with auto dealers, like over 300 auto dealers across the state. And so when you go in to buy a new car, you are able to get everything that you used to have to go to DMV. You can do it at the auto dealer. The same thing that I'm so proud of, I mentioned in my testimony, with the 43 prisons across New York State. We are giving people who are there incarcerated an opportunity to get a license so they don't, to get a non-driver ID so that they don't have to go to a brick and mortar place. So we're going to continue, Senator, to do that, to make it easier for your constituents and for New Yorkers overall.
Thank you. A question for Executive Director Hawk. Have you been able to look at the contract for Greenway and to see if there's any way to have them ameliorate it stations that need to be larger, because a lot of these stations are not at the proper capacity to deal with, especially weekend traffic.
Senator, you mean the service areas?
The service area.
The service areas, there are three sizes for service areas, and those three sizes were determined based on, again, data. It was
Right,
based
but as you look at what's happening in those service areas, it's clear that they're overcrowded and they don't have enough capacity, especially in the stalls. The bathroom stalls in those areas, depending on the size, there's only 4 in places there used to be 12. There's only 6 in places where there used to be 18. So will those adjustments be analyzed and assessed? And as I've asked you before, can the contract with Apple Green, whatever they call themselves, be amended to ensure that those adjustments can be made so we can have faster flow in these rest stops?
Well, Senator, we're seeing faster flow and less crowded as each one opens up. It's like relieving pressure on a valve. We had initial complaints and concerns about overcrowding when there were only 3 or 4 open. We're now up to 13, soon to be 16, and we're seeing less and less crowding. But if we went back at this point where 13 are already completed, another 10 are under construction already under construction as we speak. If we stopped it right now, we'd be talking about a minimal amount of out of the 27, and it would be a great expense to go back and get them to change those plans.
I would argue that it would give us actually more revenue if we had a faster and more compliant area to make sure that people could be able to not be crowded as they're moving between the vendors and the rest stops. So I think there would be a real opportunity to try to make sure that the customer is taken care of in a way that they would want to come through and not just go through every rest stop or wait 20 minutes to use the bathroom.
Senator, that is our focus: safety and comfort for our traveling public, and we will continue to focus on that. Anything that can add to that, I'd be happy to look at and have a discussion.
And also, 2021, the vendor complaint, did that get resolved yet for blind vendors?
That was resolved with an agreement last April between the commission and the operator of the service areas. They will have more access to and more of the vending machines.
Are you exploring hydrogen fuel cell stations at the rest stops as well? Because that is the new technology that's coming up.
That is not a technology I'm specifically familiar with. We are constantly looking at technology and upgrading to make sure that, again, we serve our patrons and do it in a responsible and environmentally friendly way.
And there are no the EVs going to have canopies. The EV stations are going to have canopies, or they're going to be open to the weather.
I'm sorry.
Right now, the gas stations have canopies, so that if it rains, you're not. Are the EV stations going to have canopies?
The service areas those gas stations have canopies.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you. All right. Chair Ken Zabrowski for 10.
Thanks, Mr. Magnarelli. Good evening, colleagues. Good to see 2 former Assembly alumni here.
Thank you.
No offense to you, Commissioner Schroeder, but my committee really oversees the authorities, so I'll start with him if I have any time.
That makes sense.
Mr. Director Hoare, thanks you really covered a lot in your summary. So I'm going to go through a few things where I saw maybe some gaps that I have some questions about. You talked a lot about the capital plan and some of the projects. I didn't hear anything specifically about like the pavement conditions in the thruway. Like, where is that type of stuff in the capital plan? How do you generally plan that? What do you currently look at in terms of those conditions?
Again, we look at data that's based on state, federal regulations. We assess the entire system. Again, it's 2,800 miles of roadway in both directions, the lanes. So in terms of what our priorities are and how we address a particular project in 2024 versus 2025 or 26 is based on those needs, so that we get to where we need to get. But I would assure you that as it currently sits, the thruway from your district to the Pennsylvania line is safe and reliable.
Me too.
I heard a lot about tolling. I think mentioned we had the MTA in earlier. A lot of folks here from constituents. Your office and my office has worked on specific constituent matters, and I appreciate the thoroughness by which your staff attempts to answer our questions and work through these matters. I didn't hear you today kind of go through some of the changes you've made, which I think are helpful for folks to know. In that, the tolling and the fine program. If I understand it correctly, as complaints have been levied, you've made significant changes in how those fines are levied. Could you kind of go through that for us?
Sure. I mean, it's also important to recognize that in the last 3 years, we've had 1.2 billion transactions on the system. So where there have been problems or issues, we address it aggressively, and we want to make sure that our patrons, our customers are taken care of. In terms of, we have, and that leads to whether or not we assess those fines. We lowered the initial set of fines from to a maximum of $50 a bill, so a maximum of $600 a year. In previous years, the policies and regulations called for fines and penalties based on each trip. So you saw huge numbers come out for some folks. But we've lowered that. We have an office, created an office. My predecessor created an office that's dedicated to toll revenue and quality management of that system. We are constantly in touch. We have a toll payer advocate that in the last 2 years has talked to over 7,000 folks in an effort to resolve their issues. And we're in constant touch with people in an effort to resolve their bills. So we're working hard to balance the fairness to those who pay the tolls with fairness to those who may need some help.
Thank you. I think we do all have these stories of constituents in our office with eye-popping tolls and fines and fees. So with those changes, like you said, now it could be a maximum of $600 a year. Not that anyone would be happy with $600, but theoretically that would be not paying the $50 every month for the 12 months. Theoretically, that should result in there not being these multi-$1,000s bills, correct?
It should. And again, 96% of our toll payers pay their tolls. That 4% is largely comprised of out-of-state commercial vehicles. And that's a problem. It's a problem not only for us, it's a nationwide problem. We're part of an international tolling association, and that's when I and my staff hear from our counterparts in every other state that attempt to collect. And again, it's mostly on commercial vehicles who are intentionally doing it. And our biggest numbers come from Connecticut and New Jersey, who we don't have a reciprocal agreement with. Connecticut won't enter into a reciprocal agreement because they don't charge tolls, so they want to do it for their residents. And New Jersey can only do it by legislation, and that's been bogged down over the last couple of years. Our partner at Port has been leading that in an effort, but so far they have not instituted a reciprocal program.
With the cashless tolling, have you done an analysis? Obviously, cashless tolling does two things. One is sort of efficiency and helps with traffic. That's probably the biggest benefit to it. But have you done an analysis of just the financial aspects of it? You obviously save money by not having infrastructure and the people working there, but obviously it seems to lead to more scofflaws, if you will. You mentioned the out-of-state truck drivers. So have you done an analysis of that?
We've looked at that. It wasn't done to save money. It was done for the safety and convenience of our patrons, and it was done to help the environment, which we've seen direct results on that. So we still have expenses with the cashless tolling. Those expenses will be there. So because those booths and the people in them went away, doesn't mean that the expenses went away. We still have, it still costs money to process transactions, to send out bills, to work with our customers. Again, we're up to about 86% of New Yorkers having an easy pass. We're constantly pushing that because that having an easy pass not only eliminates problems or reduces the risk of problems, it also reduces your bill. So we're working hard to get to that system where more folks have Easy Pass. On the other hand, for those that don't want an Easy Pass, we've worked hard with them to provide easy ability to pay that by cash or credit card. We have over 4,000 retail vendors out across the state that you can walk in and again pay your bill or refresh your card, your account with a credit card or with cash.
To that point, you would close some over the years, right? Do you have more now than you had, say, 4 or 5 years ago of those locations? I know in Rockland in particular, at one point it was closed. Are you utilizing the county clerks still? Not the DMV county clerks, but other county clerks to serve as Easy Pass stations. You know, what do you look at when you look at statewide to try to make sure that everybody has a place that they can go to that's in a reasonable driving distance?
We're looking at gas stations. We're looking at Dollar General. We're looking at Walgreens, Walmart, that sort of thing.
Is there an interactive map people can go on? If they go on your website, can they like put in their zip code and see where a place is?
Yes.
Okay.
They can map that and get that information, and there's customer service numbers if they had a question of where to go on it.
All right. Lastly, because I don't want to go over my time, let's talk about the Marion Cuomo Bridge. The toll was increased 50 cents annually starting in 2024 and ending in 2027. Can you kind of talk about your overall financial picture with that bridge? The debt service, the maintenance costs, what do you see that 50% increase? How is it going to help you pay for that? And are you already projecting what might be necessary after 2027?
I'll take the latter first. We've projected the increases that went into effect on January 1st were based on projecting out for 8 to 10 years. We're seeing, again, that money, those increases, as I said earlier, are rolled right back into it. It's allowed us to spend between $90 and $100 million more in capital programs. You'll see that in Rockland and Orange. You'll see that in Westchester. So the bridge costs money to maintain and operate and inspect. There's yearly biennial requirements by the federal government to inspect every bridge in the state. So just on the Cuomo Bridge, one span is inspected every 2 years. So every year we're going through an inspection that costs money.
How much debt is remaining on that bridge? Do you know?
Our current debt service is $3.6 million. I'm sorry, $364 million, which is a 2.5% increase from last year, again reflective of general economic conditions. I don't have the numbers specifically related to the bridge. I can get that to you.
All right, my time's expired. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Senator Matera Ranker for 5 minutes.
Great, and thank you, Chair. And this question will be for, and thank you both for coming here today. This is for Commissioner Schroeder. The question: since the legalization of cannabis, it is not uncommon to see and smell cannabis being used as people are driving around. Last year, when you were here, we were told that the DMV was taking steps in conjunction with law enforcement to address drug driving. Yet it's still common to encounter drivers using cannabis while driving. What additional steps has the DMV taken to address this drug driving?
Senator, thank you for your question, and I do recall talking to you about this last year. And the fact is, this is, as you know, a very serious matter. 44% of fatal crashes in New York State are alcohol or drug related. And so we continue, and I'm also the chair of the Governor's Traffic and Safety Committee. As chair, I have a relationship, and we have a relationship with all law enforcement across New York State. Also, we administer the program, the drug recognition experts. We have nearly 500 of them that we have trained. It is intense, Senator. I know you know. It's an intense training for our officers across the state. I liken it to taking 3 parts of a CPA exam or sitting for the bar. And so we are very happy to have men and women across New York State who are officers who are our DRE experts. We also have what is called an RIDE program. This is training that we've been able to do with over 800 officers across the state. So I understand your question. We continue to work with law enforcement and the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee to make sure we're doing the best we can to keep our streets and our highways safe.
So, when do you think we would have an answer that this is going to be enforceable? And if anybody was to be arrested, is this, well, you probably have nothing to do with the cashless bail situation. But my question is, again, is when do you think that this would be moving forward? Do you have any idea? Is it going to be a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now?
Senator,
this needs to be done like yesterday.
Yeah. So, Senator, just reinstate exactly what you're asking me, because our involvement in GTSC and DMV is to many things, to work with law enforcement across the state in terms of impaired driving. To me, it doesn't matter if it's drinking or drugs. It's bad. It's impaired. We need to do something about it. And the best thing that we can do is part of the training program, and that's what DMV and GTSC does. Is there something in particular that you're asking me to answer?
Well, again, I just want to see if there's a time frame. That's my. I understand we're working on it, but we spoke about it last year. I know you're being aggressive. This needs to be done again like yesterday. This is out of control. We're all driving home, going down the throughways, our roadways, all over the place, and that's all you do is you smell it on, or going across our bridges. It's just out of control. Everybody knows how I feel about this cannabis law. It's a total disaster, and this is something that really needs to be fixed because we have reasons why we have our law enforcement to do their jobs and they can't even do their jobs, and we put cannabis laws put in effect, and it was just something that I'm very upset about. I go to tree lighting ceremonies and smell it all over the place, but the roadways are infested with cannabis drivers. It needs to be focused on. This is something that needs to be top priority with the DMV and with our law enforcement.
Senator, I agree, and it's a top priority for us, and we'll continue to do our best.
Please, I would appreciate it. So would all New Yorkers also. So this is actually a question for acting executive, who I would appreciate. I'm going up the thruway, which I appreciate the thruway. Thank you so much for the work that both you gentlemen are doing. But being in construction, I'm seeing these new, the new stop area, the rest areas. And I was just wondering about the Thruway Authority didn't require the contract to install EV charging stations at some of our plazas. And and they're finished. Why wouldn't we do that as we're doing the construction, as somebody that's in construction?
Well, they are part of the construction. The buildings itself and the footprint are being addressed first. Again, I think we talked about it takes a little longer because there's permitting issues involved. There's issues with, or discussions with the utilities that take it a little longer. So they're opening up.
Thank you. We
and then
need to
there's a
cut you
lag.
off.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to call upon our ranking member, Ra.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, Acting Director. Good to see you guys again. Commissioner Schroeder, I have a question, but I do want to echo what you said at the end. I really think you've done a tremendous job of taking something that for generations had this this public perception of being tedious at best to visit a location, and I certainly. In my personal experience, I've done all kinds of transactions. We have that new location in my district, and it's been smooth and, like you said, in and out in 15 minutes, and I've been very happy. So
thank you.
So kudos to you and your entire staff for the work that you've done. I wanted to ask about. I know the legislature has taken some actions fairly recently to try to be another avenue to curtail catalytic converter theft. and I'm just wondering how enforcement's going in terms of those new requirements that are out there with keeping track of these parts, and certainly how the partnership with law enforcement is with regard to that.
Yeah, thank you, Assembly Member, and I credit the governor for really being strong on this. She initiated a auto theft safety program, but DMV, quite frankly, we got started on this early because we were aware of it. We were aware of it because of our contacts through GTSC. We have law enforcement contacts, and in New York City, we kind of got a heads up on this, and we began to do the best we can. And then the governor initiated the law, the legislature went through. So far, it is something that is working. We want to make sure that the most innocent, like our seniors, when they get up in the morning, they go out to their car and the catalytic converter is gone because the bad guys want to cash in on it. That is unacceptable to us. It's unacceptable to the legislature, and we will continue to work with, especially the auto dealers across New York State, to make sure that the law written by every word written in that law is adhered to, and we have a relationship with all of the 6 auto dealers across New York State. We will continue to work with them on that issue. So, and thank you, and the nice things you said about the DMV, I will extend that to my colleagues back in the DMV. Thank you.
Yeah, please do. And as you may know, shortly before we passed that law on a state level, Nassau County did something similar, requiring registration. And as you know, this is all about hopefully curtailing that market as one of the many things we need to be doing, because it really is a tremendous problem. Like you said, you have somebody, especially somebody on a fixed income, and they wake up and a part that expensive is suddenly missing from their vehicle. It really is and frankly, I think there's also right, when somebody's impacted by a crime, that somebody went into their own driveway or in front of their house and committed a crime. I think that just shakes the public safety of a community. So,
agreed.
Thank you for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Acting Director, just Mr. Zabrowski did start to get into this with regard to cashless tolling, and I know hopefully we've curtailed some of those problems we had early on, but where are we at this point? Do we feel it's working the way it was supposed to work, and has any savings been realized by the agency as a result of this now being fully rolled out?
Yes, I think it's working. We have 1.2 billion transactions over the last 3 years, with some issues that have come up. We're addressing them. Again, the point wasn't to save money. The point was to modernize for the purposes of giving greater safety and convenience to our customers and patrons.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Tom O'Mara.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank
Good
you
afternoon,
for being
Senator.
here. Commissioner, first and foremost, thank you for opening the office on the concourse. Very convenient. Actually used it a couple times already, so it's nice to have it there. With regards to electric vehicles, and obviously we're getting more and more of them, and we're going to have this transition to electric buses all over the place. Are there any changes coming in the works for vehicle safety inspections that will be different for EVs as opposed to regular combustion engines? And obviously you're not going to have the emissions requirement, but are there going to be any safety inspections with regards to the batteries? Because there's a really big concern out there about the safety and the fires that we've seen with these batteries, and there's going to be an inspection of these batteries for that type of safety concern.
Senator, thank you for the question, and quite frankly, what DMV and our inspection stations have been very aware, obviously, of the electric vehicle, and so our folks at DMV have been trained in terms of what to look for and what's most important. So we continue to do that, and will do that as EVs progress in terms of more being sold.
Is there particular criteria or checklist that the inspectors go through with regards to the batteries and them combusting?
Yeah, there is. I went to a seminar that was conducted by DMV and all of our inspectors were there. And so there is quite a full uh, informational section that they go through. I don't know exactly what it all is, but I do know that we go through it, and I'd be happy to share it with you as well. And also, Senator, you'd be interested in this. We are working also with 11 SUNY colleges, mostly in upstate, and these SUNY colleges have an automotive mechanic program, and so we at DMV we are training the trainer for everything that needs to be recognized in terms of being, equipped to service EV. So we will continue that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Executive Director. On the thruway, a couple issues that have been that I've been looking at. One, 70 mile an hour speed limit on the thruway. If you have a position on that, come up around other states, maybe get a little more smaller range of speeds on the thruway, because there's, a lot of vehicles going faster than 65, and that speed differential is what is the cause of many accidents. So not just, obviously I'm interested in raising it to 70 with vehicle safety that we have these days, but the minimum speed has to be enforced too, I think, to avoid those things. Also, the other issue is the exit signs, an effort to change the exit signs to the mile marker, like many states do, so you actually know that if you're at exit 60 and you're going to exit 120, you're 60 miles away. If you're going from exit 18 to exit 19, it could be 3 miles, it could be 15 miles, you don't know. So those two issues, any thoughts on those?
I do not have a position on the increasing the speed limit. That's a discussion I will leave to the legislature and the governor. In regards to the mile markers, we are looking at that. It's complicated because of the fact that in our system, we go from, once you hit Albany, 87 continues north up to the Adirondacks and the northward. So there are issues with that. We've had some discussions with Federal Highways. They would also be involved in that.
I think they have a preference towards that. I think I've read that the federal highway traffic safety has a preference for the mile marker exit numbers.
Well, they have not expressed that to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Is member Simone here?
No, she's over here. Oh,
No, that's Simon.
That's Simon.
Simone.
He left?
He left. Member Shimsky?
Thank you. And to Commissioner Schroeder, everything everybody said is true. I used to work for the state 15 years ago. We never see complaints anymore, which is really exciting.
Thank you.
I just have 2 quick rookie questions. As part of your metrics, do you keep track of average wait times?
Yes, we do,
Okay.
Assembly Member. We do, and it is decreasing.
Great.
And so it's now under 15 minutes. And with the ability for us to continue with transactions online, that also gives people just a particular reason to why they would go in to a DMV.
Do you break it down in terms of location and type of transaction as well?
We do.
Okay, great.
Not only do we do it for the 27 district offices that we run, DMV, but we also have that data for the 51 county clerks in upstate, and we know what their record of accomplishment is, and they're doing a very good job as well.
Okay. And with the federal waiver on the commercial driver's road test, what are we eliminating, and are we sure it's not a problem eliminating it?
Yeah, so at the governor's urging of the federal government, it is what is called under the hood. So when a bus driver is taking a test, the bus driver doesn't ever pull up the hood.
Gotcha.
And so that is being eliminated in
Okay.
the test.
Great, thank you.
It's not eliminated. The governor and the DMV has asked for a waiver.
Okay, great. And now to Director Hoare. Um, First of all, I've been getting complaints about the condition of the bike and pedestrian path on the Cuomo Bridge. Just putting it out there for you. The second thing I have on this is, user fees for a road. It's called the Old Turnpike System, has quite the history. Um, there may be places where it's not quite as appropriate as it used to be. Um, do you see yourself seeking more, for example, federal funding and that to supplement your purse in the long run?
We have never received any federal funds. We are, as you point out, a user fee system. We rely on those tolls to operate the thruway.
Yeah. Well, as I said, things change, and it's like property taxes are a hard way to fund a school in the local government now. I suspect that this is true with this, but you did say you did get some federal funding for some limited projects this year.
We were very fortunate for the first time in our history to get 3 federal grants.
Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think last for the Senate, Senator Roxanne Persaud.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Executive Director. Commissioner, it's great always seeing you, and I'm looking forward to us having the conversation in reference to legislation I've been putting forward about common sense legislation about stops on the road, the things people need to know, and I'm really looking forward to us doing that so that we can make our road stops safer. I want to ask you about the DMV mobile offices. Some county clerks have them. Is there a way for the state to have some mobile offices? And how does a community get a mobile office? And then also, there was a question someone had asked us about the DMV, the data that you're collecting. Are you sharing that data with anyone other than the regular government office?
Yeah. So the mobile office, I was part of the celebration of Orange County when the county clerk in Orange County, she actually went after and received the grant to underwrite that expense. So at DMV, that would be a very costly thing to do because there's 62 counties. So we encourage counties who are able to do that. But meanwhile, Senator, you know what we're trying to do is we're reaching out to your constituents where they are. And that is one of the reasons why we're proud to have 77 transactions that your constituents can do online so that they don't have to go into an office. And could you just repeat what the last question?
The data, the collection of data, are you sharing that data with anyone outside of?
Yeah. So the short answer is yes. And the reason why we do, and I'll be very clear on what we share. Public officer law requires these records to be open and available. But we are very particular when DMV shares any of this information. So when we sell data for very specific purposes like vehicle warranty notifications and insurance ratings, but all of the data sales and sharing of this information is monitored and it's within compliance of what the legislature has set and the Federal Driver Privacy Protection Act. And so any user that uses the information specifically that I told you that we sell, the user must attest to proper usage when assessing any system and activity is monitored, and DMV also audits that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Palisano. Yes.
Thank you. My question is for Commissioner Schroeder. It's good to see you again. I want to commend you in what the DMV is doing to really help and promote organ donation. It's an issue very near and dear to my heart. It's something we're really advocating for here in the state. So I want to commend you for that work on that front. And I like your lapel pin too, by the way. But my question for you, Commissioner, is we know it's kind of a spin-off of Senator O'Mara's question about electric vehicles. We know that electric vehicles weigh 10 to 30% more. They're heavier than normal gas and diesel powered vehicles. And weight of a vehicle takes its toll on the road. For example, a Ford Lightning weighs 6,500 pounds, and that Ford F-150, 4,700 pounds. Knowing that and knowing the impact it has on the road, would the department be willing to impose a higher registration fee for EVs, since these types of vehicles do not pay gas taxes, and then the revenues from such fees could be deposited in a dedicated highway and bridge trust fund in order to offset the annual costs associated with highway and bridge maintenance? Shouldn't that be something that should be looked at? Is that something you're looking into? Could it be done?
Yeah, so Assembly Member, as you know, being a former member of the Assembly, I would expect the Assembly and the Senate to come up with these types of ideas. These would be legislative ideas, and then DMV would do everything we could to make sure that we adhere to what the law is and what the intent is. So DMV and all of the units that I have, over 62 units, and I have deputy commissioners who are very adroit, very specialists in many things. We would be willing to look at anything and everything that the legislature sends over to us. So thank you for that.
Okay.
And thank you for the kind words on Donate Life, and thank you for your participation. Everywhere I go for Donate Life, I see you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Personal issue for me, so I appreciate your leadership. On that front, too, I know you talked about the success the DMV's had with through the licenses and now the registrations, and I kind of wanted to ask you if I had time, and I seem to do that. It doesn't always work out that way, but anything new or interesting or you're working on with the DMV to help partner with, whether it's with local DMVs or any other agencies, to help encourage and promote organ donation so we can continue to drive up those registration numbers to improve our status in the country?
Yeah, the answer is yes, and I would be very happy offline to share it with you. But I'll just give you some quick highlights. We have a comprehensive plan for 2024, and the bottom line is I'm very aware that Colorado has 62% of its residents who are enrolled on the registry. New York is way low, and they're like 47%. And so we will do something. We are doing something about it. We take it very seriously, and we need all the help of the county clerks and our offices across New York State, and we're getting it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you. Member Boris.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Schroeder, you mentioned in your testimony about e-bikes. The New York City mayor today announced a new city agency to regulate commercial e-bikes. Did he consult with you or the GTSC before that?
Yeah. So in my testimony, Assembly Member, that's exactly what I've said, and so, but as you know.
Sorry, the question is, did the mayor consult with you before launching the new city agency today to regulate commercial e-bikes?
We work with the mayor's New York Vision team, and I've been working with them since I've been the commissioner.
That doesn't quite answer the question. Did he
Okay,
consult
so
with
let's
you
try it again.
on the new city agency regulating commercial e-bikes? Did he talk to you about that before today announcing it in the state of the city?
Yeah, the last time I've had a conversation with the mayor is when he was in the legislature.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you. So you also mentioned traffic safety effort that you're taking in. Specific attention was paid to pedestrians, bikes, and micromobility. Obviously, the MV 104 doesn't have a way to differentiate between e-bikes and bikes, or between mopeds and larger motorcycles. So what data did you look at in doing that initiative?
Yeah. So we are aware of what DMV can and cannot do. So as you pointed out correctly, e-bikes and similar devices are not registered by New York State, where mopeds are. and so we have a role there. Our role in e-bikes is really to work with the other entities and the law enforcement, and also with our partners, especially in New York City. And as the chair of the Governor's Traffic and Safety Committee, I have been to New York City quite a few times over the summer, trying to put together safety programs and also campaigns,
Sorry,
media
just because of limited time. Specifically, the question is, what data do you look at in terms of e-bike accidents or moped accidents, et cetera, since it's not tracked in the MV 104?
Yeah, so we get information through the Governor's Traffic and Safety Committee, and that is the data that we look at.
Okay, wonderful. And then lastly, you actually have a tremendous record moving things online with the DMV.
Thank you.
Most government IT modernization programs fail because they go through a waterfall process and they're too big and they're too large and they don't involve any changes in process and they spend more on consultants than on coders.
Yep.
What are you going to do differently to make sure this succeeds?
Yeah, my compliments to you, because that's exactly right. And DMV has failed over the course of time, but we will not fail now, because we are now embarking on a 4-year plan of where we're implementing it. And because of the legislature and the governor, you have put in the money that to underwrite the transformation and the tech redesign. We will not fail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in, even though I said the Senate was done, because my dear friend Alex Borres just triggered questions I realized I must ask. Thank you. We overlap in districts, and we're very concerned about the abuse by electronic vehicles some of the time, but actually just vehicles that are supposed to be licensed and regulated by DMV, mopeds, that we know for a fact that there are thousands and thousands of these mopeds under state law having to be registered and state license plates and driver's licenses, and none of the above is happening. And it's a real problem because they are violating the law seemingly with no penalties. So I really love to know what we can do to work with you to make sure that the existing laws are followed as we continue to have a growing set of problems with them.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And so many times we really rely on law enforcement for the law enforcement end of this. And this is the reason why DMV and GTSC has spent so much time. I've spent a lot of time in New York City this summer trying to figure out a way to combat this. And we will work with other entities, other law enforcement agencies, the legislature, the city of New York, to figure out a way to do better. But we're a part of it, and we don't do this. We don't manage it because e-bikes, in particular, aren't registered through New York State, but mopeds are. And so therefore we have a responsibility to work with our partners. We will continue to do that.
Thank you. And I don't actually have an answer. It's really a question that it's not a trick question. I have been told by many of the people doing car inspections in New York City that it's only $36 or $38 that they can charge, that it takes up a lot of time, and that we should really go to once every 2 years or once every X number of years, particularly with newer cars, because none of those things we're inspecting for are actually a problem when a car is relatively new or the kind of cars that are now being built. Do you know if that's the right answer? Should we go to less frequent inspections?
Yeah, Senator, I don't know if that's the right answer, but we are seeking the right answer. We are doing this right now. We've just introduced a new program for inspection stations called NIVIP 3. I will not bore you with all the details of it, but within that installation, we also are now looking at everything, including the amount and the fee that an inspection station gets. We are looking at all of it, and we will continue, and then we will communicate with the executive, with the legislature.
And maybe I'm very conscious of it. I think I'm the only legislative district in the state. Well, maybe Alex Borres also. There's no gas station at all. You have to go to someone else's district, which means you also have a little more trouble finding an inspection station. So that's not the question. Actually, the next question is actually for the Thruway Authority. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if this is true, but I was told that the the charge meter at exit 23 isn't working, so every time I get on and off when I come upstate, I'm actually not getting charged. Is that true?
That's not correct, and I've had that conversation with some of your colleagues on that. There was a glitch in terms of a lag in payment for some folks who have come through exit 23, but we're collecting from exit 23.
So even though we've moved now to an, you don't even know that you're going through, but you are, the money is flowing as you would have hoped to flow from this new system without toll takers and toll booths?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Otis.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director. First, I want to compliment both of you and your agencies, not just on behalf of my office, but everybody else, how great both of your agencies are in dealing with the individual constituent complaints and issues that come up. Both very responsive. Your teams are great, so thank you.
Thank you.
For Commissioner Schroeder for DMB, I'm not going to ask you to respond to this, but something that I think if we could get something post this hearing, more detail about the digital driver's license process, the technology behind that, and to understand that better, that would be a great thing for everybody. So thank you for that, that will be shared. And then Frank, nice to see you. Thank you all for all the great Thruway Authority stuff. One thing, and a few people, Bill had mentioned, and Tim Kennedy had mentioned about the EV charging. And so I think, first of all, I was very pleased to see in your testimony that the EV charging rollout has actually been expanded over what it was a few years ago. So the Thruway Authority and your contractor have sort of responded to the increasing demand. There was an article in the paper a couple of weeks ago about the auto manufacturers are having concerns about people buying electric vehicles because of the lack of EV charging out there in the world enough. And so, given the growth that you've projected, curious with your contract with your Apple Core group, what is the ability, if you see 6 months from now that we want to ramp up more robustly in terms of EV charging? What's your ability to go beyond the numbers that are in your testimony if the Thruway Authority desires that?
The agreement, Assemblyman, that we have with the operator is expressly that they must keep up with demand. So as demand increases, they will add additional EV charging sites. Again, they want to do this. Is not a battle. They make money off of this. So, but they are ready. We've recognized that need, and they are going to be ready and willing and able to accomplish that.
That's great to hear. The other thing with my 30 seconds that are left is I don't know where the Thruway Authority is on this, but it's a question that periodically comes up. And electricity requirements for EV charging, other things are there. Are you continuing to look at expanding Thruway right-of-way solar as part of the solution for energy supply for these locations?
Yes, we've worked with our partners at NYSERDA and NYPA to explore those possibilities. We have a couple of sites that we have solar.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Simon.
Success. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Magnarelli. Commissioner, I want to say, Mr. I'm probably the only person who doesn't get complaints about getting tickets for not having an easy pass. So I'm letting you off the hook. But I wanted to, first of all, thank you for your responsiveness and your staff's responsiveness to some of the sort of wacky issues I've brought to your attention. And also I recently wrote in support of the proposed changes that you were making with regard to persistently dangerous drivers, but also suggested a couple of alternatives. one of which is we have so many alcohol-related deaths. There were over 7,000 alcohol-related deaths last year, with 335 deaths, I believe, and a 30% overall increase in alcohol-related fatalities since 2019, and suggested that we need to lower the blood alcohol content from 0.08 to 0.05 when we know we have cognitive and psychomotor impacts at that level, because that only will then make it worse if somebody is using some other substance, which is harder to detect. And also the idea of ignition interlock devices, which for those people who have been found to have driven drunk, but who keep getting on the road and are persistently dangerous drivers from alcohol, working on ignition interlock devices, which will keep people away from the car won't start. Can you tell me what work you're doing on those two areas?
I will. So thank you, Assemblymember Brand, and thanks for all of your help. And you've been helping our office over the last little bit, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. But as I mentioned earlier, impaired driving, 44% of fatal crashes in New York State are alcohol or drug related. To the governor's credit, the governor in the state and within the budgets has put in information to keep those dangerous drivers off the road, and we continue to need the legislature's help to continue to do that. Most of my work with the Governor's Traffic and Safety Committee has to do with that, and so we will continue to work with our partners across the state, and also law enforcement and the drug recognition experts are very, very helpful in having them statewide to be able to detect those who are impaired, either by alcohol or by drugs. So we will continue to work hard.
Yes, but the drug substances are a little bit more fluid now in terms of what we know and how much we know and who's impaired with what substance at what level. And that's one of the reasons why I think it really makes sense to really focus on alcohol, which we know a lot more about.
Agreed, and I remember, Assemblymember, you brought this up last year in terms of Utah has 0.05. And I do know that there's legislation pending, and that's a legislative matter, and DMV would be very interested in working with the legislature in whatever you come up with.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Member Matenis, please.
Thank you. My question is to DMV Commissioner. What is the DMV doing to ensure that people who were unaware of their obligation to submit a vision test for a license obtained during the pandemic are not fined or otherwise punished?
Could you repeat the beginning of that, Assemblymember? I'm sorry.
That's okay. What is DMV doing to ensure that people who were unaware of their obligation to submit a vision test for a license obtained during the pandemic are not fined or otherwise punished?
So what we are doing, Assemblymember, and thank you for the question. It's the first time this has come up. There were probably 500,000 people who did not have to take the vision test because it was during COVID. But we did make the stipulation that they would have to do it thereafter. And so we are now down to only 7%. Is possible license suspension. That's about 40,000. But we are communicating and will continue to communicate with all New Yorkers. And if any of your constituents are involved with this, we will call them to tell them what the easy steps are to be able to do the vision registry. They could do it at a DMV office. They could do it at a supermarket. They could do it at a drugstore, wherever we have a registered vendor, and we have them all over New York State.
Thank you. Legislation like the Crash Victims Bill of Rights would provide crash survivors and their loved ones a voice at DMV administrative hearings. Do you support policies that establish procedures for individuals next of kin, for persons killed in a crash, to present victim impact statements at DMV fatality review hearings?
Yeah. So, as Assemblymember, the question that you've just gave to me, I've heard before, because we work with groups, especially across New York City, who are very involved in this matter. Specifically, what you're talking about are legislative matters, but we communicate on a quarterly basis with groups who have this concern, and we try to do the best we can, especially for pedestrian safety, and in this particular case in New York City.
I just have a follow-up. Do you support extending these hearings to individuals who have been seriously injured in crashes?
What's the beginning of that?
If you support extending these hearings to individuals who have been seriously injured in crashes?
So again, Assembly Member, I would prefer to take this offline. I don't completely understand the question. I don't want to answer it quickly, but we will take a look at it and we will get back to you.
I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
He punted the whole question. He gave her no answer.
Yes. Okay. Member Jacobson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to ask.
Good to see both of you again.
Thank you.
I happen to have the good fortune of using some of the new technology from the DMV when I purchased a car. And another thing that happens is when the release of lien is filed, then it's on record almost automatically. There's no wait, and they had the plates and everything, and it was quite amazing.
Thank you.
And I'm always harping on who's ever there to make sure the job is being done, but when things are done right, I want to follow up, and that's with the director. So good job on the thruway, particularly my area, because that's so busy between exit 17 and Route 84 with all the trucks going all the time. I would hope that you can do those busy areas more often and not wait till the end or something. And I realize you got a lot of funding at one point, but just to keep up on that as it goes along.
Well, thank you, Assembly.
And as I mentioned to you earlier, there still is a bad spot just a little south of New Paltz going north and a little bit north of New Paltz going north. So but it's so much better. Concerning your electric charging stations, it's good to see. I think you've got to have a minimum 6 or 8 in one area, so we don't have knife fights when these things become popular. Are these level 3? That's the fastest one that you can get it done in a half hour?
Yes, the new ones are going in at the service areas are level 3.
Good, that's good. Because sometimes NYSERDA with the grants they give out is for level 2, and I want to make sure they didn't sell you on that. All right. The other is there's still some bathrooms missing on some of the rest areas. So it would be nice if you could get the portable bathrooms that they use in construction sites and things like that.
Are you talking about at the service areas that are under construction?
No, I said construction sites get portable toilets and bathrooms, right? So I don't see why we couldn't get those at the rest areas where we need them.
The ones that are open and function to supplement the number of bathrooms available?
Yeah, they function, and you just want to get them to therefore, because you're not done yet with some of the spots.
Yes, we'll look at that.
I think it'd be a very simple, cost-effective solution, and it might save us all in a time of emergencies. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Menkolo.
Thank you, Chair, Director. Just a couple of questions in regards to the thruway. Out in my district, I have some first responders that go to MVAs on the thruway. They're small volunteer fire departments, and it's my understanding they get the bill from the Thruway Authority for that call. Is there something that we can do to simplify that so our first responders don't even have to deal with that? Because in a rural area with small fire departments, it seems to be an issue. Just something I'm asking you to look into if it's not already being done.
I will look at that. I haven't really gotten those complaints. They've gone online. It's a fairly simple, straightforward way to go online and get that reimbursement.
That's what I thought too as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case. At least we've worked with a couple of them several times, so maybe we'll be in contact.
I will look into it and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Second question, Director. Speed camera tickets. Of course, I'm getting quite a few calls, as many of us are. And it's my understanding that when the individual gets the ticket, they have to pay the ticket. It's my understanding that the company that's actually getting the money back is actually out of state. Is that correct?
Our vendor is here, has a presence here in New York. I'm not sure where their corporate headquarters is, but they're here in New York and working with us on this speed camera program.
All right, because some of my constituents are saying, why are we sending this money to a company that's out of state and not doing it to a company that's in state? And I just wanted an answer to give to them.
Well, I guess the simplest answer is it was done pursuant to a public RFP, and they responded and won in a open, transparent process.
So I'm assuming they're the lowest bid then, correct?
Lowest is not the only element of it or criteria, but they gave the best value deal. Is
okay.
Presumably how they got picked.
In my last question, talking to some of our local highway guys back home, with the movement of going to electric vehicles, what percentage of the thruway fleet is now electrified or electric vehicles?
A small portion. I don't have that number exactly, but just a small portion of our passenger vehicles are electric. We continue as we buy new ones. We try and go to the life of the existing vehicle. So we're looking at that. It's on the books, and looking at some point to go to the heavier duty vehicles as well.
So are there any commercial sized vehicles, snowplow trucks that are electric vehicles?
None at this time. My understanding is that technology does not exist as we sit here.
Okay. Thank you both for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you, Commissioner and Director. We appreciate your testimony and answering all the questions.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you for being here and for all of the employees that you represent.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all.
Senator.
Thank you all
Thanks,
very much.
everybody.
All right, thank you.
Get out.
You're now.
Panel B. This is the New York Public Transit Association. Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. Riders Alliance and Empire State Passengers Association.
Thanks, Tim.
All one panel.
And for all members who are still here,
How you
since
doing?
we are now past the government representatives, everybody has a 3-minute maximum with no round two.
No round two.
And the testifiers also have a 3-minute maximum.
Right.
Thank you.
That's what happens.
Yes, you may. I'm happy to do it.
We didn't know if you left or not.
Where? I haven't seen you. All right.
Very nice to meet you too, and keep up the good work.
I'm gonna start here, so I'm starting. You're first. Okay, so we'll go next, and then I'll start.
Thank you. You too. How is it?
Gotta get ready
These remember
Bye.
too.
Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark, good to see you.
There's lots of papers.
Mark, good to see you.
Thank you.
It doesn't fit these things.
Okay. All right, members of the panel. Each member of the panel has a 3-minute introduction, okay? And we're trying to stay to it. I'm keeping all the members and senators on board with that, so we're going to keep you on board with it too. So who would like to begin? Go right ahead.
Thank you for your support of public transportation and giving NIPTA the opportunity to testify today. I am James Morrell, President of NIPTA and Director of Public Transit for NFTA in Buffalo, New York. Earlier today, you heard from MTA, and we support their priorities. I will address the needs of transit systems in upstate New York and in the downstate suburbs. The mobility provided by public transit is essential to economic activity across New York State. Our communities are asking for more services, expanded frequencies, and new mobility choices like on-demand service. Over the prior 2 years, state aid to non-MTA transit has grown by 15%. This is an endorsement of the critical role transit plays in supporting the economy, environment, social equity, and affordable housing. At the same time, the cost to operate transit service is rising as inflation pressures operating and capital budgets. We thank Governor Hochul for recognizing the importance of public transportation in her executive budget. Operating aid to upstate transit will grow by 5.4% and 5.6% for downstate. Adding to the governor's proposal to maintain the 15% annual growth in state aid will provide funding predictability essential to delivering the quality services our communities need. With more resources, transit can increase bus frequencies, extend span of service and coverage, introduce bus rapid transit, and add on-demand services where needed. In Buffalo, we would increase service levels on many of our heavily used buses and continue our efforts to serve employment opportunities. Upstate transit faces a further hurdle in being reliant on state general funds, comprising nearly 50% of upstate transit aid in the executive budget. All systems need and deserve dedicated, sustainable revenues to provide essential services and support the state initiatives. Fixing upstate funding requires dedicated revenues to replace or supplement the current underperforming sources and adequately fund transit in the future. In 2022, the governor and the legislature approved a 5-year capital plan for non-MTA transit funded at $159 million per year. The executive budget reduces this amount to $139 million by eliminating the past appropriation to NFTA for modernizing our rail infrastructure. NFTA recommends continuing the $159 million appropriation and addressing additional member agency capital needs such as the NFTA and reappropriating their 5-year capital program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee. Got to press it hard.
Really hard.
There you go.
I've been watching for hours. I should know this by now, right? Hi, good evening. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Created by the legislature in 1981. Thank you. PCAC represents riders on the MTA's Long Island Railroad, Metro North Railroad, and New York City Subway's buses and the Staten Island Railway. Our role is to advocate on behalf of riders and advise the MTA on operational performance and capital projects through policy recommendations and reports. Thank you very much for holding this hearing today. On behalf of the millions of people who use the system, thank you for everything you do and did last year to fully fund the MTA's operating budget like the essential service that it is, going even further and increasing service. And we thank our colleagues in advocacy here, particularly Riders Alliance, for all the work that they did to move the needle on that. We're pleased that the governor continues to likewise show her understanding of the vital importance of transit to riders as an economic driver to the region. And there's still a lot of work to be done to make transit more reliable, safe, equitable, and affordable for riders. We have several proposals that we've shared with your office and that we're happy to discuss with you in more detail. We look forward to working with you this budget season to advance more fair discounts and options so that transit isn't cost prohibitive for any rider and opens up opportunities for education, jobs, leisure travel, entertainment, and all the region has to offer. Affordability is key for all New Yorkers, and that's why it's crucial to expand fair discounts and options around the MTA system. We support the proposal to forgive a rider's fare evasion summons if they enroll in fair fares, but that doesn't translate at the moment to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North because fair fares doesn't exist on the commuter railroads, and we think it's time to change that. Low-income New Yorkers should be able to afford to ride the rail infrastructure that runs through their backyards, and also to be afforded the same opportunities as people who ride the subways. We'd like to see a city ticket weekly offered with available transfers to subways and buses to fill the void from the elimination of Atlantic Ticket Weekly. We've asked the MTA to initiate a field study this year to assess its feasibility. We're also calling for extending the senior and disabled Medicare 50% fare discounts to the morning peak on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North. Currently, the only time when this discount doesn't apply. It's time to send a clear message that New York values these groups' contributions to the workforce and our communities. We also strongly represent the Rider Representation Act, which would provide voting seats on the MTA board for its rider representatives. Currently, the only members on the board required to ride transit. Would also add a new member with disabilities recommended by the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities with input from the respected disability organizations. Congestion pricing, we spoke a lot about that, and we'd love to talk more about it, but my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I got to push hard too. Riders Alliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Perlstein. I'm the Policy and Communications Director at the Riders Alliance. We are a grassroots organization in New York City of subway and bus riders fighting for better public transit. And thanks to you all, in significant part, we have a pretty good record. New York, as Lisa was describing, is uniquely positioned post-pandemic to have a thriving public transit system, and that is due to the good work you put in place both before the pandemic, not being able to see what would happen with congestion pricing, but also last year, with new sustained funding to replace some of that fare revenue lost due to work from home primarily. So we are immensely grateful. We are spending a lot of our time and energy right now organizing to improve what is unfortunately still the slowest bus service in the nation. Obviously we have heavily congested streets, and congestion pricing will help with that, but we need more and better priority for what is also the largest bus riding population in the nation and the people in the 5 boroughs. So we are working actively on that. On congestion pricing, as you all discussed with the chair earlier, there's been widespread misinformation about the work that's gone into preparation for the program, and I just want to highlight that the MTA spent more than 2 years preparing more than 4,000 pages of environmental studies of the program under the close supervision of the United States government. So the reason that opponents of the program are able to point to particular potential environmental impacts is in fact because they have already been studied exhaustively. Had we not known what they were, they couldn't be pointing them out today. But I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about some work that we're now doing on the state level, organizing with folks all across the state, in Buffalo, in Rochester, and Syracuse, here in Albany, as well as the Hudson Valley and Westchester and Long Island, in an emerging coalition that we'll be introducing up here in a couple of weeks called New Yorkers for Transportation Equity. And our proximate goal is to change the conversation around how the state DOT operates. New York obviously spends more money than any other state on public transit, but we could be doing better, and we could be providing more options for more New Yorkers in rural, suburban, and urban communities to get around, right? And the DOT commissioner spoke effectively to that when she was answering Assemblymember Gallagher's question that she wants to create more opportunities to walk, bike, and ride public transit, but as she also said in response to the same question, the state is spending lots of money on highway widening still to this day, and that includes in New York City, where the state of New York is investing $5 billion to widen the Van Wyck, the Bruckner, the Belt, and the FDR Drive. And so there is a lot that we could do if we were able to reinvest those funds. There's a lot more freedom and opportunity and mobility that we could create all across New York in all of our communities, and as Steve will discuss, in between our communities with better rail connections. And so we're eager to discuss that with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quick. Empire State Passengers Association.
Good afternoon. Finance Committee Chair Kruger, Transportation Chairs Magnarelli and Kennedy, and members of the legislative committees here today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the proposed budget for the Department of Transportation. My name is Steve Strauss, and I'm the Executive Director of the Empire State Passengers Association. ESPA is a statewide advocacy organization working on behalf of intercity passenger rail riders for more reliable, more frequent, and faster Amtrak service in New York. Let me start my testimony with a rhetorical question. How many of you knew that the state had released an $8.8 billion plan to improve intercity passenger rail service? A plan that proposed spending $350 million a year to rebuild the tracks between Niagara Falls and New York, City, construct 370 miles of new track, reduce the travel time between Buffalo and Albany by an hour, and add 4 additional trains over the next 25 years. I'm guessing that few of you knew this unless you had heard it from an ESPA member constituent, or maybe your staff had heard it from me. That's part of the problem. If you review the FY25 Executive Budget Briefing Book, you will not find much mention of an expanded intercity passenger rail program. What you will find is about $90 million of proposed spending on passenger rail, nearly identical to prior years. Amtrak will receive about $44 million to pay for the cost of providing Amtrak service in New York State. The remaining $45 million supports the Passenger and Freight Rail Assistance Program, which funds capital improvements to freight and passenger rail service. The administration's budget proposes a 10% increase in full-time equivalents for the department, but no increase in staff for the Office of Passenger and Freight Transportation. Without more resources, new state hires, consultants, and capital funds, DOT will not be able to get this rail improvement program off the ground. Even worse, this lack of resources, and more importantly, lack of commitment from senior level staff, puts us at risk of continuing to fall short at winning our share of discretionary funding from the infrastructure bill. Now let me pivot to a novel idea for additional funding for the state's intercity passenger rail program. You may remember that Governors Cuomo and Murphy announced a handshake deal with the Biden administration to pay for 50% of the Gateway tunnels and related infrastructure improvements. To date, the federal funding of the Gateway project is now over 68% of the projected cost. This means that New York has a potential savings of about $1 billion that it could reallocate to other intercity passenger rail improvements and perhaps commuter rail. Let's take that money and invest it in projects to advance the Empire Corridor Rail Plan. Thank you for allowing us to testify today. I would be happy to try and answer any questions that members of the committee might have.
Perfect timing. Do we have anyone?
We do.
Go right
Do you
ahead.
have, oh, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Senator.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks for all of your testimony, your leadership over many years. James, great to see you. You had mentioned the NFT. I want to give you another opportunity to talk about the importance there, about the 5-year capital plan. The ask is $150 million. Can you talk about what that $150 million will be used for with that 5-year capital plan? Also, STOA, obviously it's important to all of the public transit authorities. If you could talk to it from your perspective. And we'll start there.
Sure.
Capital and STOA.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. As you indicated, NFTA was appropriated $100 million over 5 years. That was gone before we even got it. We are doing great things with that. We need another 5 years. You indicated $150 million. Tunnel and fire protection needs to be replaced. The panel liners is crumbling within the station. We have to upgrade all the elevators and escalators. There's not a difference with an elevator and an escalator in downstate New York City than in Buffalo.
Highway superintendent.
We have a number of issues that we are working on continuously in a state of good repair that is needed to provide the level of service that our community needs. So the additional funding, along with the $159 million for all of non-MTA capital, would continue to provide for the level of service that we need. And also, with the $150 million, it would allow us to be able to have, to leverage the federal funds from FTA for new projects.
And let me just accent that real quick. We've got a minute left. I want you to hit on the drain financially that light rail is to the operations of the system.
Sure.
And the need
So,
for more funding.
Sure. So for many years, we've taken away our operating resources to put into capital, and that has not allowed us to extend service, hire individuals. So providing the 150 million will do great things to modernize the system to be ready for expansion, but also hold harmless the operating budget from STOA at the 15% that's been generated over the past 2 years.
And so 15% operating, that's the ask. The executive budget put in about 5.
Yes.
Can you talk about the need to bump that up by another 10%?
Sure. So
Statewide.
what it will do is it will provide the opportunity for NFTA and other upstate properties, as well as the suburban areas in outside of New York City, to expand service to provide additional services where we're not going currently.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, Shimsky, please.
Thank you so much, all of you, for everything you do. The one issue I wanted to bring up was when we're talking about mass transit and how to grow mass transit, either in the suburbs or even in the outer parts of the outer boroughs. It's going to be time to come up with a hybrid system, combination of fixed route and other ride sharing, other potential conveyances using some rideshare principles, because you're never going to have enough fixed routes. That would be prohibitively expensive, and you wouldn't have enough people using them. So I hope that as you're looking where to advocate in future years, I hope we could talk more about that.
Excuse me. Are you aware? Last year, the legislature appropriated $5 million for, I believe, new technologies and last mile services. And CDTA here in Albany has announced a new program. They will have an on-demand shuttle from the Rensselaer train station to downtown Albany, and that they were hoping to get it into operation by next month. And I'm not sure what the start date is.
So do we have pilots on the ground already? Excuse that bad pun. Do we have pilots operational at this point?
Let's say that the CDTA program is on track, and 3 other upstate systems have $1 million each, and then I think there's $1 million of discretionary money that state DOT will make available to other transit systems in the state. I believe that's the way it's set up.
In the MTA system, that first mile, last mile is something that's really critical, particularly because it's very linear, it's very expensive, it's very old, and in some places it's worked, some places it hasn't worked as well to put in on-demand service. The MTA, to their credit, developed a first mile, last mile toolkit that it worked with local communities to shop around to see what will work, how the local communities can make the best of what resources they have, and it will help those communities and municipalities apply for grants that they're eligible for.
Okay.
So there is a lot of work on the MTA level. Now, we as the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA have been very involved in developing the bike ped report and recommendations that we put forward to the MTA that they incorporated into their report, into their recommendations. That's not just for New York City. That's also for the counties outside and for the systems outside, because you have to get there and home.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you think this all has a future? Jump ball for everybody.
It has to.
Good question to end at. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Comrie.
Thank you. Lisa Dagley, and thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here today. Danny as well. Can you drill down into why you think the Fair Fares program would make sense for commuters?
I'd be delighted to. Thank you. So the Fair Fares program works on city subways and buses, and it doesn't work, we think, as well as it could, because it's good for people who are eligible, who have make 120% of the federal poverty level. We've been advocating with our colleagues in advocacy for 200% of the federal poverty level. That would allow more people to access it. but it's still for just subways and buses. It means that people who have a commuter rail, the Long Island Railroad Metro North, running through their backyard, but can't afford the fare, can't, may have to ride 2 hours on subways and buses in order to get to work or to school. So by cutting the fare in half for them and enabling them access to opportunity with a reduced fare, we think the city is able to fund that with the fair fares funding that they currently have, since it's not currently utilized, which is also a shame.
And can you elucidate the Fair Fares program that you're talking about to make sure that commuters can understand or see that there's a clear and concise program across the different modalities to take either the train or the subway that we discussed?
Mhm. So right now, if you are, it's an income eligible based system for subways and buses. If you are making 120% of the federal poverty level as an individual or family of four, you can apply for fair fares and get a card that allows you to ride on subways and buses at a half fare. But you can't use that on subways and buses. It's because there's no parity on the Long Island Railroad. I'm sorry, you can't use that on Long Island Railroad and Metro North. There's no parity between the systems, which is a whole nother conversation on fare integration and rationalization that we hope will come together. But right now, we think the time has come for expanding fair fares to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North within the city, so that it makes sense for the city to fund it.
And can you also talk about the creating the program so that each region would have its own clear fare system so that people could understand? And why do you think that would increase ridership?
I'm sorry, so that
each region in the MTA area to create a clear zone fare system
Oh,
for that?
absolutely. Right now, it's a very legacy system on each of the different railroads. That is sort of, if they eliminate one zone, they just didn't renumber it, so you can't tell. It's not a distance based formula. So we think that making it rational makes sense so that people can understand where they're going and how much they're paying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly.
I don't see anybody else, so I think we're finished. You? Yeah. Member Simon? No? Okay. We're all set. You're all advocating.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all
Thank you very
very
much.
much for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we go to panel C, the Associated General Contractors, Construction Industry Council of Westchester and Hudson Valley, Inc., New York State Association of Town Superintendents of Highways, Rebuild New York Now, and also is the New York State County Highways Superintendents Association here. If you are, just raise your hand. Nobody checked in. Oh, you are? Okay. So we've got all five.
I have two constituents that wanted to testify.
No,
They've been
weren't
here since
accepted.
9 o'clock.
No.
They were not accepted.
I'm just begging.
I know, but we can't do it because we didn't put our testimony
No.
online. We turned down lots of people.
They filed
for
their
all
testimony,
hearings.
but they weren't able to put it in time.
Thank you.
People in a booth at back
Now
there.
I can hear myself. Good afternoon, Senator Kruger, Assemblymember Weinstein, and other members of the New York State Legislature. I am Jeff Smith, Highway Director for Tompkins County and the President of the New York State County Highway Superintendents Association. As always, we appreciate the annual opportunity to discuss executive budget proposal and report to you on the conditions and needs of the New York's local transportation system. First, I'd like to begin by talking about Bridge New York program, which directs federal and state funding to local bridge and culvert projects throughout the state. In all 4 rounds of Bridge New York thus far, the number and value of project applications far exceeded the funding available for each region of the state. In 2022, only a little more than half the bridge applications received funding, and less than 1/3 of the culvert applications secured an award. And we expect the same to happen in the current round, which the applications are due this week. On Monday, the latest Grabber report was released by the Department of Transportation. According to the report, over just the last 3 years, from 2020 to 22, 1.25 million square feet of local owned bridge deck have moved from good, excellent to fair poor, and an additional 1.24 million square feet of state owned bridge deck became deficient. While the overall bridge deck decline is huge, it is much worse as a percentage of the entire local system, since the state maintains 2.5 times as many square feet of bridge deck than local governments. This comes as no surprise, since during the same 3-year period, DOT spending on state bridges was cut by over $350 million annually. From 2020 to 22, New York spent an average of $1.2 billion annually on its bridges. In the 3 years before, 2017 to 2019, the state averaged $1.5 billion annually. Thus, a $350 million annual reduction in bridge spending. While bridge spending was being reduced, highway construction costs have increased as a result of inflation by a record 58%, according to FHWA. Bridge New York is a great program, but more needs to be done to protect these valuable assets. My colleague Greg will be speaking in more detail about our funding ask, but I would like to mention our request to add language to amend the highway law to increase CHIPS competitive bid threshold from $350,000 to $1 million. Increasing the CHIPS bidding threshold to or eliminating the threshold altogether will give municipalities more flexibility to pursue the most cost-effective option to be on behalf of the
Thank you, sir.
taxpayers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we have to keep our time limits to everybody. Next, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Hallberg, President of the New York State Association of Town Superintendent of Highways and the Highway Superintendent for the town of Ellery in Chautauqua County. As you know, between the county and the town associations, our collective membership and union workforce is responsible for ensuring safe operation of 87% of the state's public roads, half of its bridges, and plowing not only our huge system, but over a quarter of the New York State Department of Transportation's roads. This massive local system consists of over 97,000 centerline miles of roadways and 8,600 highway bridges. Governor Kathy Hochul's executive budget proposal continues the 3rd year of the $32.8 billion 5-year investment plan for the New York State Department of Transportation and local road system. As Jeff mentioned, record high inflation rates and highway construction materials have severely increased the costs, and as a result, local governments are seeing a significant reduction in the real dollar value of local highway maintenance programs. Unfortunately, the governor's executive budget, cutting CHIPS aid and the lifeblood of local highway departments by $60 million and state touring route aid by $40 million, $100 million less in local road funding as compared to last year. In addition to this $100 million hit to these two programs, the other local programs remain flat. It is critical that last year's funding levels be restored and an additional 150 million be added to the 2024-25 budget for local highway programs like CHIPS Extreme Winter Recovery. This will allow us to recoup some of our real funding lost in the inflation since the 5-year program was adopted in 22. In previous years, you, the members of the legislature, have responded to the dire conditions of the state's transportation system and argumented CHIPS and other local transportation funding. But more is required to reverse deteriorating conditions of our local transportation systems and make significant progress in its rehabilitation. Funding shortages mean many local governments' preventive pavement preservation strategies to apply well-timed and targeted maintenance treatments fall short of what is necessary to avoid more costly major rehabilitation and reconstruction down the road. Based on these conditions we discussed above, the rising costs, we make the following requests. Support increasing the executive budget proposal level CHIPS by 160 million. Support increasing the executive budget proposal level extreme winter recovery funding by 90 million. Support maintain the other vital local transportation funding programs like Michelli Bridge New York, Pave New York, state touring routes, and the Pave Our Potholes. As public servants ourselves, we understand the difficulty in trying to meet all of our constituents' needs and resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next.
Press hard.
There you go.
Thank you, Walter.
There you go.
Good evening, Chair Kruger, Chair Magnarelli, and Chair Kennedy. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important public hearing. My name is John Cooney Jr., and I serve as the Executive Director of the Construction Industry Council of Westchester and the Hudson Valley, Inc. The CIC acts as a collective bargaining agent for some 600 employers in the heavy highway contracting community, as well as hundreds of suppliers and builders throughout the region aligned with New York State DOT Region 8. Yeah. As advocates for the heavy highway and transportation infrastructure sector of construction, CIC partners with some 30 union locals of organized labor. As I speak to you today, we are coming close to the completion of the second full year of the current 5-year New York State capital plan. The $32.8 billion 5-year capital plan represented a $2.8 billion increase over the previous 5 years of capital investment. The present capital plan, at its onset, provided for the approximately $4.1 billion of new funding for priority projects such as the Van Wyck, I-81, and Kensington. The new funding was, in a major sense, developed by a $2.8 billion increase in funding combined with $1 billion cut from the New York State DOT core program. Despite the $2.8 billion increase in spending over the present 5-year plan to date, conditions of roads and bridges across the state have worsened. In reviewing over 10 years of data, New York State presently has a record high 4,264 deficient bridges. Pavements in 2017, 25% of New York State roads were in fair or poor condition. In 2022, 42% of New York State roads were in fair or poor condition. In the Hudson Valley, represented by New York State Region 8, my home region has had the worst road and bridge conditions in New York State. All of this information is derived from New York State DOT data. Why, despite a $2.8 billion increase in funding, are conditions worse? Since the onset of the capital plan in 2021 through the end of 2023, there has been a 21% cost increase for highway construction, as noted by the Federal Reserve. And then the stripping of $1 billion out of that core program has put a constraint on all of the regions of New York State to take care of their normal stock of road and bridges. Without increased funding, the decline in road and bridges conditions will continue to decelerate and get worse. We at the Construction Industry Council believe that at least $400 million should be added to the 2024-25 budget for core highway, and then $150 million for CHIPS funding.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walter?
Thank you. And thank you, Chairs Kruger and Weinstein, for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you to the chairs, rankers, and members of the committee. First, we just want to say that agency commends the leadership of Governor Hochul, DOT Commissioner Dominguez, through Executive Director Hoare, MTA Chair, and President Lieber. Thank you to all the dedicated employees of the Executive Chamber, the Division of Budget, the state agencies and authorities. They're our partners in rebuilding New York. But before I speak about the New York State Department of Transportation Capital Program, agency would like to commend the leadership of Governor Hochul and the legislature and all those involved to help make work zone and workplace safety a priority through initiatives like Operation Hard Hat and the work zone traffic safety camera program. Safety is always a priority. This is the third consecutive year that AGC was afforded the opportunity to testify at the transportation budget public hearing today. As we enter the third year of this 5-year fully funded DOT capital program, AGC has accurately forecasted in 22, 23, and 24 that the enacted funding levels and inflationary pressures will result in declining road and bridge conditions. I think inflation here is something that we all agree on erodes a capital program that's essentially flat. So when you're looking at this now, what we see over the course of the 5-year program is that if you're losing 20%, you might lose a full year of the DOT capital program, which is something that we all don't want to see. It's important not only for jobs, for economic development, and it helps really to keep our state moving. But, looking back at 2022, we're all excited, $4.6 billion coming in from the federal government. It's going to save the day. And at the end of the day, though, we actually spent a little less on the overall capital program compared to prior years. Last year, we said the same thing. Inflation is eroding the capital program. We're not keeping up. And therefore, you see declining road and bridge conditions, not only last year, but you'll see it this year as well. In reviewing the 24-25 DOT capital program, we see similar declines in conditions in the core and highway and bridge investment there as well. I'm not going to go through the data because a lot of that is in our testimony. I think we all share the same data for the most part. It's all from the same source. But conditions continuously decline when you're talking about a record capital program. So with 28 seconds left to go, a couple of things we want. We want to see an investment. In a letter signed by more than 40 organizations, including business, labor, and local governments, and distributed to the members of the committee, the coalition is supporting an additional $400 million to the DOT core capital program. We're also supporting the county and town highway superintendent's call for an additional $250 million for our local roads and bridges. Those that's our bread and butter for a lot of these guys here. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, you're next.
Hi, good evening. I first want to start off by thanking everybody on behalf of Rebuild New York Now. Because of your efforts, we finally have the DOT putting out reporting requirements. Ironically, the Graber report, which tells us about the bridge inspections, even though it's in statute, was 3 years behind and got released Sunday night, 4 days before this hearing. So I wasn't able to include that in my original testimony, but I want to talk about it. I also want to talk about the fact in 2001, you finally put in statute that the pavement and bridge reports have to be put in place by the DOT and reported to you annually, because in 2020, they hadn't done a report since 2015. So when we look at the Graber report, what do we see? 2.5 million square feet of bridge decking became deficient in just the last 3 years. That's the equivalent of 40 miles of bridges becoming deficient in the past 3 years. The other thing the report tells us is that it tells us where the money is being spent and how much. Over the last 3 years, spending on bridges has declined by an annual amount of $350 million. So this $32.8 billion program is delivering less than the previous program. We've gone from spending about $1.1 billion a year on bridges to about 1.4. That's why we're seeing these huge declines. Right now, we have 1 out of 4 bridges is deficient in this state. When we look at the pavements, we see the same. We see 4 out of 10 miles are now deficient on pavements. The overall numbers are really staggering. So how does the governor look at and proposed budget of dealing with these declining conditions? Eliminate the $100 million that you folks added to the local program. keep the core funding virtually flat. It's a $4 million ad. And then she adds $500 million, as it is called for in the capital program, for priority projects. That $500 million will never be spent this fiscal year or next. When you look at the first 2 years of the spend out compared to the plan on priority projects, they are $1.3 billion behind in the first 2 years. These are tough projects. I'm not blaming someone, but to take that $500 million and put it when we have these declining positions and not take it and put it into the core makes no sense. The money is there, the appropriation authority is there. We always see a lag. I thought you had about $1.5 billion of the past programs, priority projects, moved into this capital program. A delay on these complicated projects is not unusual. So I think what we need to look at is, at least at a minimum, reappropriating the money that's been made available in this budget. And then the other thing that we look at is, and the biggest thing is the cost, because a deficient bridge is 16 times more expensive to rehab, pavement to rehab, than if it's in a state of good repair. So when we have 40% of our pavements going in, I apologize. So, but my request is the same as theirs: 400 million, 250 for the locals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We will start with Member Durso, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for being here and testifying today. Walter, you spoke specifically about that everybody's kind of in agreement with the crumbling infrastructure, bridges, the pavement, inflation, the amount of money that's set for the 5-year capital plan. Do any of you believe that the projects and what meant to be reached over the past, over that 5-year time span can be reached?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, listen, it's going to be up to the governor and the legislature to make that commitment over the final couple of years here to make sure that projects are done on time. It's also our responsibility as a trade association and as participants here to also help out the DOT, as an example, to try to get some more federal dollars for a project such as the Livingston Avenue Bridge here, which is a $400 million project. That should be a federal responsibility. I know DOT has applied for funding and they will reapply for funding again. And we are also on Capitol Hill with AGC of America fighting to make sure that New York gets its fair share. Despite what some of the rhetoric you hear in Washington, we have a very strong congressional delegation led by Senator Schumer, Congressman Stefanik, and Congressman Jeffries to make sure that we get the job done here for New York. So it can be done. It's going to take some time.
So you believe that without additional resources adding to, as you were saying, do you think it could do it with the current resources that are funding now? Can it be done? Would you need additional resources?
I don't see how you do it in a regular household budget. If you have 20% less to spend over the course of 5 years, then what you have, the money has to come from somewhere, unless then you're going to maybe eat a little less better, or you might be able to put off some repairs. But the longer you put off these repairs, to Fred's point, with bridge decks and other things, the cost just combines and multiplies, and you have a much bigger problem on your hands down the road, which then you'll be voting on 2 years from now, 4 years from now, or however long you're here.
Agreed. So is there a specific number as opposed to when it comes to money or percentage, or is it the rate of inflation that you think that it needs to be the resources going to need to go up with to keep up with inflation? Does anybody?
Yes,
anybody,
sir.
please.
Yes, sir. And we think that number is the $400 million number. That's something that we for this year.
For this year.
For this year alone. That represents 20% of the core budget, actually. So you get that 20% back. And we have some work to do, though.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in? I have 26 seconds, so you can all jump in if you'd like.
Well, Walter said.
Oh, okay. Walter said. Okay, I'll go with that. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it, Chairman.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. It's great to see you all. Thank you for your leadership. You've been consistent in your messaging. We've had some great accomplishments here in increasing funds at every level, whether it's been the capital funds, whether it's been the CHIPS funds, whether it's record levels, whether it's been the state touring routes, new program. We're very, very pleased with the work that we've done over many years with you. So thank you all. Obviously, this is a very important moment And I want to just get into in a very short time here. You've already said it a couple of times, but drill into that 400 million and the importance of that. We know number one, it's capital, so we can accommodate that under our bonding ceiling. And look at we put forward a number in the past that was 5 times as high as that number to accommodate the inflation. But 400 million is the number that we need to push for. You heard me mention it earlier. You're mentioning it now. Talk about the importance of that, please.
Yeah, I mean, and I would look at it that the 400 million, as Walter said, is basically the 20% on the existing core. But again, you have a record amount of priority projects. The commissioner talked about the Livingston Bridge, and I think it's a great thing DOT is doing. The feds have come up with rail grant money that she's competing now for that 400 million for the bridge. She's going to apply. Talk to her yesterday. She's applying for another round. That's 400 million that you have in your budget already. That hopefully there'll be a new revenue source for her to move forward with it. So the concern what we would have is that use the existing appropriation authorities on top of then going after that money that we're losing for the inflation, but we can't wait to the third and fourth year to do it because we're losing more to inflation. Guys, inflation has slowed down, but you're still paying more than you were when you developed this plan, significantly more.
And I want to get thank you. Just short on time here. Thank you for that, Fred. CHIPS funding. We know how important this is for local roads. Again, our conference, working with the Assembly, the Democratic Conference, and Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins made it a priority for increasing CHIPS funding to the record levels, and then we built on that last year. Can you just talk to the importance and the need for CHIPS funding?
With the record levels, it helps. But with the inflation, you're not gaining and getting ahead. You're still going behind with what we do and the cost of everything that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Assembly?
Yes. Member Palmisano, please.
To you, gentlemen, and all your members around the state for what you do each and every day in our local communities to help improve our local infrastructure, our roads, bridges, and culverts. Also want to thank you for your annual advocacy for coming up here to remind the governor and us in the legislature how important programs like CHIPS is to your operations and the impact that has. And Senator Kennedy mentioned the importance of CHIPS, and I know you were talking about how, the inflationary increases and things like that for your diesel and your asphalt and things of that nature are impacting those operations and eating into that. Can you talk a little bit about that? And also, like, for your members, is there something you can present to us showing like what percentage of your municipal budgets are impacted by CHIPS as a percentage of your transportation budgets as well?
Yeah, a lot of the towns, that's their only money is CHIPS. With it being a reimbursement program, they spend what they have and then they get it back to run the rest of their budget, the CHIPS money for their roads and with the inflation and even the cost of new equipment, which we can purchase, and that is more than doubled in the last few years.
And how devastating?
And it puts a burden on the local taxpayers.
And how much of a negative impact is this $60 million proposed cut by the governor going to do to your local communities and your local taxpayers and your ability to do work?
I just think that CHIPS is the lifeblood of many municipalities all across New York State. We all receive CHIPS. Inflation is taking a big part of that, but also the crumbling infrastructure, the maintenance of large culverts and bridges and smaller bridges and things like that the towns have to deal with. It's really a great program in New York State. The ability to receive the funding every year, roll it over, but not roll it over. A lot of us use it every year. It goes right back into the infrastructure and an increase in the condition of our roads and bridges. like Greg said, a lot of the smaller towns, that is their only highway budget. Without it, it would be, they would certainly be going backwards.
Yep, and I think you used a good word, lifeblood, because we've also said CHIPS is the lifeblood of our upstate rural communities, our local transportation projects, just like the MTA is the lifeblood of downstate transportation network. We should fund it, but when we see increases in the MTA and don't see the parity with their upstate roads and bridges, when the 5-year MTA capital plan is $52 billion, but the DOT capital plan is $32 billion, where's the parity? And this cut can be devastating to you and hurtful for what you do.
Agree.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Tom O'Malley.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Certainly have my full support and sympathies for where we are in this budget process right now. Jeff, I just wanted to give you an opportunity. You were cut off at the end of your testimony talking about some recommendations changing to bidding requirements, thresholds. If you want to get a chance to give us that, please.
Appreciate that. Thank you. For years, the thresholds of CHIPS was $100,000, and we were able to make it increase up to $350,000. When it was increased to $350,000, the price of blacktop per ton was $40 a ton. It's now $80 a ton. If you were able to do with $350,000 3 miles of road, we can only do 1.5 miles now. So that whole 3 miles needs to get done. And that's why we're here asking to increase the threshold or take it away altogether. It would really be a great help to all of us to allow us to do our job better and better spend the limited funds that we have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. Member Otis, please.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. I read all of your testimony in advance of today, and what you all provide that is so valuable are the metrics that make the case for why we need to sustain and increase this funding. One of the things mentioned in some of your testimony was the fact that if you defer maintenance, the cost goes up. If you defer repairs, and that's something that I learned when I used to be a local official. I'd like to get any of your comments about another factor, which is weather extreme storms. Many of the bridges that are being rebuilt in communities I represent are not just being rebuilt, they're being redesigned for resiliency, which adds cost and expense, but means they're going to survive the next storm. Anyone want to weigh in terms of that factor, in terms of the need for this kind of funding, because it's not just replacing what we have, it's upgrading to deal with increased deterioration because of weather.
Yeah, I can start real quick if somebody else wants to join in, but I think that as a rule, anytime you're replacing a culvert or a box culvert all the way up in big and small, you're always going to really look at the area and see what kind of history is in the area, if there's been any kind of flooding upstream and downstream as well. What we really do is upsize, and there's a lot of resources that tell us the correct size that it should be based on, the HEC analysis and the watershed that reaches that point in the road where it needs to cross. I think that the recent storms are real. It's definitely more focused. Microbursts come across. Sometimes when it hits you, you're the one and only that has to bear the brunt of the storm. I know our Warren County has just received some really harsh weather, and they're under that gun to replace some large culverts presently. It does happen. It's very focused. And when it happens to you, you don't feel very lucky. Sometimes it misses you and you feel lucky, but in the end, you have to repair it. The size is really determined by what we feel is necessary and will sustain the next storm. It's based on that. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to add that the governor has built resiliency into the DOT capital program, and we're grateful for that. The thing you do have to remember about building resiliency, and it does cost more money. I think that we're also looking at potentially some culvert money in the Environmental Bond Act funding, which should be released. It's starting to be released now, and hopefully a little bit more next year. This year, I'm sorry, Fred?
No, just quickly though, one of the other things that the report helps us look at is that bridge decking that we were talking about. You look at it, and about 2.5 million square feet A little over half of that was local bridges. Now, when you look as a percentage, though, local bridges are a third of the deck space of state bridges, so they're declining a lot faster than those state bridges.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much, and special shout out to John Cooney, who does a great job in our region. So thank you.
Member Shimsky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haifa, would you go back to the end of your original testimony and complete your thought on the metrics on how much money you end up wasting if you defer maintenance?
Yeah. So on a bridge, it's about 5 times the cost. If you keep it in a state of good repair, we're going to poor, which again, we have 26% of our bridges deficient. On pavements, which we're at 40% deficient, it's 16 times. These are DOT's numbers. It is a huge cost to do this deferment of maintenance. It's tragic. But I also wanted to add, so just to reinforce, though, it was $400 million on the increase and $250 for the locals. I was on that too. So, thank you.
Okay. And of course, those numbers don't include personal injury and wrongful death settlements. Yeah. The second thing on CHIPS, Mr. Hallberg, your point about rural communities is very well taken, but no one should underestimate the importance of CHIPS, suburban areas like mine, like Mr. Cooney's, and Bridge, New York as well. We have a big bridge in Tarrytown that is going to be ruinous for the village to fund if it does not or has not gotten enough Bridge New York funding. CHIPS and Bridge New York are really for everybody, and that's why it's so important to raise them. If anyone wants to comment, you got a minute 27.
It goes back to you have to stay up on these things, and the villages and towns, the cost of their infrastructure has gone up just like anyone else, and in many situations the condition of their infrastructure is worse as well. So if you cut that funding, you're only making what is not a good problem a much more expensive problem. And some of the smaller places, Bridge New York is a great program, but some of the smaller municipalities have a difficult time participating in it. They need that help. But that, someone said it earlier, it truly is the lifeline of local infrastructure, that funding, and it's extremely important in a situation where inflation has eaten away 20% of what's going on, and the conditions of that local infrastructure are continuing to deteriorate.
Okay, thank you. And certainly, we cannot maintain this society or this economy if we let our transportation and transit go down the tubes. So thank you very much for your advocacy.
Well, thank you all for participating today in this panel. I just want to say something personal. I think I meet with all of you, and I'll be meeting with you over the next few weeks, sometimes over and over again, because it takes me a little longer to get it. But I do believe the legislature has been listening to you over the last few years. Not only in the Assembly, but in the Senate as well. And so we take what you're telling us to heart, and let's see what we can do in this budget. I thank you all for being here. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have our last panel, Panel D. Panel D. The Adirondack Council, AEK Action, New York Aviation Managers Association, Putnam County, and New York Construction Materials Association. Please come down. I think Epstein went home. Well, there he is. Who would like to lead off? Go right ahead.
Let's get into it. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Kevin Schlad, Director of Government Relations for the Adirondack Council. So you might be wondering, Why is Kevin at the transportation budget hearing? The NCON budget hearing isn't until February 7th. Well, as you know, New York State is currently facing a budget gap and even larger budget gaps in out-year projections. So the Adirondack Council would like to highlight a costly, overused expense in New York's budget where we think taxpayers can save money. Road salt. Before we explore this even further, I want to be clear. Our staff live in the Adirondack Park and commute long distances. We'll be the first to state that no efforts to reduce road salt pollution should come at the expense of public safety. Our colleagues at great organizations such as the Adirondack Watershed Institute, Riverkeeper, ADK Action, the Lake George Association, they've all made formal contributions to the record for this hearing, and I want to thank them for lending their expertise. Since the 1980 Winter Olympics, enough road salt has been applied to each lane mile of Adirondack roadway to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It all has gone somewhere. Runoff from paved roads ultimately enters our lakes, streams, and groundwater. New York faces emerging liability costs derived from homeowners who are finding that their dishwashers are rusting and their health is imperiled as a direct result of their wells being polluted by salt runoff. And that's coming from state roadways. Rust is a hidden tax imposed on New Yorkers. Corrosion is costlier than all other natural disasters combined, amounting to 3% of GDP nationwide, or $437 billion annually. So, salt is costly and bad for the environment. Can we replace it? No. Can we stop using it? No. So what do? The solution is a lot of hard work and careful attention to detail, but we can save the state and its taxpayers a ton of money in the process. We need to calibrate our equipment and measure what we're putting down. We need to take preventative measures to ensure that we're not wasting the salt we have and use. We need to continually analyze the efficacy of our practices and make adjustments to keep using less. And like I said, it's hard work that requires careful attention to detail, but it can save a ton of money. How much money? Let me point to the town of Hague in the Lake George Basin. Using best management practices for road salt use, the town of Hague has been able to reduce their winter road maintenance budget by more than 50% without reducing driver take-home pay. They provide the same level of service on their roadways and have significantly reduced road salt pollution in their community. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Excuse me, good evening, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Ron Epstein. I'm with the New York Construction Materials Association. I have written verbal comments here, but in the interest of time, I think I'm going to leave a lot of it on the cutting floor, but trust me, it was brilliant. I do want to start out with a quote from Senator Schumer, Majority Leader Schumer, one of the nation's primary authors of the bipartisan infrastructure law, because it kind of sets the context for what we're talking about. Crumbling bridges and roads are a hazard to motorists and impede economic development. He goes on to say that with over 1,700 bridges across New York in poor condition, we can no longer afford to have the mindset that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And that's really what we're talking about today. We can't afford to defer any longer. I will very quickly cite some of the statistics, which you've heard before today. My wife's a teacher. She always says, say it, and say it again. We have 1,600 bridges in the state of New York that, according to the Federal Highway Administration, are in poor condition. That's 30% higher than the national average. The percentage of fair and poor pavement conditions in New York State, which is 40%, is among the worst in decades. In certain regions of the state, Buffalo, the Mid-Hudson region, the Western New York region, Long Island region, they went from among the best to the worst conditions in the state in that decade. For higher volume roadways in the state, the interstates and other types of facilities in the state, New York ranks 46th in the nation for these facilities in terms of the highest percentage of lane miles in poor condition. This is what supports our interstate commerce. This is what supports our global competitiveness. So what can we do? It's clear it starts with the current budget. We don't have the resources that we need, but we urge you to add $400 million to DOT for core construction for this year to offset the inflationary impacts. We urge you to restore the $100 million that was cut from the CHIPS and EWR programs. We urge you to provide $150 million in additional local aid to help locals offset the impact of their declining conditions. And we hope and urge the state of New York to make available no less than $500 million in the Environmental Bond Act for culverts. Failure to include these asks will result in the state having the lowest conditions and have actually getting the least in terms of accomplishments per dollar spent in more than a decade. And lastly, I do want to say, as a point of personal privilege, having worked in the Department of Transportation, I took a great interest that the executive budget included legislation to extend criminal penalties for retail workers that were subject of assault. We fully support that. But I also strongly urge you to finally include, to amend this proposal, the assault and menacing of highway workers, as well as intrusions into work zones. Let's make sure that they can come home every night and see their families again while they're trying to do their job and keep us safe. So please include highway workers in that legislation. Listen, you didn't create this problem. The current executive didn't create this problem, but let's work together on trying to figure out a way out of it.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next.
I pushed hard. Good evening, Chair Kruger, Chair Magnarelli, and Chair Kennedy. I am Mark Hefner, President of the New York Aviation Management Association, NYAMA, and I'm also the Commissioner of Aviation for Greater Binghamton Airport. I'd like to express my appreciation for this opportunity to provide comments on the 2024-2025 executive budget as it relates to airports and aviation industry in New York. As you probably already know, airports are major economic engines, and the benefits of New York State airports are extremely impressive. The aviation industry contributes over $72 billion in annual economic activity in New York State and more than 500,000 New York-based jobs in aviation or aviation-related industries, generating $25 billion in payroll and over $6 billion in state and local tax revenue each year. Now, NYAMA commends Governor Hochul, the legislature, and the unwavering support of the Legislative Aviation Caucus chairs, co-chairs, Assemblywoman Lepardo and Senator Martinez, for supporting the capital needs of airports and supporting investments in New York's airports and aviation industry that drive economic development, modernize facilities, create high-quality and sustainable jobs, and attract private sector investment. The Upstate Airport Economic Development and Revitalization Program is beginning the transformation and modernization of airports in upstate New York. Since its inception in 2016, 14 airports have received awards under the program. It's important to note that this program leverages tens of millions of dollars in funding sources such as federal and local and private sector investments that compound the economic benefits to the state and local economies. NYAMA urges the Senate and Assembly One House budgets to include funding for round 3 of this program, to expand and include additional airports, and to increase the Aviation Capital Grant Program to reflect the impact and return on investment that the aviation industry has in New York. Traditionally, the State Aviation Capital Funding Program is provided through 2 program categories: the Airport Improvement Program, which delivers a matching share to federal AIP grants, funded in the executive budget at $14 million, and the Aviation Capital Grant Program that, unlike the federal AIP money, can be used to finance revenue-producing projects at airports such as parking lots, fuel farms, hangar construction, and concession development, which results in a tremendous return on investment. Unfortunately, the Aviation Capital Grant Program is grossly underfunded at a paltry $12.5 million per year. NYAMA continues to advocate for a minimum state financial commitment of $40 million per year for the Aviation Capital Grant Program and $250 million for the Round 3 program of the Upstate Airport Revitalization Competition. NYAMA looks forward to working with you and your colleagues and your legislative colleagues on developing strategies to maximize the economic benefits from the state investments in the airports and aviation industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Gotta press hard. There you go.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here today. I want to tell you a story. A friend of mine was pregnant.
We actually know, but for
Oh, my name is Sawyer Bailey. I'm the executive director of ADK Action, a nonprofit in the Adirondack Park working to solve problems to help people in nature thrive. The story I want to start with is one of my friend who was pregnant a few winters back. She was going to visit her father-in-law on a snowy afternoon, and as she was climbing the steps to go inside, she slipped on ice and fell. Now, everybody freaks out when a pregnant woman falls. Nobody wants that. And luckily, she was fine, but the next time she visited his house a few weeks later, the steps were just covered in road salt. And that's when it clicked with her. We salt because we care. It's our desire to keep our communities safe, to protect them. But the problem is what's preventing a sudden fall is slowly causing our loved ones and so many more across the state so much pain, but it's a slow type of violence. Now, I told you about my friend, but who I haven't told you about are the hundreds of people I know in the Adirondack Park whose well water has been polluted by salt downslope of state highways and is now undrinkable. Not to mention the countless lakes and streams that have been jeopardized. Far too many families find that salt in their water has cost them their farm, their health, their savings, and their time. They have shouldered significant extra expense when it's hard enough just to make ends meet these days. We have not kept them safe. We have let them bear our collective burden. But I want you to know that we can change because I have already seen our Adirondack town and county highway departments change. You have not seen proud until you've stood in a highway garage with them and hearing about their brine makers, which pre-treat roads with a 23% salt content mixture to melt snow and ice on contact, or seen them post photos of their live edge plows, which move with the road surface to lift up more snow so there's less left behind to salt. They're so proud of these changes, and they're proving we can bring them to scale. ADK Action has the benefit of working with 25 Adirondack Town and County Highway Departments to empower them with the tools, the expertise, and the support they need to control costs, maintain a high level of service, and reduce their use of road salt and sand. These departments have been able to reclassify lines of their budget to infuse savings back into their departments, and I believe the state of New York should do the same. If our towns and counties are leading the way, our state should be right there by their side. This is a challenge we can solve together. Thank you.
Aye, next.
Hi, my name is Kevin Byrne. I'm the Putnam County Executive and proud former member of the state legislature. I decided to try this side for a change. Putnam County is a key part of New York State's Department of Transportation Region 8. We heard a lot about that in previous testimony. It's north of Westchester County, south of Dutchess County, and it's connected to both the Hudson River as well as the Connecticut-New York State line. And it is fortunate that it has both the Harlem and Hudson Metro North lines traveling through it. Back in 2018, when I was a member of the Assembly, I actually served with my good friend and colleague, Phil Palmisano, where we co-chaired the Assembly Minority Conference's Task Force on Critical Infrastructure and Transportation. Wow. That year, we gained greater insight into our needs for the state's transportation system and how we can accomplish more by working together with so many of our local partners. And I'm proud that several of those concepts and findings that were supported by that task force have since become a reality. I would say that this year, we will once again, as people in local government and county government, will be asking our friends in the state legislature, seeking your assistance to restore funding for our transportation infrastructure, specifically $60 million to restore cuts from the executive budget for CHIPS. And we know there's a lot of other different programs that are very important for our transportation infrastructure. Last year, Putnam County, small county of less than 100,000 people, we received over $1.2 million in CHIPS funding alone. That's $1.2 million that otherwise would have been raised by property taxes if not for the state assistance, which would have very much undermined our ability to move forward with our paving program. Something that I learned in state government is that nearly 9 out of every 10 roads in the state are maintained under local jurisdiction, totaling over 97,000 center lane miles owned by local governments, compared to just over 15,000 owned by the state. Of the nearly 17,500 bridges in the state, more than half, over 8,000 of them, are owned by local governments. Putnam County, again, just serving nearly 100,000 people. Our small county government is responsible for maintaining 83 large diameter culverts, 31 bridges, and 116 centerline miles of county road. And again, like so many other people in local government and county government, inflation has its toll, driving the cost of labor, asphalt, and diesel fuel for us to make sure that we can move forward with so many of our programs and plans. I would say that we have very strong partnership with our friends at the Department of Transportation. We know there's limits in finances, but for us to be able to move forward and do what we do in county government, We're all part of that same transportation system that links one road to get to the other. That's important for our hospitals, for our schools, for our emergency first responders, for our businesses. We need to work together and view it as that same shared commitment. I just would ask you for your support, the legislature to step up again, as it has so many times before, to put those additions into the state budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you very much. Great to see you all. First of all, let me thank all of you for your efforts, for your leadership in various ways. You know, we've worked on these issues for a number of years and have had great victories with the Adirondack Road Salt Reduction Act. I want to ask you about that, but I just want to make a quick note. County Executive, good to see you in your new role. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't come in with the bagpipes playing, but you know, we'll save that maybe for another day. But I want to ask about the task force in the pilots that are currently underway testing different de-icing methods. Do you think what is being tested is enough? And are the pilots being funded to the level that they need to be funded? And are there other methods of de-icing that ought to be tested in this moment?
Well, first off, thank you for your leadership in advancing the Randy Preston Road Salt Reduction Act. We wouldn't have a task force or a task force report without your leadership, so thank you so much. Everything is in there in the task force report. The answers are in there. What's missing is an action plan and a timeline with clearly set reduction targets, a game plan. There's no budget. Those are the things that are missing. My understanding is that task force members did push to have those items included, but those were not ultimately included. So I think there's going to be a need to have conduct some follow-up work, perhaps with the legislature, perhaps also with DOT in partnership, to put that together, put together the action plan, the timeline, the budget, etc., so that this actually comes to fruition. But we've got a map, we've got a menu, we've got a game plan.
Excellent, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yep. Member Palmisano, please.
Thank you, first to all of you. Thank you for your patience and perseverance. You are the last panel, so we appreciate your patience. My question is for my friend Kevin. Kevin, obviously you stand on this side of the table where you, as a state legislator, where you've advocated and voted for funding to go to our local communities through the important program like CHIPS. Now you are the county executive where you're tasked with making the critical infrastructure improvements for your community and for the people you serve. So my question regarding this $60 million cut to the CHIPS program, what percentage of your transportation budget that you use to fix your roads, bridges, and culverts comes from the CHIPS program, and how would this cut impact your ability to provide these critical services to fix local infrastructure in your county?
So of our about $14 million operating budget within DPW, Department of Public Works, our paving program budget is approximately about $3 million. I mentioned $1.2 million of CHIPS, but when you add in some of the other state programs that are very much driven as state assistance and local aid for paving, it's approximately $1.9 million. That would account for approximately 2/3 of our paving program's budget. So it would create tremendous stress for the county government to maintain its county roads and its commitment to the people of our county. But I also know, just from working productively in collaboration with our leaders in town government and village government, we have some large towns and some very small towns. We don't have a city in Putnam County. One of our smallest villages is Nelsonville in the town of Phillipstown. It's less than 1 square mile. They don't even have a DPW. They largely outsource so much of the work. So every dollar they get from CHIPS goes into their paving program, and it would virtually completely hamstring them. And just from that task force that we participated in over 5 years ago, I know that there are other towns and county governments in upstate New York that solely rely on CHIPS for their paving program. So it would cause tremendous stress.
Thank you. And one other question: during that task force, obviously we learned a lot of things. But what was probably some of the most takeaway from that you learned and that you applied here as a legislator, and that you're now seeing it back at home?
So I think part of it's the partnership that we have with state government and the federal government, and it's really one transportation system. So I heard you talked about it every year. It's about parity with the MTA, and in my county, obviously, I care about the Metro North and our DOT because I'm in that spot where we're just about an hour north of the city. But that forward thinking, that planning, and that commitment. So we don't have to fight with the legislature or advocate with the legislature to restore cuts, whether it's an EWR, extreme winter recovery. It should really just be in the base of the CHIPS funding. But having that long-term vision where we were looking for, I know, $100 million commitment in CHIPS funding each year for a 5-year span, increases in Bridge New York funding, make sure we index it for inflation. Boy, wouldn't that make a lot of sense right now with the way that inflation has been running rampant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Otis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Byrne, nice to see you. Always a pleasure. I have a question for our two Adirondack panelists. Either of you can tackle this, which is in terms of salt reduction, what has been the activity of the local governments in the Adirondacks to reduce their use of road salts?
Thank you for that question. And it's really been inspiring to see what our municipal and our county highway departments and their town boards and county boards have been able to make possible. There's been a lot of inspiration and motivation and a lot of learning in our region. And I'm proud to say that, again, 25 towns and counties are working with us, not to mention the ones who have been pursuing solutions on their own to reduce their use of road salt and sand. We have seen some of our town highway departments reduce their use of chloride by 50%. At the same time, bringing in $80,000 in savings to reinfuse in the department to upgrade their equipment to help make sure operators are keeping pace with what pay should be for people in that line of work. These folks are heroes, and I feel like they're really piloting solutions that we can bring to a state level.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah. I think that concludes this panel, and it concludes this hearing for the day. I really appreciate your taking part and giving testimony, and look forward to working with you all in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you all.